impossible, found a loophole in reality instead, and now we have ships that can skip through dimensions because they forgot they weren't supposed to. He looked around the chamber, meeting each council member's gaze. We're not showing you this to threaten you. We're showing you this because we want you to understand why threatening us was never going to work. Humans don't respond well to being told what they can't do. We tend to do it anyway, usually by accident, often while trying to do something completely different. Like discovering temporal manipulation while making coffee, Casvarl asked weakly. Exactly, Marcus beamed. Though to be fair, that coffee maker is still causing temporal anomalies. Last week it served me a cup of coffee from next Thursday. It was terrible, so now I know to avoid that blend in the future. Or is it the past? Temporal grammar is tricky. The Grand Council chamber had never seen anything quite like this. The formal seating arrangement had been abandoned in favor of what humans called a casual brainstorming session, complete with coffee, snacks, and a quantum hologram that kept rearranging itself because it found the standard 3 dimensions too limiting. So Ambassador Morgan said, sharing a knowing look with Ambassador Patel, have we moved past the whole threatening war thing? Ra Tech, whose color had finally settled into a peaceful shade of azure, nodded. I believe we have significantly revised our position on humanity's place in the galactic community. Wonderful, Dr. Rivera exclaimed from where he was showing a group of fascinated council scientists how to make their datapads dimension hop. Though I should mention, the coffee maker from next Thursday wants me to warn you about something. Apparently there's a minor bureaucratic incident next month involving a misplaced semicolon in the trade agreement that accidentally makes cheese the universal currency. We can't have that, Priya interjected. Some of us are lactose intolerant. Casvarl, who had been compiling the official record of events, looked up from his notes. I believe we should address the formal terms of our new alliance. The traditional process requires 7 years of negotiation, followed by... Oh, we took care of that already, Ambassador Morgan interrupted cheerfully. Remember that AI that retired to run an art gallery? It got bored again and rewrote all the paperwork, made it much more efficient, also added some lovely illustrations. But the regulations Casvarl began have been updated, Priya finished. The AI was very thorough. It even included a section about proper pizza sharing protocols during diplomatic meetings. Very forward-thinking. Admiral Blackwood's hologram appeared, now wearing what appeared to be a party hat. If I may add, the cadet squad has finished upgrading your fleet's entertainment systems. They also started a galaxy-wide gaming tournament. Apparently your crews are surprisingly good at something called Mario Kart. Zarkax, who had spent the last hour trying to understand human memes, looked up. Does this mean we're officially allies now? Better Morgan smiled. We're friends. Though fair warning, that means you'll have to deal with human enthusiasm on a regular basis. We tend to get excited about, well, everything. As if to prove her point, Dr. Rivera's voice rose above the general chatter. And if you think that's cool, wait until you see what coffee maker. We might accidentally create a new universe, but I'm sure it'll be fine. We'll just make sure it's properly caffeinated. Ra Tech raised their sensory appendages. Perhaps we should establish some safety protocols. Already done, Priya assured them. We have a standard procedure for accidental universe creation. It's filed under M for mistakes we're totally going to make anyway. I have a question, Telvak ventured. If we're going to be sharing technology, how do we prevent accidents? Prevent them, Morgan laughed. Oh, you sweet summer child. We don't prevent accidents. We just make sure they're interesting ones. Speaking of which, she checked her watch, which may or may not have been manipulating reality. Dr. Rivera's hamster is about to give a lecture on 11-dimensional physics. Anyone want to attend? The council chamber erupted in a flurry of movement as various members rushed to witness this unprecedented event. Casvarl stayed behind, adding one final note to his report. Official recommendation: abandon all previous protocols regarding humanity. They will be ignored anyway, probably resulting in accidental scientific breakthroughs. Suggest creating new classification: humans approach with wonder, not caution. Warning: may accidentally improve your civilization while trying to make better hot beverages. Yes. The coffee maker from next Thursday says everything will work out fine. except for a minor incident involving a teleporting cat and the Council's central database. But apparently that was going to happen anyway. As Casvarol finished his report, he noticed his datapad had started broadcasting cat videos. He decided not to mention it. After all, that was probably going to be the least strange thing to happen today. In the background, he could hear Dr. Rivera enthusiastically explaining how his daughter's hamster had just solved the universe's entropy problem while running on its exercise wheel. The Council scientists were taking notes, though several of them appeared to be questioning their entire careers. "Welcome to the future, Ambassador," Morgan said, appearing beside him with a fresh cup of coffee. "It's weird, wonderful, and probably not working quite the way anyone expected, but that's humanity for you. We specialize in making the impossible possible, usually by accident and always with style." Casvarol accepted the coffee, noting that it tasted suspiciously like victory. And somewhere in the vast expanse of space, a cat was probably plotting to take over the Council's database, a hamster was rewriting physics, and humanity was changing the galaxy one impossible accident at a time. He couldn't wait to see what they would break next, preferably from a safe distance.
Ambassador Jade Reeves had been warned about the Gorthak Empire's tendency toward aggressive posturing. What nobody mentioned was their habit of launching furniture at visiting diplomats. The ceremonial meeting chamber aboard the neutral station Harmony Point buzzed with tension. Representatives from 3 major galactic powers sat arranged in a perfect triangle, each delegation eyeing the others with barely concealed suspicion. The Gorthak Empire occupied the eastern platform, their delegation hulking figures in dark ceremonial armor. The ethereal council floated gracefully on the western side, their translucent forms shimmering with contained energy. The Hive Collective's representatives stood motionless to the north, their multifaceted eyes reflecting the chamber's ambient lighting. Jade sat alone in the center, humanity's sole representative in a room full of beings who could crush her without breaking stride. She'd requested a simple chair instead of the elaborate throne offered by station protocols. Standard, Earth-issue folding chair, nothing fancy, the kind you'd find in a community center or a school auditorium. "The human delegation consists of 1 individual," announced High Commander Brakthul, his voice carrying the distinctive growl of his species. "1. To negotiate on behalf of an entire world." Councillor Lithara's ethereal form pulsed with what might have been amusement. Perhaps they consider themselves particularly capable? Node Prime Gexun spoke in the harmonic tones of the collective. "This human represents 8.2 billion individuals. Statistical probability suggests overconfidence." Jade leaned back in her chair, fingers steepled. "I represent humanity's interests, yes. Is there a problem with our delegation size?" "There is a problem with your species' arrogance," Brakthul rumbled, rising from his seat. "You arrive in our galaxy, make demands, and send a single representative to negotiate with 3 galactic powers." "I wouldn't call them demands," Jade replied calmly. "More like suggestions." The Gorthak commander's armor plates flared, a sign of rising anger. "Suggestions? You request access to 12 star systems, mining rights on 43 worlds, and full diplomatic immunity for all human vessels. These are not suggestions. From our perspective, they're quite reasonable requests." Councillor Lithara drifted forward, her form brightening. "Reasonable? Your species has existed in this galaxy for less than 2 standard years. You have no established territory, no proven military strength, no alliance networks. What makes you believe you deserve such generous terms?" Jade smiled. "Because we're asking nicely." The silence that followed stretched uncomfortably long. Node Prime Gexun's compound eyes clicked in what passed for the collective's version of confusion. High Commander Brakthul's breathing grew heavier, the sound echoing through his helmet's vocalizer. "You mock us," the Gorthak commander growled. "I'm being honest," Jade said. "We could have approached this differently." "How?" demanded Lithara. "With what leverage? Your species has 3 colony worlds and a handful of ships. The Gorthak Empire spans 200 systems. The Ethereal Council commands resources beyond your comprehension. The Hive Collective processes more data in a single cycle than your entire species has accumulated throughout its existence. And yet here we all are, Jade observed, sitting at the same table. Brakthul stepped forward, his massive frame casting a shadow over the human diplomat. Because our governments believe in giving inferior species opportunities to embarrass themselves before we ignore them completely. Inferior? Demonstrably so. Your technology is primitive, your military is inadequate, your diplomatic approach is... He gestured dismissively at Jade. This... Jade nodded thoughtfully. I see. So this meeting is just for show? A formality, confirmed Lithara. Our respective governments can claim they attempted peaceful resolution before proceeding with standard territorial absorption protocols. Absorption? Your species will be integrated into existing power structures, explained Gexhun. Individual colonies will be assigned to appropriate administrative zones. Earth itself will become a protectorate under joint oversight. Interesting, Jane said. And if we refuse? Brakthul laughed, a sound like grinding metal. With what military? Your entire fleet consists of converted cargo vessels and research ships. We have 12 dreadnoughts, Jade corrected mildly. 12 ships against 3 galactic powers? The mathematics are unfavorable. Mathematics can be tricky. The Gorthak commander's patience finally snapped. He reached for the ceremonial chair beside his platform, a heavy construction of reinforced metal and synthetic materials designed to support his species' considerable mass. With a roar of frustration, he hurled it directly at the human diplomat. The chair tumbled end over end across the chamber, its trajectory aimed squarely at Jade's position. Time seemed to slow as the massive projectile spun through the air, its weight and momentum more than sufficient to crush a human skull. Jade watched it approach with mild interest. At the last possible second, she shifted slightly in her seat, reached out with one hand and caught the chair by its armrest. The motion was so casual, so effortless, that it took the assembled delegates several seconds to process what had happened. Then, without breaking eye contact with Brakthul, she rotated the cot chair and sat down in it before it could even theoretically have hit the ground. The chamber fell silent, except for the humming of the station's environmental systems. Thank you, Jade said politely. This one's much more comfortable. High Commander Brakthul stared at her, his breathing apparatus cycling rapidly. The chair he'd thrown weighed approximately 60 kilograms. The force required to stop its momentum and redirect it should have broken human bones. Yet the small woman in the center of the room had caught it, like someone might catch a thrown ball. Councillor Lythara's form flickered with uncertainty. How did you... Human reflexes, Jade explained. We're full of surprises. No Prime Gexhun's optical sensors whirred as they focused on the human. Impossible. Our biological assessments indicate human reaction times are insufficient for such a maneuver. Your assessments might need updating. Brakthul found his voice. What are you? I'm a diplomat, Jade replied, settling more comfortably into the stolen chair. Though I should probably mention, I used to work in security before this assignment. Security? Crowd control specifically. Ever tried to keep order at a sporting event with 100,000 drunk humans? Makes galactic diplomacy look peaceful. The 3 delegations exchanged glances. Something had shifted in the room's dynamic, though none of them could quite identify what. Your physical capabilities are beyond our projections, admitted Lythara. That's the thing about projections, Jade said. They're based on available data. How much data do you actually have about humans? Gexhun consulted internal databases. Extensive biological and technological surveys, detailed analysis of your colonial expansion, complete tactical assessments of your military capabilities, all gathered from long-range observation and public records. Naturally, direct contact protocols require extensive preparation. Jade nodded. Makes sense. Very thorough, very professional. She paused. Completely wrong, but very professional. The silence stretched again. High Commander Brakthul slowly returned to his platform, his posture subtly different. The casual confidence he'd displayed earlier had been replaced by something more cautious. Explain, he demanded. The data you've collected represents what we wanted you to see, Jade said simply. Public records, colonial manifests, ship registrations, all accurate, all verifiable, all completely insufficient. Councillor Lithara drifted closer, her ethereal form pulsing with interest. You're suggesting deception? I'm suggesting privacy. There's a difference between lying about your capabilities and not advertising them. What capabilities? Pressed Gexhun. Jade smiled again, but this time there was something different about the expression. Something that made 3 separate species of apex predators suddenly feel like they might not be at the top of the food chain after all. Well, she said, for starters, those 12 dreadnoughts you mentioned, that number's about 6 months out of date. The implications of that statement hit the assembled delegates like a physical blow. If humanity had been expanding their fleet while maintaining the appearance of military weakness, how many ships do you actually have? Whispered Lithara. Enough, Jade replied. But that's not really the important question. What is? Demanded Brakthul. Jade leaned forward in her appropriated chair, her expression becoming serious for the first time since the meeting began. The important question is why we sent only 1 diplomat to meet with 3 galactic powers. What kind of species sends a single representative to negotiate with civilizations that could theoretically wipe them out? The chamber fell silent as the implications sank in. 3 possibilities presented themselves, each more unsettling than the last. Either humans were incredibly arrogant, completely insane, or so confident in their position that they saw no need for backup. Given what they'd just witnessed, arrogance and insanity seemed less likely by the second. You're bluffing, Brakthul said, but his voice lacked conviction. Am I? Jade asked. Throw another chair and find out. High Commander Brakthul's hand moved instinctively toward another chair, then stopped. The gesture wasn't lost on anyone in the room, least of all Jade, who watched his internal struggle with obvious amusement. Smart choice, she said, crossing her legs in the stolen seat. Though I have to admit, I was hoping you'd try it. This chair's nice, but I've always wondered what ethereal council furniture feels like. Councillor Lithara's translucent form dimmed noticeably. You wouldn't dare. Probably not, but the day's still young. Node Prime Gexhun processed this exchange with increasing algorithmic confusion. The behavioral patterns displayed by this human fell outside all established parameters for diplomatic conduct. More concerning, they fell outside established parameters for possible human capabilities. We require clarification, Gexhun stated in their harmonic voice. Your species' documented physical limitations make the observed chair interception statistically impossible. Maybe your documentation needs work. Brakthul finally found his voice again, though it carried less certainty than before. One individual with enhanced reflexes doesn't represent an entire species. Enhanced? Jade raised an eyebrow. That's adorable. You think I'm enhanced? The temperature in the chamber seemed to drop several degrees. 3 separate species of galactic powers suddenly found themselves reassessing everything they thought they knew about human biology. Lithara spoke carefully, her ethereal form flickering with nervous energy. Are you suggesting that chair interception represents normal human capabilities? I'm suggesting you might want to recalibrate your sensors. Gexhun's optical arrays whirred frantically. Impossible. Our biological assessments are comprehensive. Human reaction times, muscle density, neural processing speed, all documented within acceptable parameters for a pre-spaceflight species. Pre-spaceflight? Jade laughed, a sound that somehow managed to be both musical and unsettling. Is that what you think we are? The 3 delegations exchanged worried glances. Pre-spaceflight classification was fundamental to their understanding of humanity's place in the galactic hierarchy. Species were categorized based on technological development, with clear distinctions between primitive, developing, and established civilizations. Your technology clearly indicates early-stage space travel, Brakthul insisted. Primitive fusion drives, basic life support systems, rudimentary weapons. Again, that's what we wanted you to see. Jade leaned forward, her expression growing more serious. Tell me something. when your respective intelligence services compiled their reports on humanity, did any of you wonder why we were so easy to study? The silence that followed was deafening. Most species, Jade continued, tend to be a bit more secretive about their capabilities, especially when unknown galactic powers start scanning their systems. But humanity? We practically gave you guided tours. Counselor Lithara's form pulsed with growing alarm. You're suggesting deliberate misdirection, and suggesting we're not idiots. Node Prime Gexun ran rapid calculations through quantum-linked databases. The implications were staggering. If humanity had been deliberately feeding false information to galactic intelligence networks, the colonies, Gexun said suddenly, your 3 colonial worlds, we've monitored their development extensively. Have you? Jade smiled. Tell me about them. New Geneva, population 2.3 million. Agricultural world, limited industrial capacity. Haven's Rest, population 800,000. Mining operation, basic refineries. Terra Nova, population 1.6 million. Research station, minimal defensive capabilities. Jade nodded approvingly. Very thorough. What about their orbital infrastructure? Braktul's confidence began returning. Minimum. Basic communication arrays, small defensive platforms, standard commercial docking facilities. And you know this how? Long-range scans, electromagnetic signatures, standard reconnaissance protocols. Ah, Jade's smile widened. And when was your last scan of these systems? The 3 delegations suddenly looked less certain. Long-range monitoring was resource-insensitive, typically conducted on schedules measured in months rather than days. Dexhun? Jade prompted gently. New Geneva, 73 standard days ago. Haven's Rest, 68 standard days. Terra Nova, 81 standard days. Interesting time frame. Jade stood up from her chair, moving with fluid grace that seemed somehow more predatory than it had moments before. Because exactly 90 standard days ago, humanity received some very interesting intelligence about galactic power structures. The chamber's environmental systems hummed louder, or perhaps the silence had just grown more oppressive. What intelligence? Demanded Lithara. That 3 major galactic powers were planning to divide human space among themselves. Jade began walking slowly around the central area, her footsteps echoing in the chamber. That they viewed humanity as a minor inconvenience to be absorbed and integrated. That they were scheduling a meeting to formalize these arrangements. High Commander Braktul's armor plates began flaring again, but this time it seemed more defensive than aggressive. How could you possibly know about classified diplomatic communications? The same way we knew you'd throw that chair, Jade replied casually. We pay attention. She stopped walking and turned to face the Gorthak delegation directly. Your species has a tell, Commander. When you're frustrated, your breathing apparatus cycles 23% faster than normal. When you're angry, your armor plates expand approximately 2.7 centimeters. And when you're about to lose your temper completely, she gestured at the space where the chair had been. Well, you know what all those animals have in common? Brakthl stared at her in horrified fascination. You've been analyzing our behavioral patterns. For months. All of you. She turned to include the other delegations. Lithara? Your ethereal form dims when you're uncertain and brightens when you're amused. The frequency shift is subtle but consistent. And Gexhun, your optical arrays focus in specific patterns when accessing different database clusters. External queries produce a distinct mechanical signature compared to internal processing. The 3 representatives sat in stunned silence, realizing they'd been under microscopic observation without ever knowing it. But that's not the really interesting part, Jade continued. The interesting part is what we did with that 90-day advance warning. She walked back to her appropriated chair and sat down, the picture of casual confidence. You see, when humanity learned that 3 galactic powers were planning to carve up our space, we had a choice. We could panic, flee deeper into unexplored territory, maybe try to hide until you forgot about us, or she paused for effect. We could get ready. Node Prime Gexun's harmonic voice carried a note of dread. Define ready. Well, for starters, those 3 colonies you've been monitoring? They've been very busy. New Geneva's agricultural operations have been supplemented with some additional infrastructure. Nothing flashy, mostly underground. Haven's Rest expanded their mining operations significantly, though you might not notice from orbit. And Terra Nova, she grinned. Terra Nova's been having a lot of fun with research and development. Councillor Lithara's form flickered rapidly. What kind of infrastructure? The kind that makes throwing chairs seem like a really bad idea. The implications hung in the air like a toxic cloud. If humanity had been using those 90 days to militarize their colonies while maintaining the facade of peaceful development, "You're bluffing," Brackthul said again. But even he didn't sound convinced. Jade reached into her jacket and withdrew a small device, no larger than a communication pad. The 3 alien delegations tensed, uncertain whether they were looking at a weapon, a recording device, or something worse. "This," Jade said, holding up the device, "is a direct communication link to Earth Command. One button connects me to the Joint Chiefs of Staff, another connects me to Colonial Administration. The third one," she pointed to a red button on the device's surface. "The third one sends a very simple message to every human military installation in this galaxy." She set the device on her chair's armrest, her finger hovering over the red button. The message is 2 words they know. The chamber fell into absolute silence. Even the station's environmental system seemed to hold their breath. "What happens," whispered Lithara, "if you press that button?" Jade's smile vanished, replaced by an expression of cold professionalism that sent chills through 3 separate species of apex predators. "Then you find out what humanity looks like when we stop being polite." She leaned back in the stolen chair, her finger still hovering over the red button, and delivered the words that would be quoted in galactic history texts for the next 1,000 years. "Here's the thing about humans. We're really good at pretending to be harmless. We smile, we negotiate, we follow protocols and respect boundaries. But underneath all that courtesy," her eyes glittered with something that might have been anticipation, "we're the species that conquered an entire planet by being too stubborn to quit and too clever to fight fair. We turned warfare into an art form, diplomacy into a weapon, and survival into a competitive sport. And when someone threatens our family, which is what those colonies are to us, we stop pretending." The silence stretched for exactly 31 seconds. Jade knew because she counted. "So here's my counter-proposal," she said finally. "Instead of absorption and integration, how about we discuss mutual cooperation? Trade agreements, maybe some technology exchange, possibly even defensive pacts. Because honestly, you really don't want to find out what Plan B looks like." High Commander Brackthul found his voice first, though it came out as barely more than a whisper. "What is Plan B?" Jade's finger moved fractionally closer to the red button. "Press this button and find out." The red button sat on the armrest like a sleeping predator, its surface gleaming under the chamber's ambient lighting. 3 galactic powers stared at it, with the kind of fascination typically reserved for unstable explosives or natural disasters in progress. Jade let the silence stretch until she could practically hear their collective thought processes grinding into overdrive. When she finally spoke, her voice carried the patient tone of someone explaining basic concepts to particularly slow children. "You know what's funny about intelligence gathering? Everyone thinks it's about stealing secrets and infiltrating networks, but sometimes the best intelligence comes from just asking nicely." She reached into her jacket again, producing a second device that looked remarkably similar to standard galactic communication equipment. The 3 delegations watched with growing unease as she activated a holographic display above the chamber's central area. "Gexun, your collective prides itself on information processing, correct? Quantum-linked databases, instantaneous data sharing across thousands of worlds?" The Hive representative's optical arrays clicked nervously. "Our information networks are comprehensive. Fascinating technology. We were particularly impressed by your public research publications on quantum entanglement applications. Very generous of you to share that knowledge with developing species." Node Prime Gexun's harmonic voice carried a note of confusion. Standard academic protocols require publication of non-classified research. Of course, academic integrity is so important. Jade's fingers danced across her device's interface. Funny thing about academic research, though, it tends to build on itself. One paper leads to another, concepts get refined, applications get developed. The holographic display flickered to life, showing what appeared to be a standard academic database search interface. Jade input a series of queries with practiced efficiency, pulling up research papers and technical specifications that made the assembled delegates increasingly uncomfortable. Turns out, when you combine collective quantum entanglement theory with ethereal council energy manipulation principles and Gorthak Empire materials science, you get some really interesting possibilities. High Commander Brakthul leaned forward, his armor plates beginning their telltale expansion. "You've been stealing our research." "Reading," Jade corrected mildly. Most of it was publicly available. Academic journals, technical conferences, cultural exchange programs. Amazing what you can learn when you actually pay attention to what people are willing to share. The holographic display shifted, now showing a complex three-dimensional schematic that incorporated design elements from all three galactic powers. The device depicted looked like nothing any of them had ever seen, yet contained recognizable components from their most advanced technologies. Counselor Lithara's ethereal form pulsed with alarm. "That configuration should be impossible. Our energy matrices aren't compatible with Gorthak alloy." "They are, if you know how to modify the resonance frequencies. Your own research from 2 years ago suggested the theoretical framework. We just filled in the gaps." Jade manipulated the holographic display, rotating the device to show internal components that definitely hadn't been derived from public research. The level of integration and sophistication visible in the design suggested years of development and testing. "But that's just theoretical work," she continued conversationally. "Building actual prototypes requires resources, manufacturing capabilities, and extensive testing. Lucky for us, those 3 colonies have been very productive." She input another series of commands, and the display shifted to show orbital schematics. But these weren't the basic commercial docking facilities the galactic powers had observed during their reconnaissance missions. The structures shown were massive, complex, and clearly military in nature. "New Geneva's agricultural operations have been quite successful," Jade said, highlighting a section of the orbital display. "Turns out, when you're feeding a rapidly expanding population, you need bigger facilities, much bigger. Of course, when you're building large orbital installations, it makes sense to include some defensive capabilities. You never know when pirates might show up." The defensive capabilities shown in the schematic looked like they could handle significantly more than pirates. Node Prime Gex Hun ran rapid calculations and arrived at conclusions that defied everything they thought they knew about human technological development. "Those weapon arrays," Gex Hun said slowly. "The power requirements alone should exceed your colony's entire energy grid." "Should," Jade agreed, "assuming we were using standard human power generation. But remember, we had access to some very interesting research on alternative energy sources." She highlighted another section of the display, showing power generation facilities that incorporated ethereal council energy manipulation principles. The theoretical output figures made all 3 delegations suddenly very nervous. "Haven's Rest has been equally productive," Jade continued, switching to a different orbital schematic. "Mining operations tend to require heavy industrial equipment, refineries, manufacturing facilities, materials processing. When you're dealing with exotic minerals and advanced alloys, you need specialized equipment that can, coincidentally, produce some very interesting materials." The manufacturing capabilities shown in the Haven's Rest schematics suggested production capacity that rivaled major galactic industrial centers. More concerning, the materials being produced included several classified alloys that were supposedly exclusive to specific galactic powers. High Commander Brakthul's breathing apparatus was cycling rapidly now, indicating extreme agitation. "How did you acquire the specifications for quantum-bonded titanium? That alloy is classified beyond your clearance level." Academic conferences are wonderful things, Jade replied, especially when you get researchers from different species talking to each other after a few drinks. Amazing what people will discuss when they think they're just sharing theoretical concepts with a primitive species. She switched the display to show Terra Nova's orbital installations, and the assembled delegates fell into stunned silence. The research station they'd observed was there, but it was dwarfed by structures that defied easy categorization. Some appeared to be laboratories on a scale that suggested industrial-level experimentation. Others looked like testing facilities capable of handling weapons that could crack planetary crusts. Terra Nova's research and development has been particularly exciting, Jade said with obvious pride. When you combine theoretical frameworks from 3 galactic powers with unlimited resources and a species known for turning theoretical concepts into practical applications, you get some remarkable results. A display zoomed in on one particular facility that made the Gorthak Empire's most advanced weapons laboratories look like children's science experiments. The scale and sophistication were beyond anything a supposedly primitive species should have been capable of building. "What is that?" whispered Councillor Lythara. "Research facility designation Alpha 9, Jade replied casually. "We call it the possibility engine. Turns out when you have access to quantum entanglement communication, you can coordinate research across multiple star systems in real time. Amazing what you can accomplish when your entire species is working on the same problems simultaneously." She manipulated the display again, showing communication networks that linked not just the 3 colonies, but dozens of other locations throughout human space. The network topology suggested coordination on a scale that none of the galactic powers had suspected was possible. "But the really impressive part," Jade continued, "isn't what we built. It's how fast we built it. 90 days from initial intelligence to full operational capability. That's got to be some kind of record." Node Prune processed this information with growing horror. 90 days to construct orbital installations of this magnitude should have been impossible for years and only waiting for the right moment to implement. See, humanity has this little quirk. We tend to prepare for worst-case scenarios. Call it paranoia, call it pragmatism, but when we detected signs of galactic civilization, we started planning. The implications hit the 3 delegations like a physical blow. If humanity had been preparing for contact with hostile galactic powers for years before first contact was even established, how long, demanded Brekthul. How long what? How long have you been planning this? Jade smiled, and for the first time since the meeting began, it was a genuinely warm expression. Ever since we detected the first signs of galactic civilization, about 15 years ago, when we picked up quantum communication signatures from the direction of collective space. The chamber fell silent except for the sound of 3 separate species, recalculating everything they thought they knew about human development. 15 years of preparation, 15 years of studying galactic powers from a distance, learning their technologies, understanding their weaknesses, and developing countermeasures. "The colonies," Lythara said suddenly, "they were never just colonies." "Oh, they're definitely colonies," Jade replied. 4 million humans living productive lives, raising families, building communities. But they're also the most heavily fortified positions in this galaxy. Each one is capable of manufacturing everything from starships to planet killers. Each one is defended by weapons systems that incorporate the best technologies from 3 galactic powers. And each one is connected to a command and control network that can coordinate responses across dozens of star systems. She stood up from her chair and walked to the chamber's central area, standing directly beneath the holographic display that showed the true scope of human military preparation. "Here's what you missed during your intelligence gathering," she said, her voice carrying a new edge of authority. "Humans don't just adapt to threats. We adapt faster than threats can evolve. You thought you were dealing with a primitive species that stumbled into space travel. What you were actually dealing with was a species that had been watching you for 15 years, learning everything about your capabilities, your tactics, your weaknesses." The display shifted one final time, showing fleet movement patterns that made all 3 galactic powers suddenly very aware of their current tactical situation. Human ships were moving into position throughout the local sector, not in the random patterns of a developing spacefaring species, but in the coordinated formations of a military power preparing for large-scale operations. "Those 12 dreadnoughts we mentioned earlier," Jade said casually. "That number was never accurate. It was the number we wanted you to think we had. The actual number is somewhat larger." "How much larger?" Gexun asked, though their harmonic voice suggested they weren't sure they wanted to know the answer. Jade smiled again, and this time there was something predatory in the expression that made 3 apex species suddenly feel like prey. "Large enough that when your respective governments start running probability analyses on potential military conflicts with humanity, they're going to reach some very uncomfortable conclusions." She walked back to her chair and sat down, her finger once again hovering over the red button. Which brings us back to my original suggestion about mutual cooperation. Because honestly, at this point, it's not just the smart choice. It's the only choice that doesn't end with everyone involved explaining to their respective populations why they started a war they can't win. The holographic display faded, leaving the chamber in relative darkness that seemed to amplify the weight of revelation hanging in the air. 3 galactic powers sat in contemplative silence, processing the complete restructuring of their understanding of human capabilities and intentions. The small device on Jade's armrest continued to gleam with patient menace, its red button waiting for a decision that would reshape interstellar politics for generations. High Commander Brakthul was the first to break the silence, his voice carrying none of its earlier bluster. "The fleet movements your displays showed. How many ships are we actually discussing?" Jade considered the question with the deliberate care of someone who understood that her next words would determine whether the next few hours involved negotiation or warfare. Enough to make this conversation academic rather than practical. "But I think you're asking the wrong question, Commander." "What should I be asking?" "You should be asking why we're still talking instead of acting." The distinction sent a chill through the chamber that had nothing to do with environmental controls. Node Prime Gexhun's optical arrays focused with mechanical precision on the human diplomat, processing implications that their quantum-linked databases were struggling to categorize. "Clarification required," Gexian stated in harmonics that carried unusual tension. "Your species possesses overwhelming tactical advantage. Standard military doctrine suggests immediate action to prevent enemy coordination. Your continued diplomatic engagement appears tactically unsound." "Does it?" Jade leaned forward, her expression becoming more serious than it had been throughout the entire meeting. "Tell me something, Gexhun. In all your collective processing power, all your historical databases and tactical simulations, what happens to galactic civilization when 4 major powers go to war simultaneously?" The question hung in the air like a toxin. Gexhun's processing arrays whirred frantically as they ran scenarios that painted increasingly grim pictures of interstellar conflict on an unprecedented scale. "Galactic infrastructure collapse within 18 months, Gexhun replied after several seconds of computation. "Supply chain disruption affecting 89% of inhabited systems, estimated civilian casualties exceeding 400 billion sentient beings across all species. And economic recovery time? Assuming cessation of hostilities within 5 standard years, minimum 200 years to restore pre-conflict productivity levels?" Jade nodded grimly. "Now you're starting to understand why we're still talking." Councillor Lithara's ethereal form pulsed with confusion, her translucent features shifting through patterns that indicated deep contemplation. "Your tactical advantage would ensure victory. Why concern yourself with post-conflict reconstruction?" "Because victory isn't the objective," Jade replied simply. "Survival is, and long-term survival requires a functioning galactic civilization, not a wasteland of dead worlds and broken economies." She stood up again, moving to the chamber's viewport that showed the surrounding starfield. Beyond the transparent aluminum, the lights of passing ships continued their eternal dance through space, each one representing thousands of lives going about their daily existence in blissful ignorance of the decisions being made in this room. "Humanity learned something important during our pre-spaceflight era," Jade said, her back to the assembled delegates. "We learned that winning a war and surviving the aftermath are 2 completely different challenges. We got very good at the first one, So good that we nearly destroyed ourselves several times over. But eventually we figured out that the real skill isn't in winning conflicts, it's in preventing them while still protecting your interests. High Commander Brakthul's armor plates shifted as he processed this philosophy, which ran counter to millennia of Gortek military doctrine. Your species developed overwhelming force capabilities in order to avoid using them. We developed overwhelming force capabilities in order to make their use unnecessary. Jade turned back to face the chamber, her expression carrying a weight that spoke to centuries of human conflict and hard-learned wisdom. It's a concept we call deterrence. When potential aggressors understand that the cost of aggression exceeds any possible benefit, they tend to choose different approaches. She walked back to her chair but remained standing, one hand resting on the device with its ominous red button. The fleet movements you detected? Those ships aren't positioning for attack, they're positioning to ensure that everyone understands the consequences of making aggression necessary. Node Prime Gexhoon processed this information through historical databases, searching for parallels in galactic conflicts. The results were unsettling. Most species that developed overwhelming military capabilities used them. The concept of building strength specifically to avoid its use was virtually unprecedented in recorded galactic history. Your strategic doctrine is unusual, Gexhoon admitted. Our strategic doctrine is effective, Jade corrected, which brings us to the current situation. 3 galactic powers are sitting in this room, each one capable of devastating human space if they choose to. We could eliminate that threat by striking first. Instead, we're offering an alternative. Counselor Lithara drifted closer, her ethereal form brightening with interest. What alternative? Partnership. The word carried weight that transformed the entire dynamic of the room. Not absorption, not integration, not protectorate status. Equal partnership between 4 galactic powers, each bringing unique strengths to collective challenges. The silence that followed was different from the stunned quiet that had characterized earlier revelations. This was the silence of civilizations contemplating possibilities that had never existed before. Equal partnership, repeated Brakthul slowly, between species with vastly different technological development levels? Different technological approaches, Jade corrected. The collective's quantum processing capabilities are beyond anything we've developed. Ethereal energy manipulation techniques open possibilities we haven't even begun to explore. Gorthak materials science has applications that could revolutionize manufacturing across the galaxy. And humans, she smiled slightly. Humans are very good at taking existing technologies and finding new ways to combine them. She activated her device again, bringing up a new holographic display that showed something entirely different from military installations and fleet movements. This display showed research facilities, manufacturing centers, and development laboratories, but they were arranged in patterns that suggested cooperation rather than conflict. This is what we've actually been building for the past 90 days, Jade announced. Not just weapons and defenses, but infrastructure for collaboration, research facilities designed to accommodate multiple species, manufacturing centers capable of producing technologies that combine the best elements from all our civilizations, communication networks that could link our respective territories in unprecedented ways. The display zoomed in on specific installations, showing laboratories where human researchers worked alongside holographic representations of collective nodes, ethereal energy specialists, and Gorthak engineers. The level of integration and cooperation depicted was staggering. "You've been planning for partnership all along?" Lithara said with something approaching wonder. "We've been planning for multiple scenarios," Jade admitted. Partnership was always the preferred outcome, but we learned long ago that hoping for the best while preparing for the worst tends to produce better results than hoping for the best while preparing for nothing. High Commander Brakthul leaned forward, his posture shifting from defensive to genuinely interested. What would such a partnership entail? Technology exchange on an unprecedented scale. The collective's quantum processing integrated with ethereal energy matrices and Gorthak materials, all coordinated through human systems integration expertise. Joint research projects addressing challenges that no single species could tackle alone. Coordinated exploration of uncharted regions that could benefit all our civilizations. The display shifted to show star charts that depicted vast regions of unexplored. Importantly, Jade continued, mutual defense agreements that and recent long-range sensor data suggests we might not be alone out here. She highlighted sections of the star chart that showed anomalous readings from Prime Gexion's harmonic voice carried a note of alarm. Unknown technological signatures, classification impossible with current database parameters. Exactly, which means that while we've been preparing to defend ourselves against each other, there might be something else out there that makes our current territorial disputes seem trivial by comparison. The implications of this revelation transformed the entire context of their meeting. If external threats existed beyond their current understanding, cooperation wasn't just preferable, it might be essential for survival. You have more detailed data on these anomalies? Demanded Brakthul. We have enough data to know that we need more data, and gathering that information safely is going to require resources and capabilities that exceed what any single species can provide. Jade manipulated the display to show proposed exploration missions that would require the combined technologies and expertise of all 4 civilizations. Joint exploration fleets, she continued, equipped with the best technologies our species can develop together. Quantum-linked communication ensuring real-time data sharing across vast distances. Energy manipulation capabilities providing power and defensive options beyond current limitations. Advanced materials providing durability and protection in unknown environments, and human coordination expertise, ensuring that everything works together effectively. The vision she painted was compelling, a future where the strengths of 4 civilizations combined to face challenges that none could address alone. But underlying the grand possibilities was the continued presence of that red button. A reminder that cooperation was being offered as an alternative to consequences none of them wanted to contemplate. Councillor Lithara spoke first, her ethereal form pulsing with patterns that indicated deep consideration. The research applications alone would advance our understanding by centuries. Energy manipulation, combined with quantum processing, could unlock fundamental principles we've never been able to explore. The materials applications are equally significant, added Brakthul. Quantum-bonded alloys enhanced with energy matrix reinforcement could produce construction materials with properties that seem almost impossible. Node Prime Gexhood's optical arrays clicked rapidly as they processed possibilities. Collective processing power enhanced with human systems integration could address computational challenges that currently require significant resource allocation. Jade nodded, watching their growing enthusiasm with carefully controlled satisfaction. And human coordination expertise means that instead of 4 separate research programs occasionally sharing results, we can have truly integrated development that advances all our civilizations simultaneously. She walked back to the viewport, looking out at the starfield where the lights of peaceful traffic continued their eternal dance. But here's the thing about partnership. It requires trust, and trust requires demonstrated commitment from all parties involved. She turned back to face the chamber, her expression becoming serious once again. Which means that if we're going to do this, everyone needs to be completely honest about their capabilities, their limitations, and their intentions. No hidden fleets, no secret weapons programs, no classified technologies that could undermine cooperative efforts. The challenge was clear, and its implications were staggering. True partnership would require a level of transparency that went against millennia of military and diplomatic doctrine for all species involved. You're asking us to reveal capabilities we've never shared with anyone, Brakthul said slowly. I'm asking you to choose between secrecy and progress, Jade replied, because you can't have both. Either we work together with complete transparency, or we remain separate and deal with whatever's waiting out there on our own. She gestured toward the star charts showing the mysterious readings from the galactic rim, and based on what we're seeing out there, dealing with it alone might not be an option for much longer. The three delegations exchanged glances that carried the weight of civilizations contemplating fundamental changes to their approach to interstellar relations. The decision they made in the next few minutes would determine whether the galaxy moved toward unprecedented cooperation or devastating conflict. There would need to be formal agreements, Lithara said finally. Protocols for technology sharing, resource allocation, command structures for joint operations. Detailed protocols, agreed Gexan. Precise definitions of responsibilities, authorities, and decision-making processes. Security arrangements, added Bragthul. Safeguards against potential misuse of shared technologies. Jade smiled, recognizing the shift from whether to cooperate to how to make cooperation work. All of that can be negotiated. The important question is whether we're negotiating as four separate powers trying to minimize risks or as four partners trying to maximize opportunities. She walked back to her chair and sat down, but this time her hand moved away from the red button entirely. The gesture was subtle but unmistakable. The threat of immediate consequences was being replaced by the promise of future possibilities. Humanity is prepared to commit to full partnership, she announced. Complete technology sharing, joint research initiatives, integrated defense planning, and coordinated exploration of unknown regions. We're willing to put our most advanced capabilities on the table in exchange for the same level of commitment from our partners. The moments stretched as three galactic powers contemplated a future that looked nothing like anything they had previously imagined. Partnership instead of dominance, cooperation instead of competition, shared strength instead of isolated vulnerability. High Commander Bragthul was the first to speak, his voice carrying a formality that indicated official decision-making. The Gortok Empire requires time to consult with our government regarding formal partnership agreements. However, he paused, then continued with something approaching respect. The Empire recognizes that the strategic situation has changed significantly from our initial assessments. Node Prime Gexun's harmonic tones carried similar gravity. The collective requires consensus processing regarding partnership protocols. However, initial analysis suggests that cooperative arrangements offer superior outcomes compared to competitive alternatives. Counselor Lithara's ethereal form brightened with what might have been anticipation. The Ethereal Council must deliberate regarding formal commitments. However, the potential for advancing our understanding through cooperative research presents compelling opportunities. Jade nodded, recognizing that she had achieved something unprecedented in galactic history. Four major powers agreeing to consider genuine partnership instead of pursuing traditional dominance hierarchies. Then let's establish preliminary protocols while your governments work out the details, she suggested. Joint working groups to address immediate cooperation opportunities, shared research initiatives to tackle the unknowns we're detecting, coordinated exploration missions to gather more data about potential external threats. She stood up once more, moving to the center of the chamber, where the holographic displays had shown both threats and possibilities. Because whatever's waiting for us out there isn't going to wait for us to finish our political deliberations. And I'd rather face unknown challenges with the combined strength of four civilizations than try to handle them with the divided attention of four competitors. The meeting that had begun with furniture being thrown in diplomatic frustration was ending with the foundation of an unprecedented alliance between species that had never imagined themselves as equals. The red button sat forgotten on the chair's armrest, its purpose fulfilled without ever needing to be pressed. In the months that followed, historians would struggle to identify the precise moment when galactic civilization shifted from a collection of competing powers to an integrated partnership. Some pointed to the technology sharing agreements that revolutionized manufacturing across dozens of systems. Others highlighted the joint exploration fleets that pushed into previously unknown regions of space. Still others focused on the research breakthroughs that emerged from combining four different approaches to understanding the universe. But those who had been present in that chamber on Harmony Point knew that the real transformation had occurred in the moment when four civilizations chose cooperation over conquest, partnership over domination, and shared strength over isolated vulnerability. The galaxy that emerged from that choice was stronger, more resilient, and better prepared for whatever challenges awaited among the stars. And in a small diplomatic facility orbiting a minor system, a simple folding chair sat as a reminder that sometimes the most important victories are the ones that prevent wars rather than winning them.
Alien girl is shocked after detecting a human ship on radar. She thought they were just a myth. Lieutenant Ariana Silverwine's golden eyes narrowed as she studied the holographic display before her. The Battle Alliance cruiser Astral Dawn vibrated beneath her feet as its overtaxed engines struggled to maintain their desperate escape velocity. Her silvery white hair fell forward as she leaned closer to the screen, trying to make sense of the anomalous reading that had just appeared. "Status report," barked High Commander Krelthor from his command chair. The veteran Centaurian's iridescent scales shimmered with tension as his four eyes tracked the pursuing Ravager fleet. His elongated cranial ridges pulsed with a deep purple hue, a clear sign of stress among his species. "Sir, enemy vessels maintaining pursuit course. 12 heavy cruisers closing fast," Ariana reported crisply. "Our engines are redlining at 118% capacity. We can't maintain this speed much longer." The Centaurian commander's secondary heart valve clicked audibly, their species equivalent of a curse. They'd been running for nearly 6 hours, ever since the Ravager fleet had ambushed them near the Krina Nebula. The Astral Dawn was a formidable vessel, but even she couldn't hope to survive against such overwhelming odds. "Keep pushing the engines," Krelthor ordered, his voice resonating with harmonics typical of his race. "Better to burn them out than let those bastards catch us." Ariana nodded grimly and returned her attention to her console. The Ravagers were ruthless invaders who had been terrorizing this sector for months. Their ships were faster, more heavily armed, and operated with a brutal efficiency that had earned them a fearsome reputation. A new contact suddenly appeared on her radar display, approaching from an unexpected vector at incredible speed. Ariana frowned and adjusted her sensors, certain there must be some malfunction. The readings made no sense. "Commander," she called out, "I'm detecting an unknown vessel on an intercept course. But sir, these readings can't be right. It's moving at nearly twice our maximum velocity." "What?" Krelthor's crystalline exoskeleton clinked as he moved to her station. "Show me." Ariana expanded the holographic display. The mysterious vessel was represented by a pulsing red dot, streaking across the tactical plot at impossible speeds. More bewildering still, the ship's energy signature didn't match anything in their database. "Run a full spectral analysis," the commander ordered, his secondary eyes focusing on the readouts. "Could it be some new Ravager design we haven't encountered before?" "Negative, sir. The power signature is completely unlike anything in our records, and the hull composition..." Ariana's voice trailed off as the computer completed its analysis. "Sir, the hull appears to be primarily composed of titanium alloys and carbon composites, but that's impossible." Krelthor's voice dropped to a whisper, all four eyes widening. "Those materials haven't been used in warship construction for centuries. Not since..." The mysterious vessel suddenly opened fire, its weapons blazing to life with devastating effect. But its target wasn't the Astral Dawn. Instead, it systematically began tearing into the pursuing Ravager fleet with terrifying precision. The bridge crew watched in stunned silence as the unknown ship's energy weapons carved through Ravager armor like tissue paper. One after another, the pursuing vessels exploded or broke apart under the assault. The few that tried to return fire found their shots harmlessly absorbed by some kind of advanced shielding technology. "By the sacred moons," Ariana whispered. "What kind of ship is that?" Commander Krelthor's scales had paled to an ashen gray. "I've seen records of vessels like that in the ancient archives of my people. That's a human warship." "Human?" Ariana's golden eyes widened in disbelief. "But that's impossible. They're just stories, myths from the old wars." "No," Krelthor said softly, his voice resonating with ancestral harmonics. "They were very real and very dangerous. Our histories tell of human battle fleets that could annihilate entire armadas. Ships that could outrun light itself. Warriors who fought with such ferocity that even the Ravagers feared them. But they vanished," Ariana protested. "Everyone knows that. They disappeared into deep space centuries ago." "Apparently not all of them. the commander replied, as they watched the last Ravager vessel attempt to retreat, only to be cut down by another precise volley. The battle, if it could even be called that, was over in minutes. Where there had been 12 Ravager warships, now there was only floating debris. The mysterious vessel hung in space before them, its dark hull gleaming in the starlight. A communication request suddenly pinged on Ariana's console. The source, the unknown ship. "Sir," she reported, "they're hailing us." Commander Krelthor's scales shifted to a formal diplomatic pattern. "Put them through." The holographic display flickered to life, revealing a sight that made Ariana's breath catch in her throat. The being on the screen was unmistakably human, but tall, powerfully built, clad in battle-worn armor, bearing faded insignias she didn't recognize. His face bore the subtle scars of countless battles, but his eyes held an intensity that sent a shiver down her spine. "This is Captain James Sterling of the Earthship Relentless," the human announced, his voice carrying an air of casual authority. "We noticed you were having some trouble with those Ravager bastards. Hope you don't mind us stepping in." The docking procedure between the Astral Dawn and the Relentless proceeded with meticulous precision. Ariana stood at attention in the airlock chamber, her heart racing beneath her perfectly pressed Battle Alliance uniform. Commander Krelthor had personally selected her as liaison officer, a decision that filled her with both pride and trepidation. "Remember, Lieutenant," the commander's harmonics resonated with unusual intensity, "humans are different from any species we know. Their customs, their ways of thinking, they operate on principles that might seem alien even to us." Ariana nodded, though her attention was partially distracted by the subtle vibrations coming through the deck plates as the two ships established their connection. "I've studied all the available historical records, sir." "Records?" Krelthor clicked his secondary heart valve in what might have been amusement. "Stories and legends, mostly. The reality of humans." He paused, his scales shifting to a thoughtful pattern. "Well, you're about to experience that firsthand." The airlock cycled with a soft hiss. Captain Sterling stepped through, his imposing frame filling the doorway. He'd removed his battle armor, revealing a dark uniform that somehow managed to look both formal and dangerous. His presence seemed to alter the very atmosphere of the room. "Captain," Krelthor greeted formally, his scales rippling in the traditional diplomatic pattern. "Welcome aboard the Astral Dawn. Allow me to introduce Lieutenant Ariana Silverwind, who will be serving as your liaison officer." Sterling's steel-gray eyes met Ariana's golden ones, and she felt an unexpected flutter in her chest. "Lieutenant," he said, his voice carrying that same casual authority she'd heard over the comm. "Looking forward to working with you." The next few hours passed in a blur of formal protocols and tactical discussions. The human captain proved to be surprisingly well-versed in Alliance procedures, though he approached them with what Ariana could only describe as controlled irreverence. "Your ship's impressive," Ariana commented as she led Sterling on a tour of the Astral Dawn. "I've never seen weapon systems like that." "The Relentless is one of a kind," Sterling replied, his lips curving into that slight smirk she was beginning to find disturbingly attractive. "Though I have to say, your engine configuration is interesting. Mind if I take a closer look?" They spent the next hour in engineering, where Sterling displayed an almost uncanny understanding of their technology. His questions were precise, his observations keen, and his occasional suggestions for improvements left the engineering crew in a state of stunned admiration. "You seem to know a lot about Alliance tech," Ariana noted as they made their way to the officers' mess. Sterling's expression turned enigmatic. "We've been watching, learning, waiting for the right moment to re-engage with the galaxy." "Why now?" "The Ravagers," he said simply. "They're becoming a threat we can't ignore anymore." Over dinner, Ariana found herself increasingly fascinated by her human companion. Sterling moved with a predatory grace that seemed at odds with his size, and his laugh, when she managed to provoke it, held a warmth that sent pleasant shivers down her spine. "So, Lieutenant," he said, leaning back in his chair, "tell me about yourself. How does a Silverii end up serving on an Alliance warship?" Ariana blinked in surprise. "You recognize my species?" "Like I said, we've been watching." His eyes held hers with an intensity that made her pulse quicken. "Your people are known for their diplomatic skills and technological aptitude, not usually warriors." "Times change," she replied, matching his gaze. "The galaxy isn't as peaceful as it used to be." No, he agreed, something darker flickering in his expression. It isn't. As the evening wore on, Ariana found herself increasingly aware of Sterling's presence. The way he moved, the subtle shifts in his expression, the occasional brush of his hand against hers as they examined tactical displays. Each contact sent sparks of electricity through her body. Later in her quarters, Ariana tried to make sense of her reactions. Sylvari were known for their emotional control, their ability to maintain professional distance. Yet something about this human stripped away those carefully constructed barriers. Her communication panel chimed. "Lieutenant?" Sterling's voice came through, carrying a note of something she couldn't quite identify. "Would you mind joining me on the Relentless? There are some tactical systems I'd like your input on." Ariana's heart skipped. "Of course, Captain. I'll be there shortly." As she made her way to the docking port, she couldn't help but wonder if tactical systems were really what Sterling wanted to discuss. The thought sent another pleasant shiver through her body. The Relentless's interior was surprisingly elegant, combining functional efficiency with an aesthetic that spoke of power and precision. Sterling was waiting for her in what appeared to be his private command center, surrounded by holographic displays showing various sector maps. "Beautiful, isn't it?" he said, though when she looked up, she found him watching her rather than the displays. "Very," she replied, suddenly very aware of how alone they were. The holographic display aboard the Relentless cast an ethereal blue glow across Sterling's command center. Ariana stood beside him, their shoulders nearly touching as they studied the tactical readouts. Intelligence reports had confirmed their worst fears. A massive Ravager fleet was gathering in the Nexus sector. "They're planning something big," Sterling mused, his fingers dancing across the holographic interface. "Look at these formation patterns." Ariana leaned closer, acutely aware of his presence. These energy signatures, they're unlike anything we've seen before. They must have developed new weapons technology. "Or very old technology," Sterling corrected, his voice dropping to a low rumble that sent pleasant vibrations through her body. "These readings are similar to what we faced during the first contact wars." His hand brushed against hers as he adjusted the display, and Ariana felt that now familiar surge of electricity course through her. Over the past week, their working relationship had developed into something more. Every briefing, every tactical planning session, every shared meal was charged with unspoken tension. "Tell me about the wars," she prompted, partly out of genuine curiosity and partly to distract herself from the heat radiating from his body. "Our historical records are incomplete," Sterling's expression darkened momentarily. "Humanity learned the hard way that the galaxy isn't always welcoming to newcomers. We fought, we adapted, we survived." His eyes met hers. "But that's ancient history now." "Is it?" Ariana challenged softly. "Your ship, your tactics, they're still feared across the galaxy. The Ravagers fled at the mere sight of you." A ghost of a smile played across his lips. "Good. Fear keeps the monsters at bay." He turned to face her fully. "Speaking of monsters, we should run a joint combat exercise. See how our ships work together." The next few hours were spent coordinating with both crews. The Relentless and Astral Dawn performed a series of complex maneuvers, their crews learning to anticipate each other's tactics. Sterling's ship moved with impossible grace, executing turns and combat patterns that defied conventional physics. "Impressive," Ariana breathed as she watched the Relentless demonstrate another seemingly impossible feat of navigation. "You haven't seen anything yet," Sterling promised, his voice carrying a hint of something that made her pulse quicken. "Care to try the helm?" Before she could respond, he was guiding her to the pilot's station. His hands settled on her shoulders, positioning her before the controls. The contact sent waves of warmth through her body. "These controls are calibrated for human reflexes," he explained, his breath warm against her ear. "But I think you'll manage." Under his guidance, Ariana began to understand the unique philosophy behind human ship design. It wasn't just about raw power or advanced technology. It was about intuition, about feeling the ship as an extension of oneself. "You're a natural," Sterling commented as she executed a particularly challenging maneuver. His approval sent a flush of pleasure through her that had nothing to do with piloting skills. Later, during the crew rotation, they found themselves alone in one of the Relentless's observation lounges. The vast expanse of space stretched before them, stars twinkling like scattered diamonds on black velvet. "Your people?" Ariana began hesitantly. Where have they been all these centuries? Sterling was silent for a long moment, preparing, watching, waiting for the right moment to return. He turned to her, his eyes intense. The galaxy's changing, Ariana. The Ravagers are just the beginning. And humanity plans to fight? We plan to win. His voice carried absolute conviction. But we'll need allies, strong ones. The implications of his words hung in the air between them. Ariana found herself moving closer, drawn by some primal force she didn't want to, resist. The Alliance would be foolish to refuse, she said softly. I'm not talking about the Alliance right now. His hand came up to brush a strand of silvery hair from her face. The contact sent shivers down her spine. The ship's communication system chose that moment to interrupt. Captain, we're detecting unusual energy signatures from the Nexus sector. Sterling didn't immediately move away. Looks like the Ravagers are making their move sooner than expected. His fingers lingered against her cheek. Ready to show them what our ships can do together? The double meaning in his words wasn't lost on her. Always, as she replied, her voice husky with promise. As they made their way back to the bridge, Ariana felt a profound shift in their relationship. The attraction between them had evolved into something deeper, more powerful. And as they prepared to face the gathering storm together, she realized that the legends about humans hadn't done them justice. They weren't just warriors or survivors. They were force of nature, passionate, intense, and utterly captivating. And James Sterling embodied everything that made his species both fascinating and dangerous. The tactical displays showed the Ravager fleet moving into attack formation. But for the first time since this crisis began, Ariana felt no fear. With Sterling beside her, with their ships working as one, she knew they were about to make history of their own. Battle stations, Sterling commanded, his voice carrying that mix of authority and excitement that made her heart race. Let's show them why humans aren't just legends anymore. The Ravager fleet emerged from hyperspace like a swarm of metallic locusts, their ships' angular profiles bristling with weapon arrays. Ariana's tactical display lit up with dozens of threat indicators, each representing a vessel that dwarfed the Astral Dawn in size and firepower. They've deployed in a Thanatos formation, Ariana reported from her station aboard the Relentless, where she'd chosen to remain for the coming battle. I've never seen them use this pattern before. Sterling's expression hardened as he studied the enemy formation. I have. During the Exodus Wars, his hand rested on the back of her chair, the casual intimacy of the gesture contrasting with the tension of the moment. They're trying to trap us in a gravitational crossfire. The Ravager ships began moving with mechanical precision, their formations spreading out like a deadly flower, blooming in the void. Energy readings spiked across Ariana's displays as their weapons charged. All hands battle stations, Sterling commanded, his voice carrying that peculiar human quality that seemed to bypass the brain and speak directly to the primitive parts of consciousness. Time to remind the galaxy why humans were feared. The Relentless surged forward, its advanced engines humming with power that seemed to defy physics itself. Beside them, the Astral Dawn moved in perfect synchronization, their earlier practice sessions paying off as the two ships executed maneuvers that looked impossible on paper. First wave incoming, Ariana announced as the Ravagers opened fire. The void lit up with energy weapons and plasma torpedoes. Sterling's response was immediate and devastating. The Relentless's weapon systems came alive, unleashing a barrage that cut through the enemy's shields like they weren't there. 3 Ravager ships exploded in rapid succession, their destruction creating gaps in the enemy formation. Now that's what I call a proper hello, Sterling grinned, the battle light in his eyes making him look more predatory than ever. Ready to show them what else we can do? Ariana felt her pulse quicken at his tone. Always. The next few minutes were a symphony of destruction as the Human Alliance joint force tore into the Ravager fleet. The Relentless moved with impossible grace, its advanced technology making it seem more like a living creature than a machine. The Astral Dawn complemented its movements perfectly, their combined firepower devastating the enemy ranks. Sir, one of Sterling's officers called out, we're detecting unusual energy signatures from the enemy flagship. Before anyone could react, a massive energy wave erupted from the Ravager vessel. expanding outward like a ripple in space itself. The Astral Dawn's shields flared as the wave hit them, but held. The Relentless, however, seemed completely unaffected. Phase shift technology, Sterling explained, noting Ariana's surprised expression. Another little trick we developed during our absence. You're full of surprises, she replied, admiring how the ambient light played across his features as he focused on the battle. You have no idea, he murmured, his voice carrying a promise that made her skin tingle, despite the chaos around them. The battle continued to rage, but it was clear the Ravagers hadn't expected this level of resistance. Their legendary formation began to break apart as more ships fell to the combined Human Alliance assault. During a brief lull in the fighting, Sterling turned to Ariana. Your people thought we were myths, he said softly. Stories to frighten children, but we were always out there, watching, waiting for the right moment to return. Why now? She asked, though part of her already knew the answer. Because the galaxy needs us again. His hand found hers in the dim light of the bridge. And because some things are worth fighting for. The moment was interrupted by a massive explosion as the Ravager flagship finally succumbed to their combined assault. The remaining enemy vessels began to retreat, their formation completely shattered. Should we pursue? Ariana asked, though she was more focused on the warmth of Sterling's hand than the fleeing enemy. Let them run, he replied. Let them tell others what they saw here today. Let them spread the word that humanity has returned. The aftermath of the battle brought a different kind of tension to the bridge. As damage reports came in and repair crews began their work, Ariana found herself increasingly aware of Sterling's presence. The way he moved, the authority in his voice as he gave orders, the occasional glances he cast in her direction, everything about him seemed designed to draw her in. Later, in his private quarters, as they discussed the battle's implications over a drink of actual Earth whiskey, Sterling finally addressed what had been building between them. You know, he said, his voice carrying that rough edge that sent shivers down her spine, humans have another reputation besides being warriors. Oh? Ariana managed, very aware of how close they were sitting. We're known for being... He paused, his eyes meeting hers with an intensity that made her breath catch. Passionate about what we want. The air between them seemed to crackle with electricity. All the tension, all the unspoken desires of the past weeks crystallized in that moment. What followed was a revelation of its own, a discovery that the legends about human passion were, if anything, understated. News of humanity's return spread through the galaxy like a shockwave. The Battle Alliance's central command was buzzing with activity as reports flooded in from every sector. Ariana watched the holographic displays from her new permanent station aboard the Relentless, where she now spent most of her time, both professionally and personally. The Centaurian High Council is requesting an immediate diplomatic summit, she reported, scanning through the incoming messages. And the Arcturus Confederation has offered military support. Sterling stood behind her, his presence both comforting and electrifying. After their night together following the battle, their relationship had evolved into something that defied conventional alliance protocols. But then again, nothing about humans ever seemed to fit within established norms. They're scared, he observed, his hand resting casually on her shoulder. Not of the Ravagers, of us. Can you blame them? Ariana turned to face him, admiring how the starlight from the viewport played across his features. You've been gone for centuries, and your first public act was to obliterate in a good. His smile held that predatory edge she'd come to adore. Fear keeps the peace better than any treaty. The ship's communications system chimed with an incoming. Lieutenant Silverwyn, he greeted formally. The Alliance Council has convened an emergency session. Your presence is requested at Central Command. Sterling's expression remained neutral, but Ariana felt the subtle tension in his body. When? Immediately, Krelthor's secondary eyes blinked rapidly, a sign of anxiety. There are concerns about humanity's intentions. After the transmission ended, Sterling turned to Ariana with a mischievous glint in his eye. Ready to make history? The journey to Central Command took several hours, even with the Relentless's advanced drive systems. They spent the time in Sterling's quarters, ostensibly preparing their report, though their proximity led to several pleasant distractions. You never told me, Ariana murmured as they laid together in the aftermath of one such distraction. Where humanity really went all those years ago. Sterling traced patterns on her bare shoulder, his touch sending shivers through her body. We didn't go anywhere. We were always here, watching, waiting, building our strength. For what? For this moment. He pulled her closer, his skin wonderfully warm against hers. The galaxy's changing, Ariana. The Ravagers are just the beginning. We knew eventually we'd need to step out of the shadows. The central command station loomed before them, a massive structure that served as the heart of Alliance operations. As they docked, Ariana felt a mixture of pride and apprehension. Their relationship wasn't exactly a secret, but facing the Council together would make it official in ways that couldn't be ignored. The Council chamber was packed with representatives from every major species in the Alliance. Ariana noticed how they all fell silent as Sterling entered, his commanding presence drawing every eye in the room. She walked beside him, her head held high, aware of the whispers that followed them. Captain James Sterling, the Council President, a venerable Andorian, announced, "You stand before us as the first officially recognized representative of humanity in over 3 centuries. And hopefully not the last," Sterling replied with that characteristic confidence that made Ariana's heart race. The session that followed was intense. Questions about humanity's whereabouts, their intentions, their technology, all delivered with varying degrees of suspicion and fear. Sterling handled each query with diplomatic skill that surprised even Ariana, though she noticed how he carefully avoided revealing too much about humanity's true capabilities. "The Ravagers are a threat to us all," he declared. "Humanity offers its strength to the Alliance, but we do so as equals, not subordinates." The Council chambers erupted in heated discussion. Ariana felt Sterling's hand find hers beneath the podium, their fingers intertwining in a gesture that felt both defiant and right. Later, during a recess, they found a moment alone in one of the station's observation lounges. The vast expanse of space stretched before them, but Ariana was more focused on how the artificial lighting highlighted the strong lines of the Sterling's face. "They're going to accept the Alliance," she said confidently. "They'd be fools not to." "They will," he agreed, pulling her close. "But that's not what I'm thinking about right now." His kiss was passionate, possessive, making her forget about politics and protocols. When they finally parted, both slightly breathless, Ariana saw something in his eyes that made her pulse quicken. "What are you thinking about?" she asked, though she already knew the answer. "About how the legends never mentioned that the most dangerous thing about humans isn't our weapons or our ships." His voice dropped to that low rumble that never failed to affect her. "It's our capacity to fall completely or irrevocably in love." The integration of human forces into the Battle Alliance proceeded with remarkable speed. Within weeks of the Council's approval, joint training exercises became commonplace, and human technology began revolutionizing Alliance military doctrine. At the center of it all were the relentless and its now famous command team, the human captain and his Silveri liaison officer. Ariana stood on the observation deck of the newly constructed Human Alliance Integration Center, watching as a fleet of mixed vessels performed intricate maneuvers against the backdrop of a crimson nebula. The sight of human and Alliance ships working in perfect harmony filled her with pride. "Quite a view, isn't it?" Sterling's voice came from behind her, followed by the warmth of his body as he wrapped his arms around her waist, though not as breathtaking as the one I'm looking at. "Smooth talker," she teased, leaning back against his chest. The diplomatic corps would be shocked to hear the legendary human captain using such cliché lines. "Only with you," he murmured against her ear, sending pleasant shivers down her spine. "Besides, I have a reputation to maintain. Can't let everyone know I'm actually capable of being romantic." Their relationship had become something of an open secret within the Alliance. While some traditionalists grumbled about species mixing, most saw them as a symbol of successful integration, living proof that humans could be more than the warriors of legend. "The Arcturus delegation arrives tomorrow," Ariana reminded him, though she was finding it hard to focus with his lips trailing down her neck. "We should review the protocols." "Already done," he interrupted, turning her to face him, "which means we have the entire evening free." The look in his eyes made her breath catch. Even after all their time together, the raw intensity of human desire still amazed her. Her people were known for their reserved nature, their careful control of emotions. But Sterling had awakened something primal in her, something that matched his own passionate nature. Their evening plans were interrupted by an urgent communication from Alliance Command. A delegation of Silveri elders had arrived unexpectedly, requesting an immediate audience with Ariana. "They're not happy about us," she sighed as they made their way to the meeting chamber. "My people have traditional views about relationships." Sterling's expression hardened slightly. "Want me to come with you?" "No," she smiled, touching his face. "This is something I need to handle alone. Besides, you have that tactical briefing with the Centaurian admirals." The meeting was exactly as uncomfortable as she'd expected. The elders spoke of tradition, of maintaining racial purity, of her duty to her people. But as Ariana listened to their arguments, she felt only certainty in her choices. "With all respect, honored ones," she finally interrupted, "humans aren't the savages of legend. They're passionate, yes, but also capable of depths of emotion our people have forgotten. James Sterling has shown me that." "You speak of emotion," the eldest said disapprovingly, "when you should speak of duty." "My duty is to the Alliance," Ariana replied firmly, "and humanity's return makes us stronger. My relationship with Captain Sterling proves that our species can work together, can understand each other on the deepest levels." Later, she found Sterling in his quarters aboard the Relentless, poring over tactical displays. He looked up as she entered, his expression softening immediately. "How did it go?" Instead of answering, she crossed the room and kissed him with an intensity that surprised them both. When they finally parted, she saw the question in his eyes. "They wanted me to choose between you and my people's traditions," she explained. "It wasn't even a choice." His response was to pull her close, his touch conveying everything words couldn't. They spent the night proving that love transcended species, that passion knew no boundaries of race or tradition. The next morning, as they prepared to receive the Arcturus delegation, Ariana caught sight of their reflection in the viewport, the human captain and his silvery partner, standing together as equals. She remembered how she'd once thought humans were myths, dangerous legends to frighten children. "What are you thinking about?" Sterling asked, adjusting his formal uniform. "About how wrong the legends were," she replied. "They painted humans as fearsome warriors, unstoppable in battle, but they never mentioned your capacity for love, for changing the universe not just through force, but through understanding." He smiled that special smile that was only for her. "Maybe that's the real reason we stayed hidden so long. We were waiting for the right moment, the right people to show our true nature too." The day's ceremonies went perfectly. The Arcturus representatives were suitably impressed by the Joint Fleet demonstrations, and the formal dinner that followed was a model of interspecies cooperation. But through it all, Ariana found her attention drawn to Sterling, to the way he moved, the authority in his voice, the occasional heated glances they exchanged. That night, as they lay together in the afterglow of passion, Ariana realized something profound. The legends had been right about one thing. Humans were indeed capable of changing the galaxy. But they did it not just through their superior technology or combat skills, but through their ability to love without boundaries, to embrace differences, to see beauty in the unknown. "You're thinking too hard," Sterling murmured, pulling her closer. "Just realizing that some myths are better than reality," she replied. "But some realities are better than any myth." The announcement of Sterling and Ariana's formal union ceremony sent ripples through both human and alliance societies. It would be the first officially recognized partnership between a human and a Silverii, marking a new chapter in galactic relations. The Relentless had been chosen as the venue, a decision that raised eyebrows among traditionalists, but felt perfectly right to the couple. Ariana stood in her quarters aboard the ship, examining her reflection in the mirror. She wore a stunning combination of traditional Silveri ceremonial robes and human military formal wear, the fusion of styles symbolic of their groundbreaking union. "Having second thoughts?" Commander Krelthor asked from the doorway, his scales showing a pattern of paternal concern. "Not even for a moment," she replied, adjusting the ceremonial sash. "Though I admit, I'm curious about the human tradition James mentioned, and something about carrying me across a threshold." The commander's scales shifted to amusement. "Humans have always had interesting customs. Speaking of which, the human delegation has arrived, including some very high-ranking officials who were supposedly hidden all these years." The arrival of the human leadership had caused quite a stir. Their ships had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, emerging from what they called dark space. regions of the galaxy that had been considered uninhabitable. Each vessel was more impressive than the last, showcasing technology that made even their advanced Alliance counterparts seem primitive. A knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. "Enter," she called, expecting another well-wisher. Instead, a tall human woman in an elaborate uniform stepped in. Her presence commanded immediate attention, and Ariana recognized her from the briefings. Admiral Sarah Chadwick, one of humanity's highest-ranking officers. "Lieutenant Silverwind," the Admiral greeted warmly. "Or should I say the future Mrs. Sterling?" "Just Ariana, please," she replied, noting how the Admiral's eyes held the same intensity she'd come to love in James. "I wanted to speak with you privately," Chadwick said, dismissing Krelthor with a polite nod. "About what it means to be part of the human family." What followed was a fascinating discussion about human culture, their time in hiding, and their hopes for the future. Chadwick spoke of how humanity had used their isolation to advance not just technologically, but culturally and philosophically. "We needed to evolve beyond our warrior nature," the Admiral explained, "to become something more than the legends painted us to be." James was one of the first to truly understand this. It's why he was chosen for first contact. "Chosen?" Ariana asked, intrigued. Chadwick smiled mysteriously. "We'd been watching the Alliance for decades, waiting for the right moment, the right people. When we saw you that first day, tracking our ship despite our best stealth technology, we knew we'd found something special." The implications of this revelation stunned Ariana. "You mean nothing about your first meeting was accidental," Chadwick confirmed, though I don't think anyone anticipated quite how special that meeting would become. Later, as she prepared to walk down the aisle they'd created in the Relentless's main hangar, Ariana reflected on how far they'd come, from believing humans were myths to becoming living proof of their capacity for love and integration. Sterling waited at the end of the aisle, wearing a dress uniform that combined human military tradition with Silvarii ceremonial elements. His expression when he saw her made her heart race just as it had that first day on the bridge. The ceremony itself was a beautiful blend of both cultures. Traditional Silvarii, light-binding rituals merged seamlessly with human vows of devotion. When Sterling kissed her, the assembled crowd, human and alien alike, erupted in cheers. The celebration that followed was equally groundbreaking. Human officers danced with Alliance diplomats, sharing stories and customs. Ariana watched as centuries of separation began to melt away, replaced by genuine curiosity and warmth. "Happy?" Sterling asked, pulling her close as they swayed to a mixture of human and Silvari music. "More than I ever thought possible," she replied, resting her head against his chest. "Though I'm still processing what Admiral Chadwick told me about our first meeting," he chuckled, the sound rumbling pleasantly against her ear. "I was supposed to maintain professional distance, observe and report. Instead, you fell in love with the alien who spotted your supposedly undetectable ship." "Best failure of my career," he murmured, capturing her lips in a kiss that promised much more to come. The reception continued late into the night, but eventually they made their way to their newly combined quarters. Sterling had insisted on carrying her across the threshold, a human tradition he refused to skip. "Welcome home," he whispered, setting her down in their shared space, which perfectly reflected their merged lives, human efficiency meeting Silvari aesthetics. What followed was a night that proved once again that human passion and Silvari grace created something magical when combined. 6 months after their historic union, Sterling and Ariana found themselves at the forefront of a cultural revolution. The Integration Academy they'd established aboard the Relentless had become a beacon for human-alien cooperation, attracting couples and individuals from across the galaxy who sought to bridge the divide between species. Ariana stood at the helm of the newly upgraded bridge, monitoring the latest batch of mixed-species training exercises. The modifications they'd made allowed for seamless operation by both human and the alien crew members, a testament to their successful integration efforts. "The Centaurian human team is showing remarkable improvement," she noted as Sterling approached, his presence still sending pleasant shivers down her spine even after all this time. "They're not the only one," he replied, sliding an arm around her waist. "Have you seen the latest statistics? Human-alien partnerships have increased by 300% since our ceremony." The bridge crew, a mix of various species working alongside humans, pointedly pretended not to notice their commander's display of affection. Such scenes had become commonplace aboard the Relentless, where traditional protocols had given way to a more relaxed, yet highly efficient atmosphere. Admiral Chadwick's report just came in, Sterling continued, his voice dropping to a more private tone. The Council has approved our proposal for the Joint Species Command Academy. Ariana's golden eyes lit up with excitement. This project had been their dream, a facility dedicated to training mixed species command teams, building on the success of their own partnership. When do we start? Immediately, he grinned, pulling up a holographic display. They're giving us the Arcturus station as a base of operations, full autonomy, direct council backing, and, he paused for effect, quarters with a view of the nebula. Their shared quarters aboard the Relentless had become something of a legend, a perfect blend of human practicality and Silverai aesthetics. The prospect of designing a new space together made Ariana's heart race with anticipation. Later that evening, as they prepared for a diplomatic reception celebrating the Academy's approval, Ariana watched Sterling dressed in his formal uniform. The sight of him still affected her as strongly as it had that first day. "You're staring," he observed with that knowing smirk that never failed to quicken her pulse. "Just admiring the view," she replied, adjusting her own uniform, a unique design that combined Alliance formal wear with human military elements. "Though I'm looking forward to getting you out of that uniform later." His eyes darkened with promise. "Careful, Lieutenant. We have a reception to attend first." The diplomatic gathering was held in the Relentless's newly constructed observation lounge, where the stars seemed close enough to touch through the vast windows. Representatives from dozens of species mingled with human officials, their interactions marked by genuine warmth rather than mere political courtesy. "Look at them," Ariana murmured to Sterling, as they watched a human officer teaching a group of alien diplomats an Earth dance. A year ago, humans were considered myths. Now they're leading dance lessons. "We've come a long way from you spotting us on radar," he agreed, pulling her closer. "Though I still maintain that was impossible. Our stealth systems were perfect." Clearly not perfect enough, she teased, enjoying the mock outrage on his face. Their playful banter was interrupted by the arrival of a young Andorian human couple, clearly nervous about approaching the famous pair. "Captain Lieutenant," the human male began, "we wanted to thank you. Your example, it gave us courage to follow our hearts." Ariana felt Sterling's pride and joy matching her own as they spoke with the couple, sharing their experiences and offering guidance. More such conversations followed throughout the evening, each one reinforcing the importance of their pioneering role. As their reception wound down, they found themselves alone in their favorite spot, a quiet corner of the observation lounge with a spectacular view of the galaxy. "Sometimes I still can't believe how much has changed," Ariana said softly, leaning back against Sterling's chest. "From thinking humans were just stories to this." "Having second thoughts?" he asked, though his tone was playful. She turned in his arms, meeting his gaze with intensity. "Never, though I am thinking about testing out our new quarters at the Academy." His response was to pull her into a kiss that made her forget about diplomatic protocols and public settings. When they finally parted, both slightly breathless, the look in his eyes promised much more to come. "What do you say we skip the rest of this reception?" he suggested, his voice carrying that rough edge that never failed to affect her. Their departure caused knowing smiles among the remaining guests. The passion between the human captain and his silvery partner had become as legendary as their professional achievements. In their quarters, as clothing gave way to more intimate activities, Ariana marveled at how their relationship continued to evolve and deepen. Each touch, each moment together seemed to forge stronger bonds between them. "I love you," Sterling murmured against her skin, his words carrying the weight of absolute truth. "My impossible radar, defeating alien." "I love you too," she replied, losing herself in his embrace. "My mythical human warrior." 5 years after that fateful radar detection that changed the galaxy forever, Ariana stood at the graduation ceremony of the Joint Species Command Academy's first class. The massive amphitheater of Arcturus Station buzzed with excitement as representatives from over 30 species gathered to witness this historic moment. Sterling, now Admiral Sterling, stood beside her on the elevated platform, his presence still sending thrills through her body after all these years. His hand found hers as they watched the mixed species crews file in, each wearing uniforms that combined elements of their respective cultures with the new unified fleet design. "Remember when you thought humans were just myths?" he whispered, his breath warm against her ear. "Remember when you thought your stealth systems were perfect?" she countered, earning that familiar smirk that still made her heart race. The ceremony marked more than just the graduation of new officers. It represented the culmination of their shared vision, a truly integrated galactic society where species boundaries had become meaningless in the face of shared purpose and understanding. Admiral Chadwick approached the podium, her presence commanding immediate attention. 5 years ago, a Silvari lieutenant spotted an impossible ship on her radar. Today, we celebrate not just the graduation of our first Joint Command class, but the birth of a new era in galactic history. Ariana felt Sterling's pride matching her own as they watched their students receive their commissions. Each graduate represented countless hours of work, challenges overcome, and barriers broken. More than that, many of them had found love across species lines, following the path that Ariana and Sterling had pioneered. After the ceremony, they retreated to their private quarters in the station's executive wing. The space had evolved over the years, becoming a perfect reflection of their merged lives. Human military efficiency blended seamlessly with Silvari artistic elements, creating something entirely new and uniquely theirs. "Have you told them yet?" Sterling asked, pulling her close as they stood before the panoramic window overlooking the nebula. "Not yet," she replied, placing his hand over her slightly rounded belly. "Though I think Admiral Chadwick suspects, she keeps giving me these knowing looks." The prospect of their child, the first human Silvari hybrid in recorded history, had initially caused concern among medical experts. But human genetic engineering combined with Silvari biological adaptation had made the impossible possible once again. "She'll be beautiful," Sterling murmured, his touch sending waves of warmth through her body, "just like her mother." "And stubborn like her father," Ariana added with a laugh. "The medical team is already amazed by her development. They say she's showing characteristics of both species in perfect harmony." Their moment was interrupted by a priority communication from Fleet Command. A new species had made contact, requesting to join the integration initiative. More significantly, they mentioned being inspired by the legends of the human Silvari Union. "We've become myths ourselves," Ariana realized with amazement. "Better than the old myths," Sterling replied, pulling her into a kiss that still held all the passion of their first embrace. "Our story is real." Later that night, as they lay together in the afterglow of their love, Ariana reflected on how far they'd come. From that first shocking moment when she detected his ship, through all their adventure and challenges, to this moment of perfect contentment. "What are you thinking about?" Sterling asked, tracing patterns on her bare shoulder. "About how some myths become reality," she replied, snuggling closer, "and how reality can be better than any myth." The next morning, they stood together on the observation deck, watching as the first ships of the new species arrived. Their crews would join the next class at the Academy, adding their unique perspectives and abilities to the growing tapestry of integrated galactic society. "Ready for the next chapter?" Sterling asked, his arm around her waist. "With you?" "Always," she replied, her golden eyes meeting his with all the love and passion that had started with a simple radar detection. As they prepared to welcome the newcomers, Ariana thought about how their story would be told in years to come. How future generations would speak of the human captain and the Silvari lieutenant who proved that love knows no boundaries. Not even those between species. The legends of humanity's return would forever be intertwined with their love story, proving that the greatest myths are those that lead to even greater realities. And as their child grew within her, representing the physical embodiment of their union, Ariana knew that their legacy would continue to shape the galaxy for generations to come. "I love you," she whispered, feeling his arms tighten around her. "I love you too," he replied, his voice carrying that same intensity that had first captured her heart. "My myth-breaking, radar-detecting miracle." Together, they faced the future they had helped create, a future where myths became reality, where love transcended species, and where their story would inspire countless others to follow their hearts across the stars.
The Galactic Patrol ship Vigilant Spear sliced through the inky void of space, its scanners sweeping the neutral trade lanes for anomalies. Lieutenant Carrick, a junior officer eager to prove himself, studied the latest data with narrowed eyes. Amid the usual clutter of merchant beacons and debris, one reading stood out. A small, unregistered craft drifting near a mining station's debris field. Unidentified vessel detected, Carrick announced, his voice sharp. No transponder code, minimal power output. Captain Therax strode onto the bridge, his crimson uniform immaculate, exuding the air of authority that came naturally to a rising star in the Galactic Empire. "Bring it in," he ordered, glancing at the display. Likely another smuggler. Let's remind them why neutrality isn't a shield from Imperial law. Minutes later, the Vigilant Spear's tractor beam locked onto the derelict ship, dragging it into the hangar bay. Armed guards surrounded the vessel as its hatch hissed open. From the shadows emerged a man, tall, broad-shouldered, with dark, piercing eyes and a face etched with quiet defiance. He carried no visible weapon, but his very presence radiated danger. "Step forward, human," barked a guard, leveling his blaster. The man obeyed without a word, his movements deliberate, unhurried. Captain Therax observed him from the observation deck, noting the stranger's unsettling calm. "What's your name?" Therax's voice crackled over the intercom. "Does it matter?" The man replied, his tone measured. "It will when I record your execution," Therax retorted. "Take him to the brig." The guards encircled the man, shackling his wrists and escorting him through the sterile corridors of the Imperial ship. He offered no resistance, his eyes scanning the surroundings with methodical precision. Every door, every guard rotation, every surveillance node was silently cataloged. The brig was a cold, featureless cell, illuminated by a harsh overhead light. As the door sealed behind him, the man sat on the lone bench, his expression unreadable. In the command center, Therax turned to Carrick. "Run a full scan. I want to know who we're dealing with." Carrick hesitated, then spoke. "Sir, the ship's logs were wiped clean, and his biometrics don't match any records in the database." Therax frowned. "A ghost, then?" "No one operates in these sectors without a reason. Double the guard detail." Back in his cell, Nathan Steele, former Navy SEAL and one of Earth's most lethal operatives, leaned back against the cold wall, his mind racing. The mission had been straightforward. Infiltrate an Imperial facility, sabotage its reactor, and extract before detection. But an unforeseen skirmish had left his team scattered, their transport compromised. Now he was alone, deep within enemy territory. His training kept him calm. Panic was the enemy, and observation was his weapon. He studied the energy field enclosing his cell and noted its faint hum, a sign of minor instability. The guard stationed outside seemed lax, chatting about rotations and upcoming leave. Hours passed, and Nathan remained motionless, conserving energy. A pair of guards approached his cell, their armored boots clanking against the polished floor. "Captain wants another look at him," one said, deactivating the field. Nathan stood, his size imposing even in stillness. The guards flanked him as they escorted him to an interrogation chamber. Inside, Captain Therax awaited, flanked by two officers. "Sit," Therax ordered, gesturing to a chair bolted to the floor. Nathan complied, his gaze steady. "Who are you?" Therax demanded. "Just a man trying to survive," Nathan replied evenly. "You expect me to believe that?" Therax sneered. "You're no merchant, no drifter. That much is clear. What were you doing near Imperial space?" Nathan remained silent, his expression betraying nothing. Therax's patience frayed. "You misunderstand your situation. This isn't a negotiation. Speak, or I'll ensure your stay here is unforgettable." Nathan leaned forward slightly, his voice low. "You think you hold the leash, Captain, but you have no idea what's inside the cage." The room fell silent, the weight of his words unsettling even the hardened officers. Therax scowled, waving a hand. "Take him back. We'll see how long his bravado lasts." As Nathan was led away, Therax watched him go, unease gnawing at the edges of his confidence. There was something about this human, something dangerous, something more than the Empire had accounted for. Back in his cell, Nathan allowed himself a faint smile. The Empire had made its first mistake. They underestimated him. The transport shuttle descended through the atmosphere of Zion Prime, the Galactic Empire's central detention facility. The sprawling prison complex, built into a jagged mountainside, loomed like a fortress of despair, its walls bristling with defensive turrets and patrolled by squads of droids. Nathan Steele sat shackled among other prisoners, his expression impassive as the shuttle jolted on approach. Zion Prime muttered a grizzled alien to his left, his scales dull with age. "No one leaves this place whole." Nathan didn't respond, his mind already calculating. Each guard's movement, the layout of the shuttle's interior, even the flickering lights of the restraint mechanisms. Everything was potential leverage. The shuttle landed with a metallic groan, and the prisoners were herded out like livestock. Nathan's size and human features drew sneers from some of the more aggressive inmates, while the guards prodded him along with an air of disdain. "Move it, human," one barked, shoving him forward with a baton. Nathan complied without a word, his face a mask of indifference. Inside, the prison was a labyrinth of steel corridors, glowing energy barriers, and the faint, constant hum of machinery. He was led to a cell block housing a volatile mix of alien criminals, smugglers, mercenaries, and insurgents. The kind of place where survival depended on dominance or alliances. The guard shoved him into a small cell with a narrow cot and a single dim light. The door sealed behind him, leaving him alone with his thoughts. Nathan's calm exterior masked the storm within. He had studied the guards' behavior, noting their overconfidence. He had memorized the location of security cameras and listened for subtle differences in the energy barrier's hum, a potential indicator of structural weaknesses. That evening, he was released into the communal area, a cavernous space filled with prisoners of various species. The air was thick with hostility, the tension palpable. Nathan moved with deliberate slowness, his every step calculated to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. But some conflicts couldn't be avoided. A towering Braccarin, its leathery skin scarred from countless battles, blocked Nathan's path. Behind him, a group of similarly brutish aliens watched, their laughter guttural and mocking. "You're in my seat," the Braccarin growled, pointing to a bench Nathan hadn't even approached. Nathan stopped, his gaze flicking to the aliens' companions. He didn't need to be a mind reader to understand their intent. Intimidation, followed by violence. "I wasn't aware seats were assigned," Nathan replied evenly. The Braccarin's lip curled in a snarl. "You'll learn fast, human, or you won't survive long enough to care." The alien lunged, its massive hand swinging toward Nathan's throat. In a blur of movement, Nathan sidestepped, his hand shooting up to twist the alien's wrist with precise force. A sickening crack echoed through the room, followed by the Braccarin's howl of pain. Before the alien could recover, Nathan drove an elbow into its ribs, dropping it to its knees. He stepped back, his expression unreadable, as the room fell silent. The Braccarin's companions froze, their bravado evaporating. They exchanged uneasy glances before retreating, dragging their injured leader away. Nathan turned and walked to a corner of the room, seating himself with an air of calm detachment. The other prisoners stared, a mixture of fear and respect glinting in their eyes. From a high balcony, a pair of guards watched the scene unfold. "Did you see that?" one muttered, his voice tinged with disbelief. "Yeah," the other replied, his tone wary. "We got a live one." The incident didn't go unnoticed by the prison's warden, an older Zeltherin named Varric. Reviewing the security footage, he stroked his tendrils thoughtfully. "Humans are typically fragile," Varric murmured, his voice rasping. "But this one, he's different," informed Captain Therax. Back in his cell, Nathan sat on the edge of his cot, replaying the encounter in his mind. The altercation had revealed key dynamics among the prisoners, who held power, who avoided conflict, and who might prove useful. It also served another purpose, establishing his place in the pecking order. Still, he knew he had drawn attention. That was unavoidable. The Empire wouldn't ignore the fact that a lone human had bested one of its most brutal inmates with ease. As the lights dimmed for the simulated night cycle, Nathan allowed himself a moment of reflection. Every move he made served a larger purpose, each step another piece of the puzzle. The Empire thought it had captured an ordinary human, but they had no idea of the storm they had brought into their midst. Far from feeling trapped, Nathan felt the familiar thrill of anticipation. Xiron Prime was not his prison. It was his battlefield. The hum of the energy barrier outside his cell served as a constant reminder. The Empire's overconfidence would be their undoing. And Nathan Steele? He was just getting started. The dimly lit corridors of Xiron Prime buzzed with tension. Word of the humans' swift and brutal takedown of the Brackeran had spread like wildfire. Inmates whispered about the new arrival, some in fear, others with curiosity. The guards watched Nathan Steele with suspicion, their movements sharper, their grips on their weapons tighter. Nathan felt the shift, but gave no indication he noticed. Every look, every hushed word, every change in routine was another data point, another piece of the puzzle. He moved through the prison like a shadow, unassuming yet ever watchful, his every action deliberate. The Empire, however, wasn't content to let him linger untested. Captain Therax had taken a particular interest in the human and ordered his transfer to the maximum security wing, a brutal sector where discipline was maintained through violence and fear. Nathan was escorted into the new wing under heavy guard, the metallic clang of his boots against the floor echoing through the oppressive silence. The air was heavier here, thick with the unspoken rules of survival. Every prisoner's eyes followed him, their expressions ranging from predatory to calculating. In the corner of the communal yard, a hulking Zorkathian inmate named Gorith observed Nathan with cold interest. Known for his savage domination of the sector, Gorith had broken more rivals than anyone could count. The sight of the calm, unassuming human piqued his curiosity and his disdain. "Fresh meat," Gorith growled, his voice carrying across the yard. "I've heard stories about you, human. Let's see if you're as dangerous as they say." Nathan didn't respond, his focus fixed on the yard's layout. He noted the guard positions, the automated turret placements, the blind spots in the surveillance system. Gorith stood, his massive frame casting a shadow over Nathan. "Ignoring me? That's a mistake." The Zorkathian lunged, his fists swinging with the force of a wrecking ball. Nathan moved like water, sidestepping the blow and driving an open palm into Gorith's exposed ribcage. The strike was surgical, designed to incapacitate rather than kill. Gorith staggered, his breath hitching, but Nathan gave him no time to recover. In a blur, Nathan swept Gorith's legs from under him and pinned him to the ground, his forearm pressing against the Zorkathian's thick neck. "You've made your point," Gorith rasped, choking on his words. Nathan released him and stood, his expression calm, almost detached. "I'm not here for you," he said, his voice low but carrying weight. The yard was silent. Nathan's display had been precise and unrelenting, a message to anyone watching. He wasn't prey. He was a storm that left ruin in its wake. From a control room overlooking the yard, Captain Therax observed the scene with a mix of frustration and unease. "He's not just dangerous," Therax muttered to Warden Varric, who stood beside him. "He's disciplined, calculated. That makes him a threat." Varric nodded, his tendrils twitching thoughtfully. "He's more than he appears, Captain. If he's an operative, he could jeopardize more than just this facility. Shall I authorize enhanced interrogation?" Therax shook his head. "No. Let's see how he handles real pressure. Release the Rylock squad into his sector during the next cycle. If he survives, we'll know exactly what we're dealing with." Nathan returned to his cell that night, his body relaxed but his mind sharp. He could feel the weight of the Empire's attention pressing down on him, but it didn't concern him. This was the dance he was trained for, a game of survival and dominance where one wrong step meant death. The next day, the storm came. During the scheduled work shift in the facility's industrial sector, alarms blared and the gates slammed shut. The Rylock squad, elite cybernetically enhanced enforcers, marched into the area. Their mission was clear: eliminate the human. Nathan moved instinctively, using the machinery and shadows for cover. The Rylocks were relentless, their augmented senses scanning for movement. A burst of plasma fire lit up the sector as Nathan darted between conveyor belts and storage crates, his mind racing. He found what he was looking for: an exposed maintenance hatch leading to the sector's coolant system. Timing his movements with precision, he lured the Rylox into a trap. As the first enforcer approached, Nathan emerged from the shadows, his hands gripping a metal rod scavenged from the machinery. The strike was brutal, disabling the Rylox sensor array and toppling it with a single blow. The others charged, their weapons firing, but Nathan was already moving. He exploited their rigidity, their reliance on technology, striking where their augmentations left them vulnerable. One by one, they fell, their mechanical whirs fading into silence. By the time the alarm ceased, Nathan stood alone, breathing heavily but victorious. Around him, the wreckage of the Rylox squad was strewn like discarded toys. From the control room, Therax slammed his fist onto the console. "Enough games," he growled. "Prepare the extraction teams. I want him broken." Nathan, wiping sweat from his brow, glanced up at the security cameras. He knew they were watching, but that was the point. Let them see. Let them fear. Zyron Prime wasn't a prison. It was his proving ground. And Nathan Steele wasn't here to survive. He was here to win. The walls of Zyron Prime trembled with distant explosions as Nathan Steele initiated his final plan. The facility's alarm system blared, its shrill cries blending with the shouts of panicked guards and prisoners alike. Smoke filled the corridors, the acrid tang of burning circuitry and molten metal choking the air. Nathan moved like a predator, his every step purposeful, his every action precise. The ambush on the Rylox squad had given him what he needed: weapons, equipment, and, most importantly, leverage. Their augmented systems contained data on the prison's infrastructure, including access codes and blueprints. With that knowledge, Nathan had turned the Empire's tools against them. In the command center, Captain Therax barked orders, his composure cracking under the weight of the chaos unfolding around him. "Seal the maximum security wing. Deploy every available unit." Warden Varick glanced at the monitors, his tendrils twitching in agitation. "He's targeting the power core. If he reaches it, I know what happens." Therax snapped. "Stop him." Nathan's path to the core was a gauntlet of resistance. Guards armed with blasters formed blockades, but their tactics were no match for his training. He moved through them like a ghost, his borrowed plasma rifle cutting down opposition with ruthless efficiency. In one hallway, a squad of droids advanced, their mechanical voices droning commands to surrender. Nathan rolled a stolen thermal charge into their midst, the explosion reducing them to sparking debris. Reaching the power core, Nathan encountered his final obstacle, a heavily fortified door flanked by automated turrets. He crouched behind cover, his mind racing. The codes he had extracted from the Rylock data would deactivate the turrets, but only if he reached the control panel on the opposite wall. He exhaled, steadying himself. Timing was everything. With a burst of speed, Nathan sprinted across the open space, dodging a hail of energy bolts. The heat singed his skin, but he didn't falter. Sliding into position, he keyed in the sequence. The turrets powered down with a low whine, their menacing barrels drooping inertly. The door hissed open, revealing the facility's main reactor. The chamber was a cavernous expanse of machinery, its pulsating core glowing with a faint blue light. Nathan stepped inside, his boots echoing against the grated floor. Behind him, Captain Therax entered, flanked by a squad of elite guards. His face was a mask of fury. "You've made it this far, human," Therax sneered, leveling a blaster at Nathan. "Impressive, but this ends now." Nathan turned slowly, his weapon lowered but his stance poised. "You've already lost," he said, his voice calm. "The only question is how much more you'll sacrifice before you accept it." Therax snarled. "You're outnumbered and outgunned. Drop your weapon and surrender, or I'll..." The room shuddered violently as another explosion rippled through the facility. Nathan's expression didn't change. "That was your external shielding," he said. "In about 5 minutes, this entire complex will collapse. If I were you, I'd focus less on me and more on finding a way out." Therax hesitated, the realization dawning on him. His anger boiled over, and he fired. Nathan moved instinctively, dodging the blast and returning fire. The reactor chamber erupted into chaos as blaster bolts ricocheted off the walls. Nathan's training and resourcefulness gave him the edge. The guards fell one by one, their precision no match for his relentless tactics. Therax, wounded but alive, staggered back toward the control console. He typed furiously, attempting to override the reactor's meltdown. "You think you can stop this?" Nathan asked, advancing slowly. Therax spun to face him, his blaster shaking in his hand. "I'll kill you, human. You're nothing but a primitive savage." Nathan's expression hardened. "I'm the consequence of your arrogance." In one fluid motion, he disarmed Therax and drove him to the ground. The captain struggled, but Nathan's strength and precision were overwhelming. "You won't survive this," Therax gasped. Nathan leaned in close, his voice a cold whisper. Survival was never the goal. He left Therax incapacitated and turned his attention to the reactor. With swift movements, he placed the remaining thermal charges at critical junctions. As he set the final timer, he activated a beacon on his wrist, a distress signal to his extraction team, who had been waiting for the right moment to breach the facility's perimeter. The reactor's hum grew louder, the countdown ticking toward critical mass. Nathan sprinted through the corridors, avoiding collapsing ceilings and bursts of flame. The prisoners, emboldened by the chaos, had overrun much of the remaining resistance, their cries of freedom echoing through the halls. Reaching the surface, Nathan emerged into the cold night air. A sleek, cloaked shuttle descended, its hatch opening to reveal a familiar face. Commander Hayes, his old handler. "Cutting it close, Steel," Hayes said, smirking. Nathan climbed aboard, breathing heavily. Just like old times, as the shuttle lifted off, the facility erupted in a blinding explosion, the shockwave rattling the craft. Nathan watched in silence as Zyron Prime crumbled into the mountainside, a smoldering ruin of Imperial hubris. For a moment, he allowed himself to feel the weight of the mission's success. The Empire had learned a costly lesson. Underestimating humanity, especially a Navy SEAL, was a mistake they wouldn't forget. But there was no time for celebration. This was just one battle in a much larger war. Nathan Steele wasn't just fighting for survival. He was fighting to remind the galaxy that humanity would not be broken.
The day the skies darkened over Earth began like any other. Blue skies turned to black as massive ships appeared in orbit, their hulls gleaming like polished obsidian against the void of space. Earth's military forces went on high alert, but their weapons seemed tiny compared to the giants that now loomed overhead. Captain James Walker stared at the main screen of Earth's United Defense Command Center. His weathered face showed no fear, only intense focus. Beside him, Commander Lisa Reed analyzed incoming data, her sharp eyes catching details others missed. "Sir, we're receiving a transmission from the lead vessel," said the communications officer, his voice steady despite the tension filling the room. Walker nodded. "Put it through." The screen flickered, revealing a humanoid figure with pale blue skin and 3 pairs of eyes arranged vertically. When it spoke, its voice was deep and melodic, yet carried an unmistakable tone of superiority. "People of Earth, I am Admiral Vorks of the Galactic Council. Your world has been monitored for some time, and it has been determined that you have reached sufficient technological advancement to be formally acknowledged. The Council requires your world to join as a protected species under our guidance." Walker stepped forward. "This is Captain James Walker of Earth's United Defense Command. We welcome peaceful contact with other civilizations, but we are a sovereign planet. What exactly does protected species mean?" The alien's upper eyes narrowed slightly. "It means you will benefit from our wisdom and technology while following Council directives. Your primitive development requires supervision." Commander Reed whispered to Walker. "That sounds more like colonization than an alliance." Walker nodded slightly before addressing the alien again. "We would need to discuss any such arrangement with our world leaders. How many species make up this council?" 27 advanced civilizations form the council, maintaining order across 12,000 light-years of space. Your species would be the 28th, though initially as a protectorate only. "And if we decline?" Walker asked. maintaining a diplomatic tone despite the implicit threat in the alien's words. All 6 of Admiral Vork's eyes blinked simultaneously. That would be unwise. Unaligned worlds present risks to galactic stability. The Council does not permit such anomalies. After the communication ended, Earth's leaders gathered in an emergency session. Representatives from every nation crowded into the United Nations Hall in New York, faces grim as they reviewed the encounter. "They're giving us an ultimatum," said General Martinez, head of the Global Defense Initiative. "Join or face what they politely called cleansing measures." Walker stood before the assembly, his uniform crisp despite having been awake for 36 hours straight. "The technology gap is significant. Their ships utilize energy systems we've only theorized about, but there's something odd about their approach." "What do you mean?" asked the Secretary General. "They're overconfident. They've shown us their fleet, their weapons, even explained their council structure. It's as if they don't consider us a threat at all." Commander Reed stepped forward, bringing up holographic displays of the alien vessels. "Their technology is advanced, but predictable. Everything about their ships, the design, positioning, even their communication protocols, follow strict, linear patterns." The room fell silent as Reed continued. "We've analyzed their ship movements. Every maneuver, every formation change follows perfect geometric progressions. No randomness, no adaptation to circumstances. It's like they've never needed to improvise." General Martinez stood up. "Are you suggesting we have a chance against them?" Walker exchanged a look with Reed before answering. "I'm suggesting that Project Thunderbolt might be our only hope." Murmurs spread through the assembly. Project Thunderbolt had been Earth's best-kept secret for 15 years, a revolutionary starship built using principles that defied conventional physics. "The Chimera isn't ready," said the science director. "We've only run 3 test flights in deep space. The chaos drive is still unpredictable." "Unpredictable might be exactly what we need," Walker replied. The debate raged for hours, but in the E2 end the decision was made. Earth would appear to negotiate while secretly preparing its one wild card. 3 days later, Walker and Reed found themselves aboard the Council's command ship, escorted by tall, silent guards with skin like polished marble. The corridors were perfectly straight, every junction forming precise right angles. Even the decorative elements followed strict geometric patterns. They were led to a vast chamber where representatives of the Council species sat in a perfect circle. Admiral Vorks stood at the center. Captain Walker, Commander Reed. "The Council has agreed to show you a small demonstration of what awaits those who resist Council authority. Perhaps then you will convey to your leaders the futility of delaying acceptance of our generous offer." A large screen activated, showing a barren moon in a distant system. A Council vessel moved into position, and then, without warning, fired a beam of intense blue energy. The beam traveled in a perfectly straight line, striking the moon with surgical precision. 1/4 of the moon simply vanished, leaving a perfectly flat surface where the energy had struck. "The linear cannon," Admiral Vorks announced with pride. "The pinnacle of Council military technology. It fires in a perfect straight line, cutting through any material with absolute precision. No deflection, no scatter, no waste. This is how advanced species wage war, with elegance and certainty." Walker kept his face neutral, but his mind was racing. The weapon was devastating, yet its very perfection revealed a fundamental weakness in Council thinking. "Impressive," he said carefully. "Earth has nothing comparable." "Of course not," Vorks replied. "Your species still relies on explosive propellants and crude ballistics. You have barely mastered basic orbital travel. How long do we have to consider your offer?" Reed asked. "The Council grants Earth 72 hours to submit formal acceptance. After that, we will be forced to begin cleansing procedures on outlying human settlements." As they were escorted back to their shuttle, Walker whispered to Reed, "Did you notice? Not one of their systems shows any capacity for dealing with unpredictable variables." Reed nodded slightly. "Their entire civilization values order above all. They fire straight, Then it's time for humans to show them the value of chaos, Walker said as they boarded their shuttle to return to Earth. Send the authorization code to activate final phase of Project Thunderbolt. As they descended toward Earth, neither spoke, again both watching the massive council ships arranged in perfect, predictable formations above their home. In less than 3 days, humanity would either become slaves to the council's perfect order, or show the galaxy that sometimes the most powerful weapon is unpredictability. Behind the moon, hidden from council sensors, engineers made final preparations on the USS Chimera, a ship designed not to fire straight but to break every rule the council lived by. The grand chamber of the Galactic Council glittered with advanced technology. Captain Walker and Commander Reed stood at the center of the circular room, surrounded by representatives of 27 alien species. Some floated in special tanks, others sat on elevated platforms, but all watched the humans with mixed curiosity and dismissal. Admiral Vorks gestured with his four-fingered hand, and a three-dimensional map of the solar system appeared in the air. "Today, we will show you the true might of the Council," he announced. "Your primitive species must understand what you face should you choose unwisely." Walker maintained a neutral expression despite the insult. "We appreciate your candor, Admiral." A tall, insect-like alien with crystalline eyes stepped forward. "I am General Krill of the Strategic Fleet. For 10,000 cycles, the Council has maintained order through superior technology and discipline." His mandibles clicked as he spoke. "The demonstration will begin shortly." Reed studied the alien representatives carefully. Despite their different biologies, they all shared something, an almost religious reverence for order and symmetry. Even their seating arrangement formed perfect geometric patterns. Outside the massive council mothership, smaller vessels moved into formation. The humans and council representatives watched through a view screen that showed a section of empty space near Jupiter. "We have positioned a target drone at a distance of 1 astronomical unit," General Krill explained. "Observe true power, wielded with perfect precision." 3 council ships aligned themselves in a triangle formation. Energy began to build between them, forming a web of light that pulsed with increasing intensity. "The linear cannon requires 3 ships for maximum effectiveness," Admiral Vorks explained. "Each vessel provides one component of the firing solution. Absolute coordination is required, something only truly advanced species can achieve." The energy reached a critical point and then shot forth as a perfect beam of blinding blue light. It traveled in an absolutely straight line, unnaturally so, as if the very concept of deviation had been erased from physics. When it struck the target drone, the small ship didn't explode. It simply ceased to exist, leaving a perfectly cylindrical void in space. "The linear cannon doesn't merely destroy," Vorks continued, pride evident in his voice. "It removes matter from existence by severing the quantum bonds between particles. No debris, no radiation, no aftermath, only perfect deletion." Walker exchanged a quick glance with Reed. This was valuable intelligence. "Most impressive," Walker said. "May I ask how the targeting works?" General Krill seemed pleased by the question. "The linear cannon can only fire in a perfect straight line. Once the 3 ships establish the firing solution, it cannot be altered. This is why precise positioning and mathematical perfection are the foundation of Council military doctrine." "And if the target moves?" Reed asked innocently. Several Council members made sounds that might have been laughter. "A common question from species new to galactic conflict," Vork said condescendingly. "In space warfare, true technological superiority removes the need for unpredictability. Our targeting computers can calculate an object's movement with perfect accuracy, allowing us to position our forces where the target will be, not where it is." "Fascinating," Walker said, mentally cataloging the tactical weakness this revealed. "Your approach to warfare is certainly different from Earth's military history." Admiral Vorks tilted his head. "Different? No, Captain. Superior. Your species still relies on chaotic tactics and wasteful explosives because you lack the ability to achieve perfection." The demonstration continued as the Council ships performed increasingly complex maneuvers, always in perfect geometric patterns. They destroyed asteroid fragments with surgical precision, carving them into perfect cubes and spheres with their energy weapons. During a short break, Walker and Reed were escorted to an observation deck. Reed whispered, "They're showing off." Walker nodded slightly, "And telling us exactly how they fight. Notice how every ship moves in predictable patterns? How their formations never adapt to changing circumstances? They've never faced an enemy that survived long enough to require adaptation," Reed replied. "Their weakness is their rigidity." A soft chime indicated the demonstration was resuming. This time, Admiral Vorks himself guided them to a different section of the mothership. "You will now witness our fleet's coordination capabilities," he announced as they entered a vast chamber lined with viewing ports. Outside, hundreds of Council ships moved in perfect unison, forming complex three-dimensional patterns that shifted and realigned with mathematical precision. It was beautiful, but eerily mechanical. Each vessel knows its exact position relative to every other ship, Vorks explained. "There is no confusion, no chaos in our operations. This is why the Council has remained undefeated for millennia." Walker studied the formations carefully. "Do all your ships carry the linear cannon?" "Only our capital ships possess that technology," General Krill replied, "but every Council vessel follows the same principles of linear warfare." As the demonstration concluded, the Council ships returned to their perfect hexagonal docking pattern around the mothership. Walker and Reed were escorted back to the chamber where the Council representatives waited. "You have now seen a fraction of our capabilities," Admiral Vorks announced. "Your species has 72 hours remaining to accept protectorate status. I trust this demonstration has made the correct choice obvious." Back on their shuttle returning to Earth, Walker and Reed finally spoke freely. "Their entire strategy revolves around predictability," Walker said, excitement in his voice despite the grave situation. "They expect enemies to follow patterns they can calculate." Reed nodded, already typing notes into her secure tablet. "Their ships are powerful, but they move like pieces on a chessboard, following strict rules and patterns. And their prized weapon can only fire in a straight line," Walker added. "It's devastating, but limited by its own perfection." "Project Thunderbolt was designed for exactly this scenario," Reed said. "The Chimera doesn't move in straight lines, or predictable patterns." Walker smiled for the first time since the aliens arrived. "I think it's time we showed the Council what humanity brings to the galaxy." When they landed at the United Defense Command Center, they were immediately escorted to the underground war room. Earth's military and political leaders waited anxiously for their report. General Martinez stood as they entered. "How bad is it?" Walker surprised everyone with a confident smile. "Their technology is advanced, but their tactics are rigid to the point of vulnerability. They've shown us exactly how they fight, in straight lines and perfect formations." "And?" the Secretary General asked. "And humanity has never fought that way," Walker replied. "Our strength has always been adaptation, unpredictability, chaos when necessary." Reed activated a holographic display showing the Council's linear cannon. "They expect submission because they believe their way is the only way, but they've never encountered humans before." General Martinez leaned forward. "Project Thunderbolt?" Walker nodded. "The Chimera is our answer to their linear cannon. They fire straight. We'll show them what happens when humans decide to get creative." Behind them on the main screen, the countdown timer showed 68 hours until the Council's deadline expired. Beneath the Defense Command Center, in a secure hangar carved deep into the Earth, engineers and scientists worked frantically to prepare humanity's secret weapon, a ship designed to break every rule the Galactic Council lived by. Deep beneath the Rocky Mountains, in a facility that officially didn't exist, the final preparations for Project Thunderbolt reached their climax. The massive underground hangar buzzed with activity as hundreds of engineers and scientists worked around the clock. Captain Walker and Commander Reed stood on an observation platform overlooking the centerpiece of humanity's secret defense project, the USS Chimera. Unlike the sleek, geometric perfection of council ships, the Chimera looked almost unfinished. Its hull was a patchwork of different materials, with curves and angles that seemed to follow no logical pattern. Parts of it appeared to shift and change, even as they watched. "She doesn't look like much," General Martinez said as he joined them on the platform. Walker smiled. "That's the point. The council would look at her and see a primitive, cobbled-together mess. They wouldn't understand what they're seeing." Chief Engineer Mike Thompson approached, his jumpsuit stained with hydraulic fluid and his eyes red from lack of sleep. Despite his exhaustion, excitement radiated from him. "She's ready," Thompson announced. Final tests on the Chaos Drive exceeded expectations. The Chimera can move in ways that should be physically impossible. Reed turned to him. "Explain it to the General. He needs to understand what makes the Chimera different." Thompson gestured toward the strange vessel. "The Council's ships and their weapons operate on principles of perfect linearity. Their technology is advanced, but predictable. The Chimera is the opposite." He activated a holographic display showing the ship's internal systems. The Chaos Drive doesn't push the ship in a single direction like conventional engines. Instead, it creates localized quantum fluctuations that temporarily alter the fabric of space-time around the vessel. "In simple terms?" the General asked. "She doesn't move through space, space moves around her," Thompson said. "The Chimera can appear to change direction instantly because she's not actually turning. The universe is bending around her." Walker added, "And that makes her movement impossible to predict using standard physics models, like the ones the Council relies on." The General studied the strange ship. "And the weapons?" Thompson's face lit up with pride. "Just as unconventional. The Council uses weapons that fire in straight lines. Ours are designed to be unpredictable." He pointed to what looked like bulbous protrusions along the ship's hull. "These are scatter cannons. They don't fire a single beam, but thousands of energy particles that ricochet off each other, creating unpredictable attack patterns. And these," he continued, indicating strange, dish-like structures, "are quantum mirror arrays. They can capture energy, like from the Council's linear cannon, and redirect it in random patterns." "Random?" the General frowned. "How do we aim?" "We don't exactly," Thompson admitted. "The targeting system uses probability algorithms instead of direct calculations. The weapons officer selects a target zone rather than a precise point." Walker stepped in. "It's like the difference between a sniper rifle and a shotgun, General. The Council are perfect snipers, but they've never faced someone who changes the rules of the game." The General nodded slowly. 24 hours until the Council's deadline. When can you launch?" "We're ready now," Walker said confidently. Hours later, a small group gathered in the United Defense Command Center. On the main screen, Admiral Vorks's face displayed growing impatience. "Your time grows short, humans," the alien said. "The Council requires your answer." The Secretary General stepped forward. "Admiral, we wish to present our response in person. We request permission to approach your vessel with a small diplomatic ship." Vorks's 6 eyes blinked in sequence. "Permission granted, but be warned, any sign of hostile intent will be met with immediate destruction." When the transmission ended, Walker turned to his assembled crew. "This is it. Everything we've planned for. The Council expects a diplomatic vessel carrying Earth's surrender. Instead, they'll get their first look at the Chimera." The 20 crew members of the Chimera represented Earth's finest. Pilots, engineers, scientists, and soldiers, chosen not just for their skills, but for their ability to think creatively. "They won't recognize what they're seeing," Reed told the crew during the final briefing. "The Chimera doesn't match any known ship design. They'll scan us, but their sensors are designed to detect specific energy signatures and regular patterns. The Chaos Drive emits neither." Walker took his place in the command chair. "Our mission isn't to attack first. We'll approach openly, let them scan us, and wait for their reaction. Remember, the Council has never faced a species that didn't either surrender or fight conventionally." Thompson spoke from his engineering station. "The Chaos Drive is operating at 87% efficiency. We could push it higher, but the stability curves become unpredictable above 90%. 87% is enough, Walker assured him. Weapons status? Scatter cannons charged, reported the weapons officer. Quantum mirrors aligned and ready. Defensive systems active. Walker took a deep breath. Launch sequence initiated. Open the mountain. Above them, the massive doors built into the mountainside slid open, revealing the night sky. The Chimera rose silently, its strange drive emitting no visible exhaust or energy signature. As they climbed through the atmosphere, Council ships detected their movement and adjusted their positions, moving into their standard hexagonal defense formation. They're tracking us, Reed reported, but they're confused. Their communications indicate they can't identify our propulsion system. Walker smiled. Good, let's keep them guessing. The Chimera approached the Council mothership at a measured EE pace. On the Council's command deck, Admiral Vorks and General Krill watched the approaching vessel with growing concern. What manner of ship is that? Krill demanded of his sensor operators. It matches no known configuration. Its hull composition is changing, one operator reported, and we cannot detect its propulsion system. Vorks's eyes narrowed. A primitive attempt at stealth technology. Scan it again. On the Chimera, Walker received a transmission request from the mothership. On screen, he ordered. Admiral Vorks appeared, his expression a mixture of confusion and disdain. Captain Walker, this is not a diplomatic vessel. It is today. Walker replied calmly. Admiral, I present the USS Chimera, Earth's first true starship. Vorks studied the strange vessel on his scanners. This contraption is what you present to the Council? It appears barely capable of spaceflight. Appearances can be deceiving, Walker said. We request permission to demonstrate the Chimera's capabilities before we continue diplomatic discussions. General, Krill moved into view beside Vorks. This is some kind of deception. Their species cannot have developed advanced spaceflight technology. Not advanced by your standards, perhaps, Walker replied, but effective nonetheless. Allow us to show you. Vorks and Krill conferred briefly before the Admiral turned back to the screen. Very well. You may demonstrate your vessel's capabilities in the designated testing zone. But be warned, any approach toward Council ships will be considered hostile action. Walker nodded. Understood. Chimera out. As the transmission ended, Walker turned to his crew with a grim smile. They're underestimating us exactly as we hoped. Now let's show the Galactic Council what happens when humans decide to fight back. The Chimera moved toward the testing zone, its strange hull seeming to shift and blur as it traveled. Behind it, Council ships maintained their perfect formation, ready to fire their linear cannons at the first sign of threat. What they didn't realize was that the strange human ship was designed specifically to survive such an attack, and to respond in ways no Council species had ever imagined possible. The designated testing zone was a clear area of space between Earth's moon and the massive Council fleet. Admiral Vorks and the other Council representatives watched from their command ship as the strange human vessel took position. Begin your demonstration, Vorks commanded, his tone making it clear he expected little of interest. Inside the Chimera, Captain Walker looked at his crew. Let's start with something simple. Navigation, execute pattern alpha. The helmsman tapped her controls, and the Chimera began to move. Unlike the straight lines and perfect arcs of Council ships, the Chimera's path seemed random, almost erratic. It accelerated suddenly, then stopped in ways that defied normal physics. It appeared to zigzag through space, changing direction without turning. On the Council mothership, the sensor operators were growing increasingly confused. Admiral, we cannot predict its movement pattern, one reported. Our targeting systems cannot establish a firing solution. General Krill stepped forward, mandibles clicking in agitation. Impossible. All objects follow predictable paths through space. Not this one, the sensor operator insisted. It's changing vectors without using conventional thrust. There's no consistent pattern to analyze. Vork's expression darkened. A simple trick. Deploy the observer drones to gather more data. Small spherical drones launched from the Council ships, surrounding the Chimera in a perfect grid pattern. Each drone emitted scanning beams that would allow the Council's computers to build a complete model of the human ship. Inside the Chimera, Reed monitored the drones. They're scanning us with standard spectrum analyzers. They're trying to map our movement patterns. Walker nodded. Time to show them why that won't work. Thompson, bring the chaos drive to 75% and execute pattern beta. Aye, Captain. Thompson replied from engineering. Chaos drive to 75%. The Chimera suddenly blurred, seeming to be in multiple places at once. The Council drone's scanning beams passed through empty space as the ship appeared to phase in and out of position. They're confused, Reed reported with a smile. Their scanning drones are recalibrating, trying to get a lock on us. In the Council command ship, alarms began to sound. Admiral, we've lost tracking, an operator reported. The human vessel is flickering. Flickering? Vork's demanded. Explain. It appears to exist in multiple positions simultaneously. The operator said, confusion evident in his voice. Our scanners cannot determine its true location. General Krill slammed a clawed hand on the console. This defies physics. It must be a sensor malfunction. Vork studied the display carefully. No, this is something else. Some kind of primitive stealth technology. Deploy the linear cannon array. We will end this demonstration with a display of true power. 3 Council battleships moved into triangle formation, their energy systems beginning to charge for a devastating linear cannon shot. On the Chimera, alarms sounded. Captain, they're deploying their linear cannon, the tactical officer reported. Walker remained calm, just as we expected. Reed, are the quantum mirrors ready? Yes, Captain. All arrays online and tracking the energy buildup. Walker opened a channel to the Council ship. Admiral Vork's, we detect your weapons charging. Is this part of the demonstration? As well. Vork's face appeared on screen, his 6 eyes narrowed. Your vessel's unusual movement patterns are concerning, Captain. The Council must verify that this is not a prelude to hostile action. By firing on us? Walker asked, raising an eyebrow. The linear cannon will pass near your vessel, Vork stated, to demonstrate our precision, unless of course you wish to end this charade and accept the Council's authority. Walker smiled calmly. We're happy to continue the demonstration, Admiral. Please proceed. As the transmission ended, Walker turned to his crew. Battle stations. Thompson, push the chaos. Drive to 85%. Tactical, prepare the quantum mirrors. The crew worked with practiced efficiency as the 3 Council ships completed their firing alignment. Energy built between them, forming the now familiar web of light. They're targeting a point where they predict we'll be, Reed reported, based on a standard movement algorithm. Walker nodded. Which is why we won't be there. Helm, execute pattern Gamma on my mark. The linear cannon reached full charge, and the beam of pure energy shot forth. A perfect blue line cutting through space exactly where the Chimera would have been if it followed normal physics. But at Walker's command, the Chimera had shifted in a way the Council's targeting computers couldn't predict. The ship seemed to fold space around itself, reappearing instantly at a different location. The linear cannon's beam passed through empty space. On the Council mothership, stunned silence fell. It evaded, a tactical officer finally reported. Without changing course or accelerating, General Krill's voice rose in anger. Impossible, recalibrate the cannons, fire again. The Council ships began to reposition for another shot, but they moved with the same predictable precision as before. Walker watched them on the Chimera's displays. Their greatest strength is their greatest weakness, he observed. They can't adapt their tactics. Helm, take us on approach vector Delta. Let's give them a real challenge. The Chimera accelerated toward the Council formation, its path a series of impossible turns and sudden shifts. The Council ships tried to track it, but their targeting systems weren't designed for such unpredictable movement. They're firing again, Reed warned as the linear cannon charged once more. This time, Walker didn't evade. "Activate quantum mirrors," he ordered. As the blue beam shot toward the Chimera, the strange dishes on the ship's hull glowed to life. When the linear cannon's energy struck, instead of vaporizing the ship, the energy was caught in the quantum mirrors. For a moment, the Chimera glowed bright blue, seeming to absorb the devastating attack. Then, the quantum mirrors redirected the energy, not in a straight line, but in dozens of random, ricocheting beams that scattered in all directions. Several beams struck Council ships, not with enough force to destroy them, but enough to damage their perfect hulls. Alarms blared throughout the Council fleet as the impossible happened, their own weapon used against them in a way they had never conceived possible. "Direct hit on our port side," a Council officer reported, panic in his voice. The human vessel redirected the linear cannon's energy. Admiral Vork stood rigid with shock. "All ships, defensive formation. Prepare for..." But he couldn't finish the order because he didn't know what to prepare for. In 10,000 years of Council dominance, no species had ever survived a linear cannon shot, let alone reflected it back. On the Chimera, the strain of the maneuver was evident. Systems sparked and alarms sounded. "Quantum mirrors at 30% capacity," the tactical officer reported. "They can't take another direct hit." Thompson's voice came over the comm. "The chaos drive is overheating. We need to reduce power or risk a cascade failure." Walker nodded grimly. "We've made our point. Take us to safe distance. Standard drive only." As the Chimera backed away, the Council ships fell into disarray. Their perfect formations broke as commanders tried to process what they had witnessed. Walker opened a channel to Admiral Vork's. The alien's face showed a new emotion: uncertainty. "This demonstration is concluded, Admiral," Walker said calmly. "Earth awaits your response." For the first time, Vork's had no ready answer. The Council's perfect weapons had failed against human unpredictability, and the galaxy would never be the same. Silence hung over the Council's grand chamber. The 27 representatives sat in their usual perfect circle, but the atmosphere was anything but orderly. Admiral Vork's stood at the center, facing Captain Walker and Commander Reed. "In 10,000 years, Vork said, his voice uncharacteristically quiet. "No species has ever survived a direct encounter with the linear cannon. Yet your vessel not only survived but redirected our own energy against us." Walker stood tall, showing neither pride nor fear. "The Chimera was designed specifically to counter your tactics, Admiral. We studied the few records we had of Council encounters with other species and identified your greatest strength and weakness." "Which is?" asked General Krill, his crystalline eyes glinting. "Predictability," Reed answered simply. "Your civilization values order above all else. Your ships move in perfect formations. Your weapons fire in straight lines. Your tactics haven't changed in millennia because they've never needed to." Murmurs spread among the Council representatives. A floating spherical being pulsed with blue, light as it spoke. "You claim to have anticipated our arrival? Impossible. Your species has only recently achieved basic spaceflight." Walker smiled slightly. "Not exactly. Humanity has known about the Galactic Council for nearly 50 years. The chamber erupted in surprised exclamations and clicking sounds. Admiral Vork's raised his hands for silence. "Explain." "In 1977, one of our space probes encountered a damaged Council scout ship at the edge of our solar system," Walker explained. "The crew was dead, but the ship's data core was intact. We reverse-engineered what we could and learned about the Council." "Impossible," General Krill insisted. "Our technology is far beyond your capability to understand." "True," Walker admitted. "We couldn't replicate your technology, but we could study your tactics, your patterns, your philosophy, and we began preparing." Reed activated a small device that projected images of Earth's hidden facilities. Project Thunderbolt wasn't about matching your technology, it was about countering it. We knew that if we ever encountered the Council, conventional weapons would be useless. So instead, Walker continued, we developed technology that embraced chaos rather than order. The Chimera doesn't move, fight, or think like Council ships. because it was designed specifically not to. Admiral Vork studied the humans with new interest. You knew we would come, and you prepared a single vessel as your defense? One was enough to prove our point, Walker said confidently. We have the designs for 30 more. This was a bluff. The Chimera had nearly depleted Earth's rare resources, but Vorks had no way to know that. A tall, willowy alien with pale skin spoke next. Your species presents a unique situation. The Council has never encountered a civilization that specifically developed countermeasures to our tactics. Walker nodded. Because most species try to imitate you, to develop along the same technological path, we chose a different approach. Chaos, Vork said, almost with distaste. Adaptability, Walker corrected. Humanity's greatest strength has always been our ability to adapt, to find unexpected solutions, to think differently when faced with challenges. The Council representatives conferred among themselves in hushed tones. Finally, Admiral Vorks turned back to the humans. The Council must reconsider Earth's status, he announced formally. Your demonstration has raised questions about our standard protocols. For the first time, Walker allowed himself to relax slightly. Earth is prepared to join the Galactic Council, but as equals, not as a protectorate. Unprecedented, muttered General Krill. So was surviving the linear canon, Reed pointed out. The debate continued for hours. Council species argued among themselves, some insisting that humans be contained, others arguing for a more careful study of Earth's unusual approach to technology. Finally, the willowy alien, who Walker learned was named Diplomat Ilara, representing one of the oldest Council species, offered a compromise. The Council requires stability and order, she said. But perhaps there is value in controlled chaos. If humans can develop technology that counters our greatest weapons, what might others develop? Perhaps we have become too predictable. Admiral Vork seemed reluctant but nodded. A valid concern. Our dominance has led to complacency. We propose an arrangement, Diplomat Ilara continued. Earth will join the Council not as a protectorate but as a provisional member. In exchange, human engineers will work with Council scientists to develop new defensive systems less vulnerable to unconventional attacks. Walker exchanged a glance with Reed before replying. And Earth maintains its sovereignty, our right to develop our own path? Within Council guidelines, Vork stipulated. But yes, with greater autonomy than standard protectorates. Walker considered the offer carefully. We accept your terms, with one addition. Complete access to Council star charts and data on all known species. If Earth is to be part of this galactic community, we need to understand it fully. More debate followed, but eventually agreement was reached. The Chimera's demonstration had forced the Council to recognize that their perfect order had created perfect predictability, a dangerous weakness if ever exploited by a truly hostile force. 3 months later, Captain Walker stood on the observation deck of a new facility orbiting Earth. Below him, Council ships moved in formation alongside human vessels, conducting joint exercises. The USS Chimera floated nearby, now joined by 2 smaller vessels incorporating both human and Council technology. Commander Reed joined him, holding a data tablet. The Council is keeping their end of the bargain. Their engineers are actually learning from us, incorporating randomized defensive patterns into their ship designs. Walker nodded. And their data on the galaxy has opened up possibilities we never imagined. Hundreds of worlds, thousands of species. Some not as friendly as the Council, Reed pointed out. Their records show increasing activity from beyond the galactic rim, ships that don't follow any known patterns. The real reason they're adapting, Walker said thoughtfully. The Council senses a threat coming, something even their perfect order can't handle. Admiral Vorks entered the observation deck, moving with the fluid grace of his species. Over the past months, the Admiral had developed a grudging respect for the humans. Captain Walker, Commander Reed, he greeted them. The joint fleet exercises are proceeding well, though I must admit watching Council ships perform your chaotic maneuvers is unsettling. Walker smiled. Change usually is. Indeed. Vorks turned to look out at the stars. Our tacticians have analyzed the data from beyond the rim. The patterns, or rather the lack of patterns, is concerning. Whatever approaches uses methods even more unpredictable than your own. Then it's good we're working together, Walker said. The Council brings 10,000 years of stability and technology. Humanity brings adaptability and unconventional thinking. A formidable combination, Vorks admitted. Perhaps the ancient prophecy was correct. Reed raised an eyebrow. Prophecy? There is an old saying among the founding species, Vorks explained. When order reaches perfection, chaos will rise to balance the scales. We always interpreted it as a warning against disorder. Now I wonder if it meant something else entirely. Together, the three figures watched as human and alien ships practiced new formations, not in perfect geometric patterns, but in seemingly random arrangements that would confuse enemy targeting systems. The Council had learned that firing in straight lines was no longer enough, and humanity had found its place among the stars, not as servants or subjects, but as the unpredictable element that might save the galaxy from an even greater chaos that loomed beyond the rim. When that threat finally arrived, it would face not just the perfect order of the Council, but the creative chaos of humanity, a combination unlike anything the galaxy had ever seen.
Space diplomacy, as it turns out, is less about elegant ambassadors sipping exotic nebula wines and more about not getting yourself obliterated by species who take offense to your breathing patterns. The Galactic Confederacy, a name that took 16 subcommittees and 3 civil wars to agree upon, had managed to establish a reasonably functional interstellar community, despite the fact that half its members couldn't even agree on what constituted life versus particularly ambitious rock formations. At the top of the cosmic pecking order sat the Zelvorians, a species who had evolved past the need for humility approximately 3 millennia ago. With skin the color of overripe eggplants and cranial capacities that required custom-made doorways, they'd appointed themselves the intellectuals of the galaxy. Most species tolerated this self-designation the way one tolerates a relative who won't shut up about their investment portfolio, with strained smiles and frequent bathroom breaks. "Primitives," huffed Chief Xenobiologist Kshtlik as the holographic display cycled through images of Earth. The Zelvorian adjusted his atmospheric filtration apparatus, a device that was 60% necessary for his respiration and 40% fashion statement. Absolutely fascinating primitives. The research vessel Empirical Superiority, the Zelvorians were nothing if not subtle, hovered 17 light minutes from Earth's orbit. Close enough for observation, far enough to remain undetected by the quaint radio telescopes humans pointed at the stars with such charming hopefulness. They've barely mastered basic fusion technology, yet they produced 736 different breakfast cereals, Kshtlik continued, addressing his research assistant who was, at this point, contemplating a career change. A species of contradictions. The assistant, Mirpin, nodded with the practiced enthusiasm of someone who had heard this exact speech 47 times in the past solar cycle. Truly perplexing, Chief. The Confederacy had designated Earth a Class 4 observation planet, which in bureaucratic terms meant, look, but don't touch, and for the love of cosmic harmony, don't let them see you. Humans were considered unpredictable, a polite way of saying that galactic anthropologists couldn't make sense of a species that simultaneously developed nuclear weapons and competitive hot dog eating contests. But Kshtlik had recently published a controversial paper titled Cognitive Limitation as Evolutionary Advantage: The Paradoxical Success of Underdeveloped Cerebral Capacity in Terran Species. It had been met with mixed reviews, particularly scathing ones from the Arcturian Science Academy who called it speculative garbage dressed in academic robes. His reputation needed rehabilitation, and what better way than a groundbreaking study on human behavior observed up close?
The Committee for Non-Interference will have your cranial ridge if they discover your intentions, Mesrapin warned as Kazatlik loaded equipment into a personal transport pod. The Committee for Non-Interference couldn't find their own appendages without filing a permission form in triplicate, Kazatlik replied, checking the calibration on his cloaking device. Besides, this is purely observational. I'll maintain distance, collect data, and return with revolutionary insights. What could possibly go wrong? If the universe had a sense of humor, which several philosophers argue it must, given the existence of platypuses, it probably chuckled ominously at that moment. The transport pod detached from the empirical superiority with a pneumatic hiss that seemed to say, "This is a terrible idea," in at least 4 galactic languages. Gzitlik piloted the vessel with the confidence of someone who had practiced exclusively in simulations, but considered themselves an expert nonetheless. The journey to Earth's atmosphere went smoothly, which in retrospect was the universe lulling him into a false sense of security. Kazitlik's cloaking technology, superior in every way to other species' attempts, he would be quick to point out, allowed him to drift undetected over the sprawling human settlements. His original research plan had involved observing major urban centers, but the concentration of electronic signals interfered with his equipment, causing readings that suggested humans were either 87% composed of reality television or his calibration was off. Suburban environments will provide cleaner data, he muttered to himself, a habit he denied having whenever colleagues pointed it out. Less signal interference, more The transport pod drifted over neighborhoods where houses sat in neat rows like particularly unimaginative dominoes. Kazatlik selected a target area that his instruments indicated had an optimal mix of human demographics, pets, and subscription streaming services, all apparently vital indicators of typical Earth culture. As night fell, he positioned his pod in a wooded area adjacent to the neighborhood, extending various sensors and recording devices like technological tendrils. The pod systems hummed quietly as they catalogued human activities, from their curious ritual of taking out the trash to the apparently mandatory practice of complaining about local sports teams. Absolutely riveting, Kazatlik said to his recording device. They spend approximately 1/3 of their communication discussing meteorological conditions they can neither control nor accurately predict. Preliminary hypothesis: weather talk serves as a bonding mechanism for beings otherwise paralyzed by existential uncertainty. His observations continued through several planetary rotations. He documented commuting patterns, lawn maintenance disputes, and package delivery interactions with the methodical precision of someone who believed they were assembling the definitive text on human behavior. In reality, he was compiling what amounted to a galactic version of a particularly mundane reality show. On the 4th day, his sensors detected something unusual, a residence that contained only one human but emanated patterns of communication typically associated with multiple occupants. Kazatlik adjusted his instruments, convinced he'd found an anomaly worth investigating. Either this human had mastered self-duplication, or something extraordinary was happening inside that modest 2-story structure with the slightly overgrown lawn. "I may have discovered evidence of human telepathic abilities," he recorded excitedly, already mentally drafting his acceptance speech for the Galactic Science Achievement Award. Or perhaps a human symbiote relationship previously undocumented. This could revolutionize our understanding of Terran cognitive capabilities. With the fervor of someone about to make a career-defining discovery or career-ending mistake, Kazatlik prepared for closer observation. He activated his personal cloaking field, a shimmering envelope of bent light and quantum distortion that rendered him nearly invisible to human perception. Nearly being the operative word, but he had conveniently forgotten the field testing reports that suggested the technology was still susceptible to certain visual frequencies. "Tomorrow," he promised himself, sliding back into his transport pod as Earth's sun began to rise. "I will unlock the mysteries of this anomalous human dwelling." Had Kazitlik bothered to consult the cultural briefing packet included with all Earth observation permits, the one currently serving as a stabilizer for a wobbly table leg in his office back on the empirical superiority, he might have recognized the significance of the "Beware of Cat" sign hanging on the front door of his chosen research subject. But overconfidence is the unofficial genetic marker of the Zelvorian species, and Kazitlik was about to become an evolutionary cautionary tale. The occupant of the house, a quantum physicist with a penchant for hot sauce and cold equations, had no idea they were under extraterrestrial surveillance. The universe, in its infinite wisdom, had decided to pair one of humanity's most brilliant minds with the social skills of a particularly awkward boulder. This combination had resulted in a career spent unraveling cosmic mysteries and a personal life that consisted primarily of conversations with a cat. Not just any cat, mind you. Professor Whiskers, a title earned through rigorous household debate and absolutely zero academic credentials, was 17 pounds of orange fluff and calculated chaos. With heterochromatic eyes, one green, one blue, that seemed to peer directly into the fundamental forces of the universe, the feline had mastered the art of looking perpetually unimpressed by human achievements. "I've potentially identified a new particle that could revolutionize our understanding of quantum entanglement," the physicist announced over a bowl of cereal that had gone slightly soggy as scientific breakthroughs wait for no proper breakfast. "The implications for faster-than-light communication are staggering." Professor Whiskers responded by knocking a pen off the counter with methodical precision. "Fair point. The mathematical model does need refinement." From his observation post, Kazitlik watched this exchange with growing fascination. His translation algorithms struggled with the nuances of human language, particularly when directed at non-sentient companions, but the patterns were unmistakable. "Extraordinary," he muttered into his recording device. "The human appears to be engaged in a hierarchical consultation ritual with a smaller, fur-covered entity. Based on the dynamics, the orange creature clearly holds a position of authority." The Zelvorian adjusted his sensory equipment, zeroing in on the relationship between human and feline. His species had evolved beyond the need for companion animals approximately at the same time they decided emotional attachment was for lesser beings. This had made Zelvorian dinner parties tremendously efficient and spectacularly dull. "The subordinate human provides nutritional supplements at regular intervals," Kazitlik noted, as the physicist opened yet another can of premium cat food. "The dominant entity accepts these offerings with minimal acknowledgement, reinforcing the power structure." The day progressed with a routine that seemed designed specifically to confuse alien anthropologists. The human departed for what Kazitlik's research identified as a workplace, leaving Professor Whiskers in apparent control of the domicile. The feline's subsequent activities, sleeping in 17 different locations, intermittently sprinting through rooms for no discernible reason, and meticulously grooming parts that politeness suggests we not elaborate on, were dutifully recorded as administrative functions. When the physicist returned home, the ritual of reunion played out with a complexity that suggested religious significance. The human produced high-pitched greeting sounds, while the cat performed an elaborate movement around the legs that Kazitlik classified as ceremonial domain reinforcement. "Honey, I'm home," called out the physicist to an empty house. Well, empty except for the cat and an invisible purple alien frantically taking notes. Professor Whiskers appeared at the top of the stairs, yawned with deliberate slowness, and then descended with the dignity of a monarch acknowledging a particularly mediocre subject. "Did you protect the realm from quantum fluctuations and mail carriers?" The physicist scratched behind orange ears, generating a response that Kazitlik's equipment registered as both auditory and vibrational. "Fascinating," the alien researcher whispered. "Some form of bioacoustic communication device." The evening progressed with patterns that the Zelvorian found increasingly compelling. The human prepared sustenance, a stir-fry that would have violated at least 3 intergalactic culinary treaties. consumed it while viewing information displays, a documentary about black holes that Ksitlik found adorably simplistic, and periodically engaged in one-sided conversations with the orange entity who had positioned itself in the optimal location for both heat conservation and observational superiority. Did you know they're suggesting that information isn't actually destroyed in black holes? The physicist gestured with chopsticks toward the screen. Quantum theory suggests it's preserved in surface fluctuations at the event horizon. Professor Whiskers blinked slowly. Yes, I know you suggested that model 3 years ago. You don't have to be smug about it. Ksitlik's recording device was working overtime. The small entity appears to be some form of cognitive extension for the human, perhaps a biological computing auxiliary. The human clearly attributes advanced theoretical constructs to this Professor Whiskers. Most intriguing. As night fell and the house grew quiet, the Zelvorian researcher made a decision that would ultimately rank somewhere between building nuclear reactors without radiation shielding and using black holes as waste disposal units on the galactic scale of terrible ideas. He decided to conduct a closer observation. With his personal cloaking field activated, Ksitlik carefully approached the dwelling. A quick scan revealed minimal security measures, certainly nothing designed to detect cloaked extraterrestrial xenobiologists with boundary issues. The rear entrance yielded to his molecular destabilizer, what humans would call picking the lock if it involved advanced quantum manipulation rather than a hairpin. The house smelled of coffee, old books, and that peculiar scent that all human dwellings seem to share, a mixture of cleaning products and existential uncertainty. Ksitlik moved silently through the kitchen, past a refrigerator decorated with equations and what appeared to be artistic renderings of the orange entity, significantly more flattering than the original, and into what his research identified as a living room, despite no evidence it was any more alive than other rooms. The physicist had fallen asleep on the couch, surrounded by digital tablets displaying mathematical formulas that would have earned a Nobel Prize if anyone could understand them. Professor Whiskers occupied a strategic position on the human's chest, rising and falling with each breath in what appeared to be a synchronized meditation technique. But as Ksitlik leaned closer to observe this arrangement, his cloaking field fluctuated. A microsecond glitch caused by a power surge from the home's erratic electrical system. To the human, nothing would have been perceptible. But the feline's eyes snapped open with laser-like focus, staring directly at the spot where the alien stood. Impossible, Ksitlik breathed. Its sensory capabilities shouldn't allow. Professor Whiskers rose to a sitting position, tail swishing with mathematical precision. The cat's heterochromatic gaze never wavered from the Zelvorian's position. Then, with deliberate slowness, it emitted a sound that Ksitlik's translator struggled to process, but eventually rendered as, "I perceive you, galactic interloper." Of course, it was actually just meow. But terror and confirmation bias are powerful forces when combined with alien translation algorithms. Ksitlik backed away slowly, bumping into a side table and nearly dislodging a framed photograph of the human and feline wearing matching holiday headgear. Professor Whiskers tracked his movement with predatory focus, occasionally glancing at the sleeping human as if deciding whether to wake them. "Extraordinary sensory capabilities," Ksitlik recorded as he retreated toward the exit. "The entity appears to function as both companion and sentry, perhaps genetically engineered for protection and companionship. The power dynamics are more complex than initially assessed." Back in the safety of his transport pod, the Zelvorian researcher reviewed his findings with mounting excitement. What if these cats represented some form of biological technology that humans had integrated into their society? What if they were the secret to humanity's puzzling ability to survive despite their limited technological advancement? "I must obtain a specimen," he decided. The words that have preceded countless disasters throughout scientific history. "For proper analysis." As dawn approached, Kazitlik formulated a plan that seemed perfectly reasonable to his Zelvorian intellect, but would have caused any human familiar with cats or basic common sense to preemptively call for emergency medical services. He would liberate this Professor Whiskers from its servitude, bringing it back to his laboratory for comprehensive study. "I'll return when the human departs," he declared to his recording device. "This will be my contribution to galactic science, discovering the true nature of Earth's feline overlords." Somewhere in the vast administrative complex of the Galactic Confederacy, a filing clerk was about to add another case to the ever-expanding folder labeled "Disastrous First Contact Scenarios That Could Have Been Easily Avoided." Morning arrived with its usual indifference to the imminent disaster brewing in a suburban cul-de-sac. The physicist departed for work with the customary farewell ritual, a series of assurances regarding imminent return, food availability, and expressions of affection that Kazitlik interpreted as reaffirmation of fealty to the dominant entity. "I'll be back around 6. There's extra treats in the blue container. Don't solve grand unified theory without me," the human said, scratching Professor Whiskers behind the ears before departing. Kazitlik waited precisely 17 minutes, allowing for the probability of forgotten items requiring a return trip, before activating his personal cloaking field and approaching the house. His equipment detected minimal movement inside, suggesting the feline commander had entered a rest cycle. Phase 1 of Operation Enlightenment commencing, he muttered into his recording device, a name he'd chosen after rejecting feline acquisition as too prosaic and catnapping as too accurate. The Zelvorian second home invasion in 24 hours proceeded with marginally more confidence than the first. He moved through the kitchen, noting with scientific curiosity the device labeled automatic feeder that dispensed nutrition at programmed intervals. Evidence of automated tribute systems, he noted. Finding the subject of his research proved surprisingly challenging. Professor Whiskers had mastered the art of existing in quantum superposition, seemingly present in multiple locations simultaneously until directly observed. Kazitlik checked under furniture, behind curtains, and inside cabinets that logically shouldn't have contained a 17-pound cat, yet somehow might. "Extraordinary cloaking capabilities," the alien researcher muttered, becoming increasingly convinced that this pet was actually advanced biotechnology. He finally located Professor Whiskers in what humans call a sunbeam, a patch of light possessing apparently irresistible properties to felines. The cat lay stretched across the living room floor, orange fur glowing like a miniature supernova, eyes closed in what appeared to be deep meditation. Kazitlik approached with the caution of someone attempting to disarm an unfamiliar explosive. His research on handling Earth fauna had been admittedly cursory, consisting primarily of nature documentaries that suggested most creatures responded well to being grasped by the scruff of the neck. This technique, he reasoned, would minimize resistance. "Specimen acquisition imminent," he whispered, extending four-fingered hands toward the seemingly oblivious cat. Professor Whiskers opened one eye, the blue one, with timing so perfect it suggested prescience. The cat observed the shimmering distortion of space that indicated a cloaked Zelvorian approximately 3 seconds before Kazitlik's hands made contact. What followed defied several laws of physics and all laws of dignity. Professor Whiskers transformed from lounging philosopher to orange lightning in approximately 0.3 seconds. The cat executed a vertical leap that Kazitlik's instruments registered as biologically improbable, combined with a vocalization that his translator interpreted as warning, extreme displeasure. 17 pounds of startled feline collided with a cloaked alien who, despite advanced evolutionary advantages, had evidently never considered the trajectory of a panicked cat. Claws designed for climbing trees found purchase on what Zelvorians consider their equivalent of a face. "Giz-R-K-T," exclaimed Kazitlik, a sound that roughly translates to, "I am experiencing unexpected pain in my sensory organs. but more efficiently communicates the universal experience of meeting sharp objects unexpectedly. His cloaking field collapsed under stress, revealing a 7-foot purple extraterrestrial doing an impromptu dance of panic with a cat attached to his cranial ridge. Professor Whiskers, having never encountered alien physiology before, was applying standard Earth problem-solving techniques. If claws don't solve the problem, apply more claws. "Release, sentient weapon," Kazitlik pleaded, attempting to disengage the feline without causing harm to what he still believed was valuable biotechnology. His efforts resulted in an evolutionary first, a Zelvorian performing what human observers would have classified as slapstick comedy. A lamp toppled. A bookshelf wobbled. 3 framed diplomas and 1 novelty, world's best quantum entanglement coffee mug, became casualties of interspecies misunderstanding. Eventually, through a combination of undignified flailing and what can only be described as begging in 17 galactic languages, Kzistlik managed to dislodge his furry assailant. Professor Whiskers retreated to the top of a cabinet, tail resembling a bottle brush, utterly offended by the entire situation. "Remarkable defense mechanisms," gasped the alien, examining purple scratches that now decorated his appendages. The entity clearly possesses military training. Any reasonable scientist might have abandoned the research project at this juncture. Kazitlik, however, belonged to a species whose stubborn commitment to bad ideas was matched only by their conviction that they were always right. He reached into his field kit and retrieved a small device that emitted a soft, humming noise. "Neural pacification field," he explained to his recording device, as though narrating a documentary about his own impending disaster. "Safe for most carbon-based life forms. Should temporarily suppress aggressive responses." The device projecting a gentle blue field, Kazitlik approached the cabinet again. Professor Whiskers watched with narrowed eyes that suggested the neural pacification field was having approximately the same effect as a strongly worded letter to a dictator. Nevertheless, whether through technology or simple feline curiosity about what this strange purple being would do next, the standoff reached a momentary détente. Kzitlik carefully extended his containment unit, a transparent field that would envelop the subject without physical contact. "You will be studied with utmost respect," he assured the cat, who appeared unconvinced. With a subtle manipulation of the field controls, he enveloped Professor Whiskers in the containment bubble. The cat expressed immediate territorial objections, but the field held. Kzitlik breathed a sigh of relief through respiratory apparatus that had evolved on a planet where relief required specialized breathing techniques. "Specimen secured," he noted triumphantly. "Returning to transport pod for preliminary analysis." As he maneuvered toward the exit, specimen in tow, Kzitlik paused to survey the disruption left in his wake. The physicist's home now resembled the aftermath of what humans call a minor tornado or a major toddler. Scientific ethics, or what passed for them in his caffeine-adjacent research methods, suggested he should restore order. Insufficient time, he decided, a conclusion reached by researchers across the galaxy when faced with cleaning up their messes. The human will likely attribute the disturbance to atmospheric anomalies or quantum fluctuations. With Professor Whiskers floating alongside in silent, seething dignity, Kzitlik made his escape back to the transport pod concealed in the nearby woods. The cat, having exhausted its immediate options for retaliation, had entered a state of calculated observation that the alien mistook for submission. "Fascinating behavioral adaptation," he noted, as Professor Whiskers calmly groomed one paw inside the containment field. After initial resistance, the entity appears to accept its new circumstances. Perhaps it recognizes the scientific importance of this cultural exchange. In reality, Professor Whiskers was simply following Rule 37 of the Feline Strategic Manual. When immediate vengeance is impossible, groom yourself while plotting elaborate retribution. Meanwhile, across town at the research facility commonly known as the lab where the coffee machine always works but the equations rarely do, the physicist was experiencing a sensation that parents, pet owners, and certain psychically linked twins would recognize immediately, the absolute conviction that something was wrong at home. It began as a subtle discomfort, like remembering you left the oven on, except the physicist hadn't used the oven since the Great Souffle catastrophe of 2023, which had resulted in a small kitchen fire and a new understanding of molecular expansion rates. By lunchtime, this discomfort had evolved into a persistent worry that manifested as checking the home security app 17 times in an hour. The cameras showed nothing unusual, which was, in itself, unusual. Professor Whiskers typically performed a midday ritual of chaotic energy expenditure that the physicist had nicknamed the quantum zoomies. The absence of an orange blur periodically crossing the camera feed was statistically significant. By early afternoon, the worry had crystallized into certainty. 3 experiments were left half completed, 1 collaborative research meeting was entirely forgotten, and 5 concerned colleagues were assured that no, the physicist was not having a stroke, just experiencing pet-parent intuition. "I'm taking the rest of the day off," the physicist announced to a laboratory director who had long ago accepted that genius and eccentricity shared approximately 99.7% of their DNA. "Is it the cat again?" the director asked, in the tone of someone who had attended multiple emergency veterinary visits for what turned out to be excessive hairball drama. "Something's wrong. The quantum entanglement between us is disturbed." The director, who had learned that arguing with quantum physicists about quantum anything was an exercise in futility, merely nodded. "Go, fix the entanglement. Try not to violate causality on your way home." The journey home set new land speed records for cautious driving, including a moment at a traffic light that suggested Schrödinger wasn't the only physicist who could exist in multiple states simultaneously. In this case, both stopped at a red light and somehow already through the intersection. The front door was unlocked, the first anomaly, as the physicist maintained rigorous security protocols after the Great Raccoon invasion of 2022. The interior of the house presented the second anomaly. It looked like the set of a particularly enthusiastic action movie choreographed by someone with a vendetta against home decor. "Professor Whiskers?" The call echoed through empty rooms. No responding meow, no thundering of paws, no judgmental stare from atop the refrigerator. A methodical search revealed no orange fur, no knocked-over water glasses, no evidence of feline presence. What it did reveal, however, was a small purple object lodged under the sofa, a device utterly foreign to human technology, emitting a faint hum that registered on the physicist's phone spectrum analyzer, an app downloaded during a brief but intense UFO enthusiast phase that had never quite faded. The physicist stared at the alien device, mind racing through possibilities that most humans would dismiss as science fiction, but that someone who regularly contemplated 11-dimensional mathematics found perfectly reasonable. Son of a quark. The human world generally divides into 2 categories: people who would call animal control upon discovering their pet missing, and people who would immediately conclude alien abduction and begin plotting interstellar rescue missions. The physicist, needless to say, belonged firmly in the latter category. Within 20 minutes, the dining table was covered with equipment hastily borrowed from the lab, components from 3 different gaming systems, and what appeared to be the disassembled innards of a microwave. The physicist worked with the focus of someone who had just discovered that their worst paranoid theories were, in fact, optimistic underestimations. If it's emitting quantum oscillations at this frequency, the source can't be more than 2 kilometers away, the physicist muttered, calibrating a device that would have given patent attorneys nightmares and government security agencies heart attacks. And if they think they can take my cat without consequences, they're about to get a lesson in human determination. As darkness fell, the physicist loaded equipment into a battered vehicle that had been purchased primarily for its trunk space rather than aesthetic appeal. Professor Whiskers' favorite toy, a catnip mouse that had seen better days, was placed carefully in a scanner that would have made most physicists weep with envy and several question their career choices. "I'm coming, Professor Whiskers," the physicist promised the empty house. "And whoever took you is about to learn why humans are the most terrifying species in any galaxy." In the surrounding woods, Xustlik was about to receive an education in exactly that subject, and Professor Whiskers, now fully recovered from the initial shock of abduction, was prepared to administer the practical exam.
Commander Jake Morrison sat in his chair on the bridge of Earth Defense, Station Aegis Prime. The huge metal station floated in space between Earth and Mars. Jake had been watching the stars for 3 hours now, waiting for something to happen. He knew it would come soon. The communication panel started beeping. Lieutenant Amy Rodriguez turned around in her seat. Her face looked worried. "Commander, we're getting a message from deep space. It's coming from the Galactic Council." Jake stood up and walked over to Amy's station. The Galactic Council was made up of 7 different alien races. They had been watching humans for the last 50 years. Most of the time, they left humans alone. But lately, things had been changing. "Put it on the main screen," Jake said. The big screen at the front of the bridge turned on. A tall, blue-skinned alien appeared. Jake recognized him right away. It was Admiral Vorthik from the Zephyrian Empire. The Zephyrians were the strongest military force in the galaxy. At least, that's what they thought. Vorthik's voice was deep and scary. "Attention, primitive humans. I am Admiral Vorthik of the Zephyrian Imperial Fleet. The Galactic Council has made a decision about your species." Jake felt his hands make fists. He had been expecting this day for a long time. Amy looked back at him with wide eyes. The other crew members on the bridge stopped what they were doing to listen. "Your species has spread to 12 star systems without permission," Vorthik continued. "You have built colonies and mining stations in space that belongs to the Galactic Council. This cannot continue." The alien's face came closer to the camera. His yellow eyes looked angry. "You have exactly 72 hours to remove all humans from these systems. If you do not obey, we will remove you ourselves. Your primitive weapons and slow ships cannot stop us." Jake wanted to laugh, but he kept his face serious. If only this alien knew the truth about human weapons and ships. But that was the whole point. The aliens were supposed to think humans were weak and stupid. "We have 847 warships ready to attack your colonies," Vorthik said. "Each one of our ships is bigger and stronger than your largest vessel. Our plasma cannons can destroy your metal hulls in seconds. Our quantum shields can stop any weapon you have." The message ended. The screen went black. The bridge was quiet. For a moment, Amy turned to Jake. "Commander, what do we do?" Jake smiled a little. "We follow the plan. Send a message to Earth Command. Tell them the aliens have taken the bait." While Amy sent the message, Jake thought about the last 50 years. When humans first met the aliens, they had made a smart choice. Instead of showing their real technology, they had pretended to be much weaker than they really were. Every time aliens watched human military exercises, they saw old and slow weapons. Every time aliens looked at human ships, they saw simple designs that looked weak, but it was all fake. The real human military was hidden away, waiting for the right moment. On Earth, Admiral Kevin Blake was sitting in a meeting with President Linda Carter. The president was a strong woman who had been planning for this day since she took office. Defense Secretary Ryan Hughes was also there, along with several other important people. "The message from Vorthik just came in," Blake said. "They're demanding we leave 12 star systems. They think we're too scared to fight back." President Carter nodded. "How long do we have?" 72 hours, Blake answered. "But we don't need that long. Our ships are already in position." The president looked out the window at the city below. Millions of people were living their normal lives, not knowing that the biggest moment in human history
was about to happen. "Are you sure our plan will work?" she asked. Blake smiled. "Madam President, the aliens have been watching us for 50 years. In all that time, they've never seen our real military. They think our best weapons are simple missiles and laser guns. They have no idea what we can really do." Back in space, Captain Lisa Grant was on her patrol ship, the Defiant. She was near the edge of human space, close to one of the colonies the aliens wanted humans to leave. Lisa had been a military pilot for 15 years, but she had never been in a real battle. Her radar officer, Lieutenant Mike Stevens, called out, "Captain, I'm seeing 3 alien ships approaching. They're Zephyrian scouts." Lisa looked at the screen. The alien ships were beautiful, with smooth curves and bright blue lights. They moved through space like graceful dancers. But Lisa knew they were also very dangerous. "They're scanning our mining platform," Mike said. "Wait, they're powering up weapons." Lisa watched as the alien ships fired blue beams at the mining platform. The beams hit the platform's shields and made them flicker. But the aliens weren't trying to destroy it. They were just showing off their power. "Captain, they're sending US a message," the communication officer said. "Put it through," Lisa ordered. A Zephyrian voice came through the speakers. "Human vessel, you have witnessed our power. Your shields are weak. Your weapons are primitive. Leave this system now, or we will disable your ship too." Lisa wanted to fire back, but she had her orders. She had to act scared and weak. We understand. We're leaving now." The alien ships watched as the Defiant slowly moved away. Lisa hated acting like a coward, but she knew it was important. The aliens needed to think humans were easy to defeat. As her ship flew back toward Earth, Lisa smiled. In less than 3 days, these same aliens would learn the truth about human military power, and it would be a lesson they would never forget. Colonel Sam Porter walked through the long metal hallway deep under the Colorado mountains. The walls were thick and strong, built to keep secrets safe. He had been walking for 10 minutes, going deeper and deeper into the mountain. Finally, he reached a heavy door marked with warning signs. Sam put his hand on a scanner. The machine beeped and the door opened with a soft hiss. Inside, Dr. Helen Murphy was waiting for him. She was a small woman with gray hair and smart eyes. She had been working on secret projects for the government for 20 years. "Hello, Sam," Helen said. "Are you ready to see what we've been hiding from the aliens?" Sam nodded. "The Zephyrians gave us their ultimatum this morning, 72 hours to leave 12 star systems. It's time to show them what humans can really do." Helen smiled and led him to a large window. Below them was a huge room filled with computers and screens. Hundreds of people were working at their stations, all of them part of a project called Masquerade. "For 50 years, we've been lying to the aliens," Helen said. "Every time they watched our military exercises, we made sure they saw weak weapons and slow ships. Every time they studied our technology, we showed them things that were 30 years out of date." Sam looked at the screens showing alien ships moving through space, and they believed it all. "Why wouldn't they?" Helen asked. "When they first met us, humans had just learned how to travel between stars. To them, we looked like children playing with toys. They never thought we could learn and grow so fast." Helen walked to another window. This one showed a different room where engineers were working on strange machines. "The aliens think our best weapons are simple missiles and laser guns. They have no idea that we've been building plasma cannons and particle beams for decades." Sam stared at the machines. They looked nothing like the weapons the aliens had seen in human military parades. These were smooth and deadly, with power sources that could light up whole cities. "What about our ships?" Sam asked. Helen laughed. "That's the best part. The aliens think our fastest ships can barely reach half the speed of light. They don't know about our antimatter engines. They've never seen our real warships. She pressed a button on her tablet. The screen changed to show a view of space near Titan, one of Saturn's moons. At first, Sam couldn't see anything. Then, slowly, shapes began to appear. They looked like ghosts becoming solid. Stealth technology, Helen explained. We've been hiding our real fleet inside asteroid fields and gas giant atmospheres. The aliens have been looking right at them for years without knowing they were there. Sam counted the ships as they appeared on the screen. There were dozens of them, then hundreds, then thousands. Each one was bigger than anything the aliens had ever seen from humans. How many ships do we have? Sam asked. More than the aliens can imagine, Helen said. We've been building them in secret factories throughout the solar system. Some are hidden in the asteroid belt. Others are built inside hollowed-out moons. The aliens think we have maybe 100 warships. We actually have over 3,000. On Titan, Captain Tony Richards was watching his own screens. He commanded the secret human base hidden under the moon's ice. For 10 years, he had been waiting for this moment. Now, finally, it was time to wake up the sleeping fleet. All ships, this is Titan Base. Tony spoke into his microphone. Operation Masquerade is ending. Repeat, Operation Masquerade is ending. All stealth ships, prepare for combat status. Around the solar system, thousands of human ships began to stir. They had been floating in space like sleeping giants, invisible to alien sensors. Now they were waking up, and soon they would show the galaxy what humans could really do. Back in the mountain, Helen was showing Sam more secrets. The aliens think we're stupid because we use primitive kinetic weapons. They prefer energy weapons like plasma cannons and laser beams. But they don't understand that our kinetic weapons are actually railguns that can punch through any armor. Sam looked at the designs on Helen's screen. The weapons looked simple, but the math behind them was incredible. How fast do these projectiles move? Fast enough to crack a planet, Helen said. The aliens' quantum shields can stop energy weapons, but they can't stop a piece of metal moving at 90% the speed of light. Helen pulled up another file. And speaking of shields, the aliens think our defensive systems are weak. They've seen us use simple energy barriers that flicker and fail. They don't know about our real shields. The screen showed a new type of protection system. Instead of just stopping attacks, it could bend them around a ship or even send them back at the attacker. We learned this technology from the ruins on Mars, Helen explained. The aliens know we found some old buildings there, but they think we just took a few metal tools and art objects. They have no idea we found working computers and weapon designs. Sam remembered the Mars discovery. 20 years ago, human archaeologists had found the remains of an ancient civilization buried under the red planet's surface. The aliens had been told it was just old pottery and wall paintings. The truth was much more exciting. The beings who lived on Mars were more advanced than any current galactic civilization, Helen continued. Their technology was thousands of years ahead of what the aliens have now, and we've been studying it, learning from it, and improving it. Meanwhile, in space, the Zephyrian fleet was moving toward human colonies. Admiral Vorthik was confident that the humans would surrender without a fight. His ships were the pride of the Zephyrian military, each one capable of destroying a human city. But Vorthik had made a mistake. He had believed everything the humans wanted him to believe. He thought human weapons were weak and human ships were slow. He had no idea that every piece of information he had about human military power was carefully crafted lies. On his flagship, Vorthik was talking to his officers. The humans have not responded to our ultimatum, he said. They are probably too frightened to even send a message. When we arrive at their colonies, they will surrender immediately. His tactical officer, a young Zephyrian named Kresh, looked at the star charts. Admiral, should we prepare for battle? Vorthik laughed. Battle? Against humans? We could defeat their entire fleet with one ship. No, Kresh, this will not be a battle. This will be a demonstration of why primitives should not play with technology. They don't understand. Back on Earth, President Carter was meeting with her top advisors. General Kate Williams, the head of strategic planning, was explaining the final details of the plan. The aliens will reach our colonies in 18 hours. Kate said, "Our ships are already in position. The moment they attack, we drop the masquerade and show them what we can really do." President Carter looked around the room at her advisors. These people had been planning this moment for decades. Are we sure this is the right choice? Once we reveal our true power, there's no going back. Admiral Blake nodded. Madam President, the aliens have been treating us like children for 50 years. They've demanded we stay in certain areas of space. They've told us what technology we can and cannot use. They've made it clear that they see us as inferior beings. But after tomorrow, General Williams added, they'll know the truth. Humans are not the weakest species in the galaxy. We might just be the strongest. President Carter made her decision. Do it. Send the signal to all our hidden fleets. It's time to show the galaxy who we really are. The human colony of New Haven was a peaceful place. It had farms, schools, and small cities where 50,000 people lived normal lives. The planet had blue skies and green fields, just like Earth. Children played in the parks while their parents worked in offices and factories. But today was different. Today, the Zephyrian fleet was coming. Captain Dan Sullivan stood on the bridge of his ship, the Retribution. To anyone watching, it looked like a normal human cruiser. It was about half the size of a Zephyrian warship, with simple gray armor and basic weapons. The aliens had seen ships like this many times before, and they always thought they were weak. But the Retribution was not what it seemed. "Captain, the alien fleet is dropping out of hyperspace," reported Lieutenant Commander Rachel Green from the command center on New Haven's surface. "I count 47 ships, all Zephyrian design." Dan looked at his tactical display. The alien ships were beautiful, with smooth blue hulls and elegant curves. They moved through space like dancers, confident and graceful. Admiral Vorthik's flagship was the largest, nearly twice the size of any human ship the aliens had ever seen. "They're taking positions around the planet," Rachel continued. "They're not attacking yet. I think they're waiting for us to surrender." Dang smiled. "Well, let's not keep them waiting. Open a channel to the Zephyrian flagship." The main screen flickered to life. Admiral Vorthik appeared, his blue skin gleaming and his yellow eyes full of arrogance. Behind him, Dan could see the alien bridge with its crystal controls and flowing designs. "Human vessel," Vorthik said, his voice deep and commanding. "I am Admiral Zephyrian Imperial Fleet. You are in violation of Galactic Council law. Surrender immediately, and we will allow your people to evacuate peacefully." Dan stepped forward. He was a tall man with gray hair and calm eyes. He had been waiting for this moment for 15 years. "Admiral Vorthik, I am Captain Dan Sullivan of the human ship Retribution. Before we talk about surrender, I have a question. For you?" Vorthik looked surprised. Humans usually begged for mercy when faced with Zephyrian power. "What question? Did you do your homework?" The alien admiral's face showed confusion. "Homework? What is this word?" It grew wider. "It means studying and learning before you act. You've been watching humans for 50 years, Vorthik, but you never really learned anything about us, did you?" Vorthik's expression changed to anger. "I have learned that humans are primitive. Your weapons are weak. Your ships are slow. You cannot stand against the might of the Zephyrian Empire. That's what we wanted you to think, Dan said quietly. Before Vorthik could respond, Dan gave a signal to his crew. Drop the masquerade. Lee. Retribution began to change. The simple gray armor plating slid away, revealing gleaming metal underneath. The ship's hull expanded as hidden sections unfolded. Weapon ports opened along the sides, showing cannons that the aliens had never seen before. The ship grew from a small cruiser to a massive dreadnought in just 30 seconds. On the alien flagship, Vorthik's officers were shouting in their own language. Their sensors were going crazy, showing energy readings that should have been impossible. What? What is this? Vorthik whispered. This is a human warship, Dan replied. The real thing. Not the toys we've been showing you for 50 years. The Retribution's weapons powered up. Energy flowed through systems that used technology far beyond anything the Zephyrians had. The ship's shields activated, creating a barrier that made the air around it shimmer like water. Impossible, Vorthik said. Our intelligence reports say humans have primitive technology. Your weapons cannot penetrate our quantum shields. Your intelligence reports are wrong, Dan said. We wrote them. The first shot came from the Retribution's main cannon. It was not the simple laser beam the aliens expected. Instead, it was a concentrated stream of particles moving at incredible speed. The beam struck Vorthik's flagship directly in the center. The Zephyrian quantum shields, which had never failed before, lasted exactly 2 seconds. The beam punched through them like they were made of paper. It tore through the ship's hull, causing explosions all along its length. Return fire. Vorthik screamed. All ships, attack the human vessel. The Zephyrian fleet opened fire with everything they had. Plasma cannons sent streams of superheated gas toward the Retribution. Energy beams tried to slice through its armor. Quantum torpedoes exploded around it in brilliant flashes of light, but nothing worked. The human ship's shields absorbed every attack. Weapons that could destroy cities barely made the shields flicker. How is this possible? Vorthik demanded. His tactical officer, Kresh, was staring at his instruments in disbelief. Admiral, their shields are not like ours. They're not just stopping our weapons. They're absorbing the energy and using it to make themselves stronger. Dan watched as the alien attacks made his ship's power levels rise. Thank you for the free energy, he said calmly. Now let me show you what we can do with it. The Retribution fired again. This time, it was not just one beam, but dozens. Each one found a different alien ship. The Zephyrian vessels, which had seemed so powerful just moments before, began to explode one by one. On New Haven's surface, Rachel was coordinating the battle from her command bunker. Captain Sullivan were detecting more alien ships jumping into the system. It looks like Vorthik called for backup. How many? Dan asked. 200 more ships, all different species. I see Keltheron Republic cruisers, Vorthan destroyers, and Nexus battleships. They're all coming to help the Zephyrians. Don nodded. Good. The more the better. It's time to show the entire galaxy what humans can really do. High above the planet, space began to change. The area around New Haven, which had seemed empty just moments before, suddenly filled with ships. They appeared out of nowhere, as if they had been invisible. Steve Parker was flying one of the human fighters that had just dropped its stealth field. To the aliens, human fighters had always looked like simple metal boxes with weak engines. But Steve's fighter was nothing like that. It moved through space like a living thing, turning and spinning in ways that should have been impossible. This is Pilot Steve Parker to all human fighters, he said into his radio. The masquerade is over. Show them what our ships can really do. The human fighters began to dance through space, moving in patterns that made the alien pilots dizzy. Just watching them, they could turn completely around while still flying forward. They could stop in the middle of space and then accelerate to incredible speeds in an instant. How are they doing that? Kresh asked, watching the human fighters on his screen. Gravity manipulation, Dan answered from the Retribution. We learned it from the ruins on Mars. We can control gravity the same way you control your plasma cannons. The battle was turning into a disaster for the aliens. Their weapons could not penetrate human shields. Their ships could not match human speed and maneuverability. And more human vessels kept appearing, each one more advanced than anything the aliens had ever seen. Admiral Vorthic's flagship was dying. Explosions rocked the ship as its systems failed one by one. The bridge was filled with smoke and sparks. Admiral, Kresh said, we have to retreat. We cannot win this battle. But Vorthic was not listening. He was staring at the tactical display, watching his fleet being destroyed by humans he had thought were primitives. This cannot be happening, he whispered. This is happening, Dan said, from the Retribution. And it's happening because you made the same mistake that every bully makes. You thought being bigger and louder made you stronger. But you were wrong. The Retribution fired one final shot. This one was different from the others. Instead of destroying Vorthic's ship, it disabled all of its systems. The great Zephyrian flagship went dark, floating helplessly in space. Admiral Vorthic, Dan said, you have one chance to save what's left of your fleet. Surrender now, and we'll let you go home. But if you ever threaten humans again, we'll finish what we started today. Vorthic looked around his ruined bridge. Half of his fleet was gone. The other half was retreating as fast as they could. In less than an hour, the mighty Zephyrian Empire had been humbled by a species they had thought was weak. We surrender, Vorthic said quietly. Dan nodded. Smart choice. Now go home and tell your people what you learned here today. Tell them that humans are not primitives. Tell them that we've been hiding our true strength for 50 years. And tell them that the next time someone threatens us, we won't be so merciful. As the surviving alien ships limped away from New Haven, Dan looked out at the stars. The masquerade was over. The galaxy would never see humans the same way again. The news traveled fast across the galaxy. Within hours, every alien civilization knew what had happened at New Haven. The Zephyrian Empire, the strongest military force in known space, had been defeated by humans in less than 1 hour at first. Many aliens did not believe the reports. Humans were supposed to be primitive. Their weapons were weak and their ships were slow. How could they possibly defeat the mighty Zephyrian fleet? But the proof was undeniable. Admiral Vorthic himself had sent the message to the Galactic Council. His voice was shaking as he spoke. The humans have been hiding their true strength. They are not primitives. They are apex predators. We have made a terrible mistake. On the planet Kelthar, Admiral Vyses of the Keltharan Republic was meeting with her war council. The Keltharians were tall, thin beings with silver skin and large, black eyes. They had been allies of the Zephyrians for 300 years. This has to be some kind of trick, Admiral Vyses said. The humans could not have defeated Vorthic's fleet. Our intelligence about their military capabilities is very detailed. Her chief intelligence officer, a nervous Keltharian named Vex, was looking at his reports. Admiral, we have been monitoring human military exercises for decades. We have recorded their weapons tests and ship specifications. According to our data, they should not have been able to win this battle. Then explain what happened, Vyses demanded. Vex's large eyes grew even wider. Admiral, what if the humans have been lying to us? What if everything we think we know about their military is false? Before Vyses could answer, her communications officer announced an incoming message. Admiral, we have a transmission from the human fleet. They are requesting permission to enter our star system. Dyes stood up quickly. How many ships? One, Admiral? A single human vessel. Dyes relaxed slightly. One human ship was not a threat, even if the reports about their new weapons were true. Let them approach, but keep our defense fleet ready. 20 minutes later, a human ship appeared at the edge of the Caltharian system. It looked like a normal human cruiser, similar to the ones the Caltharians had seen many times before. But after what happened at New Haven, Dyes was not taking any chances. "This is Captain Maria Santos of the human ship Liberator," came a voice from the approaching vessel. "I am requesting permission to demonstrate something to your government." Dyes opened a communication channel. "This is Admiral Dyes of the Caltharian Republic. State your intentions, human." "I'm here to show you the same thing we showed the Zephyrians," Maria replied. "The truth about human military power." Dyes felt a chill run down her spine. "You have one ship, Captain Santos. We have over 200 vessels protecting this system. Are you threatening us?" Maria's voice was calm and friendly. "I'm not threatening anyone, Admiral. I'm just offering a demonstration. Your defense grid is very impressive." "I'm sure it would. Take hours for a normal fleet to break through it." "It would take days," Dyes said proudly. "Our quantum barriers and plasma networks are the strongest in the galaxy." "That's what I thought," Maria said. "Shall we begin?" Before Dyes could ask what she meant, the human ship began to change. Just like the retribution at New Haven, the simple exterior fell away to reveal something much larger and more complex underneath. The ship grew from a small cruiser to a massive battleship in seconds. "That's impossible," Vex whispered. "Our sensors showed it as a light cruiser." "Your sensors showed what we wanted them to show." Maria's voice came through the speakers. "We've been using holographic camouflage for 30 years. Every human ship you've ever seen has been wearing a disguise." The Liberator began to move toward Calthar's defensive perimeter. The automated defense systems immediately activated, sending streams of plasma and energy beams toward the approaching ship. These were the same weapons that had destroyed entire fleets in the past. But just like at New Haven, the human ships' shields absorbed every attack. The energy that should have destroyed it only made it stronger. "Begin Phase 2, Maria announced. The Liberator's weapons powered up. Instead of the simple lasers the Caltharians expected, exotic energy beams lanced out from the ship. They struck the defense satellites and space stations that protected the system. In 12 minutes, the entire Caltharian defense grid was gone. 200 years of construction, representing the most advanced military technology in the Republic, had been swept away by a single human ship. Admiral Dyes stared at her tactical display in shock. Every defensive position was either destroyed or disabled. The space around her home planet, which had been protected by an impenetrable barrier just minutes before, was now completely open. "How?" she whispered. "The same way we did everything else," Maria replied. "We studied your defenses for decades. We learned how your quantum barriers work. We figured out how to get past your plasma networks. And then we built weapons specifically designed to defeat them." On Earth, President Linda Carter was addressing the planet. She stood behind a podium in the White House, with Admiral Blake and General Williams beside her. The speech was being broadcast to every human colony and every alien government. "My fellow humans," she began, "today marks the end of an era. For 50 years, we have allowed other species to believe that we were weak and primitive. We did this not because we were afraid, but because we were smart." She looked directly into the camera. "We knew that if the galaxy understood our true capabilities, they would have united against us. So we chose to hide our strength while we studied their weaknesses." The president activated a holographic display that showed the human fleet emerging. From hiding places throughout the galaxy, Ships appeared from asteroid fields, gas giant atmospheres, and empty space where nothing had been visible before. The human fleet consists of over 3,000 warships, she continued. Each one is more advanced than anything any other species has ever built. Our weapons can penetrate any defense. Our shields can absorb any attack. Our ships can travel faster and maneuver better than any vessel in the galaxy. She paused to let the information sink in. But we are not conquerors. We do not want to rule over other species. We simply want to be treated as equals, not as inferior beings who need to be managed and controlled. Dr. Helen Murphy was also giving a presentation, but hers was for the Galactic Council's Science Committee. She stood in a large chamber filled with representatives from dozens of alien species. Many of them looked terrified. The technology we have revealed today comes from 3 sources, Helen explained. First, our own research and development, which has been focused on military applications for over a century. Second, reverse engineering of alien technology that we have observed and studied. And third, archaeological discoveries from the ruins on Mars. A Nexus representative, a being that looked like a walking tree, raised one of its branch-like arms. Dr. Murphy, our records show that the Mars ruins contained only primitive artifacts, stone tools and wall paintings. Helen smiled. That's what we told you. In reality, we found a complete technological database from a civilization that was far more advanced than any current galactic species. We've been studying their knowledge for 20 years. The chamber erupted in concerned voices. Representatives from different species began arguing with each other, trying to figure out how they had been so completely fooled. The beings who once lived on Mars had mastered gravity manipulation, antimatter production, and quantum mechanics in ways that we are still learning to understand. Helen continued. They left behind blueprints for weapons and defenses that make current galactic technology look primitive. Meanwhile, Colonel Sam Porter was releasing classified information to intelligence agencies throughout the galaxy. The files showed the true extent of human military preparation. Every human cargo ship is actually a disguised weapons platform, he explained to a gathering of alien intelligence officers. Every human mining operation is actually a weapons factory. Every human research station is actually a military listening post. He activated a holographic map of human space. We have been monitoring your communications, studying your military tactics, and preparing countermeasures for every possible attack. We know the location of every alien military base, the specifications of every alien warship, and the weaknesses of every alien defense system. The aliens in the room looked at each other with growing fear. They had thought they were the ones doing the spying. They had never imagined that humans were watching them just as carefully. The human philosophy is simple, Porter continued. We prepare for war so that we can have peace. We build weapons so that we never have to use them. And we study our potential enemies so that we can defeat them if they force us to fight. Back on Kelthar, Admiral Vyzes was trying to understand what had happened to her defense grid. Her chief engineer, a young Keltharian named Zara, was examining the wreckage of the wreckage. Destroyed satellites. Admiral, Zara reported, the human weapons were unlike anything we've ever seen. They didn't just destroy our equipment. They seemed to understand exactly how our technology worked and targeted the most vulnerable points. Vyzes looked at the tactical display showing the human ship still floating near her planet. Can we rebuild our defenses? Not against weapons like these, Zara said sadly. The humans have found ways to defeat every defensive system we know how to build. If they wanted tea. The Galactic Council chamber was chaos. Representatives from dozens of alien species were shouting at each other in languages that filled the air with clicks, whistles, and roars. The great hall that had once been a symbol of order and cooperation now looked like a battlefield. Admiral Kevin Blake walked into the chamber with a small group of human delegates. Behind him came Commodore Lisa Grant, who had been promoted after her brave actions during the crisis. Colonel Sam Porter followed, carrying data files that contained information the aliens never thought they would see. The moment the humans entered, the chamber fell silent. Every alien eye turned to look at them. Some showed fear, others anger, and a few showed something that might have been respect. Blake walked to the center of the chamber where a speaking platform waited. The platform was designed for much taller beings than humans, but Blake climbed the steps without hesitation. When he reached the top, his voice carried clearly through the chamber speakers. "Representatives of the Galactic Council," he began. "I am Admiral Kevin Blake of the Human Defense Force. I come here today not as a conqueror, but as someone who wants to discuss the future." A tall, insect-like being from the Nexus Collective clicked its mandibles together angrily. "Human, your species has deceived us for 50 years. You have made fools of us all." Blake nodded calmly. "Yes, we did. And we had good reasons for doing so." He activated a holographic display that showed the galaxy as it had been 50 years ago. "When we first met your civilizations, we were indeed primitive compared to you. Our technology was basic. Our ships were slow, and our weapons were simple. We knew that if we showed you how quickly we could learn and grow, you would see us as a threat." The display changed to show human space over the last 5 decades. So we made a choice. We would let you think we were weak while we studied your technologies, learned from your mistakes, and built defenses against your weapons. A representative from the Vorthan Empire, a being covered in gray scales, hissed through his translator. "You spied on us. You stole our secrets. We observed you," Blake corrected. "Everything we learned came from watching your public demonstrations, studying your commercial technology, and analyzing the ships you sent to our space. We never hacked your computers or infiltrated your governments. We simply paid attention." Blake pressed another control, and the display showed the true size of the human fleet. Thousands of ships appeared on the hologram, each one larger and more advanced than anything the aliens had expected. "The result of our 50-year project is simple," Blake continued. "Humanity is now the strongest military force in the galaxy. Our ships are faster than yours. Our weapons are more powerful than yours. Our defenses are better than yours." The chamber erupted in angry voices again. Representatives demanded to know how this was possible. Some accused the humans of using illegal technology. Others called for immediate action against the human threat. Blake waited for the noise to die down before speaking again. "But here's what you need to understand. We don't want to conquer anyone. We don't want to rule the galaxy. We just want to be treated as equals." President Linda Carter's image appeared on screens throughout the chamber. She was speaking from Earth, addressing the entire Galactic Council. "For 50 years, the President said, your civilizations have treated humanity like children. You've told us where we can and cannot go in space. You've decided what technology we're allowed to use. You've made it clear that you see us as inferior, beings who need to be managed." She paused, looking directly into the camera. "That ends today. From now on, humanity will be treated as an equal partner in galactic affairs, or we will go our own way. The choice is yours." In the Zephyrian home system, the remains of Admiral Vorthic's fleet were limping back to port. The proud Zephyrian Empire, which had ruled over dozens of star systems for centuries, was in chaos. Their military had been humbled by a species they had thought was primitive. Emperor Zethrock, the ruler of the Zephyrian Empire, was meeting with his council in the Imperial Palace. The Emperor was an old Zephyrian with scars from 100 battles. He had never known defeat until today. "How many ships did we lose?" the Emperor asked. "Half the fleet, Your Majesty," replied General Kess. The humans destroyed 24 warships and disabled dozens more. Admiral Vorthic's flagship barely escaped. The Emperor's yellow eyes flashed with anger. And what of our allies? Surely the other species will help us fight these humans? General Kess looked uncomfortable. Your Majesty, the Keltharian Republic has already announced that they will not support any military action against humanity. The Nexus Collective is demanding that we negotiate with the humans. Even our closest allies are abandoning us. Emperor. Zethric stood up and walked to a window that looked out over his capital city. For 300 years, the Zephyrians had been the strongest military force in the galaxy. Now, in a single day, that had changed forever. What do our intelligence services say about human capabilities? The Emperor asked. They say we were completely wrong about everything, Kess admitted. The humans have been hiding technology that is decades ahead of ours. Their weapons can penetrate any armor we know how to build. Their ships can outrun anything in our fleet. The Emperor turned back to his council. Then we have no choice. Send a message to the human leadership. Tell them the Zephyrian Empire is willing to discuss new arrangements. Back on Earth, Admiral Blake was meeting with President Carter and her advisors. The response from the galaxy had been mixed, but the message was clear. Humanity was now a major power that could not be ignored. The Zephyrians want to negotiate, Blake reported. So do the Keltharians and most of the smaller species. The Nexus Collective is demanding that we share our advanced technology with everyone. President Carter smiled. And what did you tell them? I told them that we're willing to discuss trade agreements and mutual defense treaties, Blake said. But our military technology stays with us. We've learned too much about galactic politics to give away our advantages. General Kate Williams, who had been monitoring alien communications, added her own report. Madam President, we're seeing significant changes in how other species view us. The fear is there, but so is respect. Several governments are already reaching out through diplomatic channels. What about the species that refuse to accept the new situation? The president asked. Blake's expression grew serious. There are a few. The hegemony of Arcturus is talking about forming a coalition to contain the human threat. Some of the smaller empires think they can band together and challenge us. Then we'll have to convince them otherwise, the president said. But we'll do it the same way we've done everything else. We'll be smart about it. 6 months later, the galaxy had settled into a new normal. The Galactic Council had been restructured to give humanity an equal voice in galactic affairs. Trade agreements were signed between human colonies and alien worlds. The threat of war had been replaced by the promise of cooperation. But the most important change was in how aliens looked at humans. No longer were they seen as primitive beings who had stumbled into space travel by accident. They were recognized as a species that could think strategically, plan for the long term, and execute complex deceptions that lasted for decades. Captain Dan Sullivan, now promoted to Admiral, was commanding the human fleet's patrol operations. His job was to make sure that the new peace was maintained and that no one forgot the lessons of the past year. He was standing on the bridge of his new flagship, the Retribution 2, when his communications officer announced an incoming message. From a Nexus exploration ship. Admiral, the alien captain said, we have discovered some unusual readings in the Centauri Nebula. Our scientists believe there may be artifacts from an unknown civilization. We would like to request human assistance in investigating. Sullivan smiled. A year ago, no alien species would have asked humans for help with anything important. Now, they recognized that human analytical skills and advanced technology made them valuable partners. We'll send a science vessel to assist you, Sullivan replied. Thank you for including us in the discovery. As the communication ended, Sullivan looked out at the stars. The galaxy was a different place now. Humans were no longer pretending to be weak. Aliens were no longer treating them like children. And for the first time in 50 years, there was real peace between the species. The moment when humans unveiled their true military power had changed everything. But more importantly, it had shown the galaxy that the most dangerous species was not necessarily the one with the biggest guns or the fastest ships. Sometimes, the most dangerous species was the one that was smart enough to hide its true strength until the perfect moment to reveal it. Sullivan thought about all the years of careful planning, patient waiting, and strategic deception that had led to this moment. Humanity had played the longest game in galactic history, and they had won. Now came the even bigger challenge, using their power wisely and building a future where all species could thrive together. But if there was one thing humans had proven, it was that they were very good at thinking ahead and planning for the long term. The galaxy would never underestimate humanity again. And that, Sullivan thought, was exactly how it should be.
The massive windows of Unity Point Space Station showed the endless dark of space, dotted with countless stars. Inside the Grand Council chamber, Ambassador James Walker stood tall, his gray suit neat and simple compared to the colorful robes of the alien representatives around him. "We will not accept these terms," he said quietly. His words carried across the chamber, causing several alien representatives to shift uncomfortably in their seats. The council head, a tall blue-skinned being called Representative Smith, leaned forward. "Ambassador Walker, surely you understand our concerns. Humanity's rate of advancement is unprecedented. The council must ensure stability." Walker looked around the circular chamber. 12 alien species watched him with different types of eyes, some large and black, others compound and reflective, a few glowing with inner light. He had spent 3 years in this chamber, trying to make them understand. Today would be different. 3 years ago, Walker began, "We came to you with proof that the drift, the dead zone at the edge of our galaxy, was expanding. We showed you our research on how to stop it. You ignored us." A ripple of muttering spread through the chamber. The drift was a sore topic. 2 years ago, Walker continued, "We offered to share our gravity manipulation technology with all council species. You refused, saying it would upset the balance of power. That technology could have prevented the mining accident that killed thousands on Proxima Beta last month." Several representatives looked down at their desks. The mining disaster was still fresh in everyone's minds. 1 year ago, we warned you about the star in Sector 7 showing signs of instability. You dismissed our findings. 3 months ago, that star went supernova. 2 colony worlds had to be evacuated with barely enough time. Walker paused, letting his words sink in. He could see the council's security drones hovering near the ceiling, their sensors focused on him. The air felt heavy with tension. "And now," he said, his voice growing firmer, "you demand that we limit our AI research. You insist we slow down our expansion. You want us to share all our technology, but accept your restrictions on how we can use our own innovations." Representative Smith raised a hand. "Ambassador, please understand. The Council has maintained peace for 3,000 years by carefully managing technological advancement. Your species has achieved in 2 centuries what others took millennia to develop. It creates instability." Walker smiled, but there was no humor in it. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small metal disc, his council membership badge. The simple action caused several security drones to drift closer. "No," he said, placing the badge on the podium before him. "What creates instability is fear of progress. What causes suffering is the suppression of solutions to save face. What kills people is the arrogance of assuming that slow must mean wise." The chamber had gone completely silent. Even the usual background hum of environmental systems seemed muted. Humanity reached for the stars because we dreamed of a better future. We developed our technology to solve problems, not to gather power. We offered to share everything we learned, asked only for the freedom to keep learning. Walker stepped back from the podium. But you don't want partners. You want subjects. Representative Smith stood up quickly. Ambassador Walker, this is most irregular. Perhaps we should take a recess and... We're done here, Walker said simply. He turned and walked toward the chamber's massive doors. Behind him, voices began to rise in alarm. Ambassador, you can't just... This is unprecedented. The protocols clearly state. Walker didn't look back. The doors slid open before him, revealing the startled faces of his staff waiting outside. As the doors began to close behind him, he heard Representative Smith's voice rise above the growing chaos. Do they not understand what they're doing? They can't just walk away from the council. They. The doors sealed shut with a soft hiss, cutting off the noise. Walker looked at his staff and nodded once. Send the signal, he said quietly. Initiate Protocol Omega. Humanity is going its own way. Above them, through the station's transparent dome, the first human ships could be seen breaking formation, their engines flaring bright against the darkness of space as they turned away from Unity Point. The galaxy was about to learn that sometimes the most powerful action was simply walking away. The council chamber erupted into chaos the moment the doors closed behind Ambassador Walker. Representative Smith stood at his podium, watching his carefully managed galactic order crumble before his eyes. Order. I demand order, he shouted, but his voice was lost in the storm of arguments that filled the chamber. The bird-like council member from the trading world screeched. Our markets will collapse. Humans handle 40% of all galactic trade. Their defense fleets protect 3 major trade routes, rumbled the rock-skinned member from the Mining Confederation. Who will guard our ships now? Smith watched the massive display screens around the chamber as they showed hundreds of human ships activating their engines. The vast fleet moved with perfect coordination, each ship knowing its place. No panic, no rush. No confusion. This was planned. They can't do this, whispered his assistant Tom, who stood beside him. No species has ever left the council. There aren't even any rules for it. Smith's fingers tightened on the podium. That's exactly what makes this so dangerous. They're not breaking rules. They're ignoring them completely. The chamber's AI announced with its calm voice. Alert. Human trading systems are going offline. Stock markets across 57 worlds showing significant drops. The representatives turned to their data screens in horror. Numbers flashed red across every display. The galactic economy had been so tightly bound to human innovation and trade that their withdrawal was like pulling a foundation stone from a tower. Look, shouted someone, pointing at the massive windows. The human diplomatic vessel, sleek and silver, detached from Unity Point's docking bay. Its movement was smooth, deliberate. Around it, other human ships formed a protective escort. No weapons were active, no threats were made. They simply left. Get me Earth's government on the line, Smith ordered. The chamber's AI responded after a moment. Unable to connect. All diplomatic channels with Earth have been suspended. The rock-skinned representative slammed his crystal-like fist on his desk. We should stop them. The council fleet would be wiped out, interrupted the military advisor, speaking for the first time. All heads turned to the scared veteran who rarely participated in discussions. Human ships have technology we've never seen. Half our advanced weapons are human-made. We'd be starting a fight we couldn't win. Smith watched another screen showing reports flooding in from across the galaxy. Human research centers were shutting down. Their peacekeeping forces were withdrawing from joint operations. Their engineers were leaving vital infrastructure projects. They're not just leaving, he realized aloud. They're taking their whole civilization with them. Everything they built, everything they maintain, everyone who works for them. The trading world's representative fluttered in distress. The new medical facilities on my world, they're staffed entirely by human doctors. Who will run them now? Similar cries began to rise from other representatives as they received reports from their homeworlds. Projects halted, systems failing. markets crashing. Centuries of progress beginning to unravel in hours. Smith's assistant looked up from his data pad, face pale. "Sir, we're getting word that some of the younger council races are questioning their membership. They're saying if humans can leave." "Get me any human official," Smith ordered. "Anyone at all." Still no response on any channel, the AI reported. "However, I am receiving an automated message from Earth. Play it." A simple text message appeared on the main screen. "Humanity thanks the Galactic Council for 3 centuries of cooperation. We will now pursue our own path. Our borders remain open to peaceful trade and scientific exchange with individual species under new treaties to be negotiated directly. Farewell." Smith sank into his chair as the council chamber descended further into panic around him. Through the windows, he watched the last human ships vanish into fold space, leaving only stars behind. "What have we done?" he whispered to himself. "What have we done?" Admiral Thompson stood in Earth Defense Command's main control room, watching the massive wall of screens before him. Each screen showed human ships breaking away from different parts of council space, all moving with perfect precision. Operation Walkaway is proceeding exactly as planned. His second in command, Captain Rogers, reported. "All ships report green status. No council interference detected." Thompson nodded slowly. 5 years of secret preparation were paying off. Every ship knew its role. Every crew understood their part. Humanity had hoped they would never need this plan, but they had made sure they were ready. "What's the status of the Mars shipyards?" Thompson asked. "Already switched to independent power," Rogers replied. "The new fusion cores are online. Production continues at full capacity." Another officer spoke up from her station. "Sir, we're getting reports from our colonies. All 37 worlds have activated their shield systems. Our borders are secure." Thompson allowed himself a small smile. The Council had never known about the planetary shields. They had never known about a lot of things. Humanity had learned long ago to keep their best technology hidden. On the main screen, a map showed human space glowing bright blue against the darkness. It wasn't the largest territory in the galaxy, but it was the most efficiently used. Every world connected by instant transport gates. Every resource carefully managed. Every citizen protected by technology the Council had never imagined. "Message from Earth Government," an AI voice announced. "The President is ready to address the people." The screen switched to show the President standing at her desk in the Oval Office. Her face was calm as she looked into the camera. "Citizens of Earth and all human worlds," she began. "Today we have left the Galactic Council. This decision was not made lightly, but it was made with absolute certainty." Thompson watched the speech continue, knowing similar scenes were playing out across human space. They had practiced this too, keeping people calm, explaining the reasons, showing that everything was under control. "Sir," Rogers said quietly, "we're picking up increased Council fleet activity at their border stations." "Let them watch," Thompson replied. "They'll soon learn that their sensors can't penetrate our space anymore." Another little surprise we kept to ourselves. The control room hummed with activity as reports continued to flow in. Trade ships docking safely at human ports. Research stations switching to secure networks. Defense platforms moving into final positions. "Admiral," a young officer called out, "we're getting requests from some of the younger Council races. They want to maintain trade relations outside of Council control." Thompson nodded. They had expected this. Some of the newer species had always been more friendly to humans, more open to new ideas. They would be good partners in the new age that was coming. "Message from Ambassador Walker," Rogers announced. "He's aboard his ship and heading home. His exact words are, 'It felt damn good to walk away.'" A quiet chuckle ran through the control room. Everyone there understood that feeling. For too long, humanity had watched the Council hold back progress. For too long, they had seen solutions ignored and help rejected. Now they were free to move forward at their own pace. "Sir," another officer reported, All human citizens have been accounted for. The evacuation of Council space is complete. No one left behind. Thompson looked at the screens again, at the streams of data showing everything going according to plan. Humanity had learned something important in their centuries among the stars. Sometimes the strongest position was being ready to walk away. Send word to all commands, he ordered. Phase 1 is complete. Begin Phase 2. We build our future our way. Around him, the control room crew worked with quiet efficiency, each person knowing that they were part of something historic. Humanity wasn't just leaving the Council, they were proving they had outgrown it. And somewhere out in Council space, old powers were about to learn just how much they had depended on the species they had tried to hold back. 1 week after humanity's departure, the trading world of Blue Haven felt the first real shock. The massive transport gates that had moved ships across their system suddenly shut down. No warning, no explanation. They just stopped working. "What do you mean we can't fix them?" demanded Governor Root to his technical team. His blue feathers bristled with anger. "These gates are essential to our economy." The lead technician spread his forearms helplessly. "The gates are human technology. They added something to the power cores that we never understood. Without their engineers." On the mining world of Stone Deep, similar problems were emerging. The automated drilling machines, created by human engineers, began to slow down. Their self-repair systems, once perfect, started to fail. The rock chief of Stone Deep stared at the production numbers on his crystal display. They dropped lower each day. His people had forgotten how to mine without these machines. They had grown too dependent on human innovation. In the council chamber on Unity Point, Representative Smith read report after report of similar problems. "How did we not see this coming?" he asked the empty room. His assistant Tom entered with more bad news. "Sir, the Trade Federation of New Worlds has just announced they're leaving the council. They've already signed independent treaties with Earth." Smith's head snapped up. "They can't do that. The council laws mean nothing to them now," Tom finished quietly. "They say humanity has shown there's another way." Across council space, the pattern repeated. Systems failed, trade slowed, and younger species began to question the old order. On the frontier world of Green Rise, a council peacekeeping fleet demanded entry to the system. They wanted to show that the council still held power. They weren't expecting what happened next. "Sir," reported the fleet captain, "our weapons won't activate. The targeting systems are locked." The council admiral stared at his own useless controls. They had never known that their best weapons, sold to them by human corporations, had hidden safeguards. Now those weapons simply refused to work against human allies. In the great libraries of the ancient races, scholars made a disturbing discovery. They found that humans had quietly copied every book, every record, every piece of knowledge the council had collected over thousands of years. But the humans had also added to that knowledge, filling in gaps, correcting errors, advancing ideas that the council had abandoned. They didn't just take their own knowledge, one scholar realized. They improved ours, and now they're gone. The council's emergency meeting was interrupted by news from the galactic core. The star stabilization project, abandoned by human scientists, was showing signs of failure. The council's best minds couldn't understand the half-finished work, couldn't continue what the humans had begun. "We need them back," admitted the science minister. "Our civilization has built itself around their innovations, their solutions, their work. Without them." But Earth's response to all messages remained the same. "We welcome diplomatic and trade relations with individual species, outside council control. All other messages will be archived without response." Some council members suggested using force. They quickly discovered that their maps of human space were now useless. Their best sensors couldn't penetrate whatever shield humans had placed around their territory. Their fastest ships couldn't follow human vessels through the strange new jump points they used. "They were always ready," Smith said, watching another report of council authority crumbling. They knew this day might come, and they prepared for years. While we tried to control them, they were quietly making sure we couldn't. The galaxy was learning an important lesson. Trying to hold back human progress was like trying to hold back the tide. In the end, the water always finds its way forward. 2 months after humanity's departure, the first pirate attack hit the Silk Star trade route. 3 cargo ships disappeared without a trace. The Council fleet, once proud and strong, took 3 days to respond. This route was protected by human patrols. The merchant captain told his frightened crew, their ships could be anywhere in the sector in minutes, but now, more attacks followed. The pirates had discovered that many defensive systems no longer worked properly. Security networks that humans had maintained now had holes. Emergency beacons sometimes failed to activate. In the council chamber, Representative Smith faced angry delegates. First, our technology fails, shouted the trade minister. Now our ships vanish. Who will protect our merchants? The council fleet, Smith began, is spread too thin, interrupted another delegate. And half their ships don't work right since the human technicians left. Outside the chamber windows, Unity Point Station itself showed signs of decay. The smooth artificial gravity sometimes flickered. The air recyclers made strange noises, small things growing worse each day. On the industrial world of Factory Prime, production lines started shutting down. The automated systems that had run perfectly for decades now showed their age. Without human maintenance crews, without their regular upgrades, the machines were failing. We've forgotten how to build things the old way, admitted the factory chief to his board. We became too dependent on their technology, their methods. But the biggest shock came from the direction of human space. Ships trying to spy on human worlds discovered something unusual. They couldn't get close. Their instruments stopped working. Their navigation systems failed. Some ships disappeared completely. It's like hitting a wall that isn't there, reported one scout captain. We know their worlds are there, but we can't reach them. The council's best scientists studied the problem. They discovered that humans had created something impossible, a barrier in space itself. No energy readings, no visible signs, but nothing could pass through without human permission. They're not just hiding, one scientist realized. They're operating on a level of physics we don't understand. More young species began breaking away from the council. The newcomer worlds, barely a century in space, announced their independence. The Rising Stars Federation followed a day later. Each group signed new treaties with Earth. How are they communicating with human space? Smith demanded. We can't even find a way to send them messages. It seems, his assistant Tom explained, that Earth gave their friends special communication devices before they left. They planned for everything. The Council's attempts to show strength backfired. When they sent ships to pressure a breakaway world, those ships found their weapons systems locked. When they tried to impose trade sanctions, they discovered that human-designed banking systems no longer processed their commands. In desperation, some council members tried to reverse engineer human technology. They failed. What looked simple on the surface contained principles they couldn't grasp. Even successful copies didn't work quite right, missing some hidden element that humans had never revealed. We thought we were letting them develop under our control, Smith said during a private meeting. But they were so far ahead of us, we couldn't even see it. Reports kept coming. Pirates growing bolder, trade routes becoming dangerous, colonial worlds struggling without human support. The Council's power, built over thousands of years, was crumbling in months. The final insult came when the Council discovered that several of their most secret research projects had been compromised. Not by spies or theft, but because key parts of the work had been quietly done by human scientists. Without them, years of progress became useless. They didn't need to fight us, Tom observed, watching another angry delegation storm out of the council chamber. They just had to walk away and let us see how much we needed them. The galaxy was learning that real power wasn't about control. It was about competence, And humanity had proven they had plenty of that. 3 months after humanity's departure, the Council made its biggest mistake. They decided to show their strength with a military operation against Earth. Representative Smith watched from Unity Point as the largest fleet in Council history gathered. 10,000 ships, reported Admiral Vale, his scaled skin gleaming under the station lights. The combined might of all remaining Council races. Earth will have to listen now. Smith wasn't so sure. Something about this felt wrong. Have we considered that humanity might have expected this? They're just one species. Vale dismissed the concern. No matter how advanced, they can't stand against the United Council. The massive fleet made an impressive sight as it moved into formation. Ships of every Council race joined together, stretching out into space like a metal cloud. Their mission: force humanity back under Council control. They never reached human space. Halfway to Earth, every ship in the fleet suddenly stopped. Their engines died. Their weapons went dark. Their communications fell silent. 10,000 ships hung helpless in space. Then a single human ship appeared, just one regular-sized patrol vessel. Its message was simple: the Council fleet has entered restricted space. Their systems have been temporarily disabled. They have 1 hour to turn back before their life support shuts down too. Admiral Vale raged from his flagship. Impossible. How can they control our ships? We checked everything for human technology. The answer came from an unexpected source. A young engineer spoke up from her console. Sir, they didn't need to add anything. They designed most of our engines in the first place. They built the base technology that everything else runs on. They just never told us about the off switch. The mighty Council fleet had no choice. They turned back. Their pride hurt more than their ships, but the lesson wasn't over. When they returned to Council space, they found things had changed. The younger races had taken advantage of their absence. Half the remaining Council members had declared independence while the fleet was away. In an emergency Council session, the truth finally sank in. We never controlled them. Smith said to the quiet chamber. We never even understood them. Humanity gave us what they wanted us to have, showed us what they wanted us to see, and kept their real power hidden. Reports from across the galaxy painted a clear picture. Human space was thriving. Their worlds were protected by technology the Council couldn't understand. Their ships used drive systems that left Council vessels looking primitive. Their colonies were expanding, their trade was growing, and their former allies were benefiting from new technologies humans had kept in reserve. Message from Earth, announced the chamber's eye. On the main screen, Ambassador Walker appeared. He looked exactly as he had the day he walked out, calm and composed. The Council's attempt to enter human space has been noted, he said simply. We trust this demonstration has made our position clear. We remain open to establishing new diplomatic relations as equals, not subjects. The choice is yours. The screen went dark, leaving the Council members in stunned silence. They could have destroyed our fleet, Tom whispered to Smith. They could have let our life support fail. They could have taken control of every piece of their technology in Council space and shut us down completely. Smith nodded slowly. But they didn't. Because this wasn't about proving they could beat us. It was about proving they didn't need us at all. In the following days, the Council learned of other things humans had kept hidden. Medical technologies that could have saved millions. Clean energy systems that would have ended resource wars. Faster than light drives that made their best ships look slow. All this time, Smith said, looking out at the stars, we thought we were being generous by letting humanity develop under our guidance. We never realized we were the ones being left behind. The Council had finally understood. They hadn't been dealing with a young, rising species. They had been trying to control a giant that had simply been too polite to show its full strength. 6 months after humanity's departure, the Grand Council chamber looked very different. Where once 12 species had ruled the galaxy, now only 5 remained. The others had either declared independence or sign direct treaties with Earth. Representative Smith stood at his podium, but this time he wasn't leading the session. Instead, he was preparing to welcome a guest. Ambassador Walker has agreed to hear our proposal, he told the remaining council members. Remember, we're not in a position to make demands anymore. The chamber doors opened and Walker entered. He looked exactly the same as the day he had walked out, but now he moved with an even quieter confidence. Behind him came representatives from 20 former council worlds, all of them now independent allies of Earth. Welcome back to Unity Point, Smith said, though I suspect it's we who should be requesting welcome from you now. Walker smiled slightly. The station's systems have been running below optimal efficiency. Our engineers could restore them, if you'd like. Everyone knew this was more than just talk about station maintenance. It was about the future of galactic civilization itself. We have a proposal, Smith said. The Council admits its errors. We acknowledge humanity's right to develop freely. We request a new beginning, not as rulers and subjects, but as equals. Walker listened quietly as Smith outlined the new structure. No more central control, no more restricted technology, no more artificial limits on progress. Instead, a forum for cooperation, with each species free to develop at its own pace. Interesting, Walker said when Smith finished. But why should humanity return at all? We're doing quite well on our own. The answer came from an unexpected source. The youngest remaining council member, barely a century in space, spoke up. Because you understand something we're only now learning, she said. Real strength isn't in controlling others. It's in helping them grow. Walker turned to her, genuinely interested. Go on. You could have crashed our economies completely. You could have shut down all our human-made technology. You could have left us helpless. But you didn't. You just showed us we had a choice. A murmur of agreement ran through the chamber. Even the oldest council races were nodding. And now, she continued, we're choosing to build something new. Not because you forced us, but because you showed us a better way. Walker looked around the chamber, at faces both familiar and new. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out something that made Smith catch his breath. A council membership badge. But this badge was different. Instead of the old council seal, it showed a new symbol. A galaxy with all its stars shining equally bright. Earth has discussed your proposal, Walker said. We agree on one condition. Everything we've kept hidden, all our advanced technology, all our scientific knowledge, we share it, not just with the Council, but with every species ready to use it responsibly. That would change everything, Smith whispered. That's the point, Walker replied. The galaxy shouldn't be about holding anyone back. It should be about lifting everyone up. One by one, the council members stepped forward to exchange their old badges for new ones. As they did, screens around the chamber lit up with data. Humanity sharing its first batch of hidden breakthroughs. There's so much here, Tom said, scanning the files. Medical cures, clean energy, faster ships, better defenses. You had solutions for almost everything. We did, Walker agreed. We were just waiting for the galaxy to be ready to use them wisely. Smith looked out the chamber windows at the stars. Already, human ships were arriving to help upgrade Unity Point systems. In spite of everything, they had never stopped wanting to help. Welcome home, he said to Walker. Or perhaps we should say, welcome to the future. The galaxy was entering a new age. Not one of control and fear, but of cooperation and growth. And it had all started because one species had been brave enough to simply walk away.
Lance adjusted his cargo manifest for the third time in 10 minutes, not because anything was wrong with it, but because waiting in customs lines apparently turned even the most patient human into a fidgeting mess. Around him, the usual symphony of Nexus Station played out in all its chaotic glory. The chittering of insectoid klaxons arguing over shipping rates, the deep harmonic hums of crystalline Zephyrians conducting business through sound frequencies that made his teeth ache, and the perpetual background noise of 1,000 different atmospheric recyclers working overtime to keep everyone breathing something vaguely resembling their preferred air mix. "Next!" The customs agent's voice crackled through the universal translator. Though Lance had gotten good enough at reading Ulmiran body language to know the tall, silver-skinned being was having about as much fun as a root canal. The agent's 4 arms moved with mechanical precision, 2 handling paperwork, while the other 2 gestured irritably at the seemingly endless line of traders, smugglers, and legitimate business people who kept this corner of the galaxy spinning. Lance shuffled forward, his worn cargo boots squeaking against the station's polished metal floors. 23 years of hauling supplies between the outer colonies had taught him that customs officials throughout the galaxy shared one universal trait. They were all dead inside. Well, except for the ones who were literally dead, like the Necro Syndicate representatives, but they were usually pretty cheerful about it. Purpose of visit. The Ulmiran didn't look up from his screen, all 4 hands now dancing across holographic displays that showed Lance's cargo manifest in excruciating detail. "Just dropping off medical supplies for the Kepler colony," Lance replied, offering his most winning smile to a being who probably couldn't even see facial expressions the same way humans did. Nothing exciting. Some antibiotics, surgical equipment, a few cases of that synthetic blood substitute the outer settlements can never seem to get enough of. Duration of stay? 8 hours, maybe 10 if I can find a decent meal that won't try to eat me back. Lance glanced around the customs area, noting the usual mix of travelers. A group of Bektari scientists huddled around what looked like a containment unit, their pale blue skin flickering with the bioluminescent patterns that served as their written language. Near the far wall, a squad of Kalneth warriors stood in perfect formation, their obsidian armor making them look like living shadows with anger management issues. The customs agent finally looked up, revealing the distinctive triple pupil eyes that marked him as one of the more evolved Ulmiran subspecies. Standard bioscan required. Step into the gate scanner. Lance nodded and walked toward the massive archway that dominated the center of the customs area. The gate scanner was a marvel of Ulmiran engineering, supposedly capable of detecting everything from concealed weapons to interdimensional parasites to that weird space fungus that made people break into spontaneous interpretive dance. The technology was so advanced that most species barely understood how it worked, which was probably why the Ulmiran charged premium rates for installing them at major trade hubs. "You know," Lance said, stepping into the scanner's energy field, "I've been through this thing probably 300 times, and it still makes me feel like I'm being slowly dissolved and reconstituted. Is that normal, or should I be worried about long-term cellular damage?" The customs agent's expression didn't change, but Lance caught the slight twitch of one of his secondary arms that probably meant amusement or irritation. With Ulmiran, it was hard to tell. The scanner hummed to life, bathing Lance in a soft blue glow that made everything look like a cheap science fiction movie from the old Earth archives. He'd been through this routine so many times, he could practically recite the standard scanner responses. Subject cleared for standard biological parameters, followed by the all-clear tone that meant he could get on with his life and maybe find that decent meal. Instead, the scanner made a sound like a computer trying to sneeze. Then it made a different sound, like several computers having an argument. Then it went completely silent. Lance looked down at his arms, still glowing faintly blue in the scanner field, then back at the customs agent. "Is this where I should start worrying?" The Ulmiran was staring at his displays with the kind of expression usually reserved for discovering your ship's navigation computer had been replaced with a particularly stupid artificial intelligence. All four hands moved frantically across the holographic controls, pulling up diagnostic screens and error reports that flickered too fast for Lance to read. Lance said, still standing in the scanner. Should I step out, or... Do not move. The customs agent's tone had shifted from bored bureaucrat to something approaching panic. Around the customs area, other travelers had started to notice the commotion. The Beccatari scientists had stopped their animated discussion and were now staring at the gate scanner with the kind of scientific curiosity that usually preceded very bad things happening to whatever they were studying. The scanner hummed again, louder this time, and the blue glow intensified until Lance had to squint against the glare. Status displays around the customs area flickered and went dark, then came back online showing readouts that made absolutely no sense. Then, in a voice that somehow managed to sound both mechanical and utterly bewildered, the gate scanner spoke. Biological scan complete. Subject. Identification. Lance, human male. Warning, subject has survived direct contact with an apex god. Classification. Impossible. Recommendation. Run. The customs area went dead silent. Lance blinked a high E few times, processing what he'd just heard. I'm sorry. What was that last part? The gate scanner repeated its announcement, helpfully translating it into 43 different languages for the benefit of the increasingly agitated crowd. The Beccatari scientists were now practically vibrating with excitement, their bioluminescent patterns cycling through what Lance's translation implant helpfully identified as academic profanity. The Kalneth warriors had shifted into a combat stance, which was their response to pretty much everything but was still notably intimidating. There must be some mistake, Lance said, stepping out of the scanner despite the customs agent's earlier warning. I mean, I'm just a cargo hauler. The most exciting thing that's happened to me in the last 5 years was that time I accidentally shipped a crate of Zephyrian mating crystals to a monastery. And trust me, that was more embarrassing than divine. The customs agent was now frantically typing commands into his console while speaking rapidly into what Lance assumed was some kind of emergency communicator. Around the customs area, more security personnel were arriving, including a tall figure in the distinctive robes of a station administrator. Nobody panic, the robed figure announced in accented standard, though his voice carried the kind of authority that suggested panicking might actually be the reasonable response. I am Administrator Zale. We are experiencing a minor technical malfunction with our scanning equipment. Minor? One of the Beccatari scientists had broken away from her group and was now approaching the scanner with scientific instruments that looked disturbingly probe-like. This device is reading energy signatures that shouldn't exist in our dimensional framework. The quantum resonance patterns alone suggest interaction with entities operating on cosmic scales. Lance raised his hand tentatively. When you say cosmic scales, are we talking like really big planets? Or more like universe-ending nightmare fuel? The scientist's bioluminescent patterns shifted to what his translator identified as excited terror. The latter would be more accurate. Fantastic. Lance looked around the customs area, noting that what had been a routine crowd of bored travelers was rapidly becoming a gathering of very interested, very dangerous people. The Kalneth warriors were now openly displaying weapons. The Beccatari scientists were setting up what looked like field researches he didn't recognize had materialized from wherever it was that mysterious aliens lurked when they weren't being ominous. Administrator Zale moved closer, his expression managing to convey both diplomatic concern and barely controlled panic. Sir, I must ask you to accompany me to a more secure location while we resolve this situation. Let me guess, Lance said. This is the part where everyone starts treating me like I'm either incredibly dangerous or incredibly valuable, and my peaceful life of hauling medical supplies comes to a screeching halt. I'm afraid that assessment may be accurate. Lance looked back at the gate scanner, which had returned to its normal blue glow, but was now displaying readouts that looked like someone had taught mathematics to have nightmares. Around him, the crowd was growing larger and more agitated, with representatives from species he'd never seen before pushing through the customs area with the kind of purposeful movement that suggested they had plans for him that didn't involve asking politely. "You know what the really annoying part is?" Lance said, following Administrator Zale toward what he hoped was safety. "I don't even remember surviving contact with any gods, apex or otherwise. You'd think that would be the sort of thing that sticks with you." Behind them, the gate scanner announced to the growing crowd, "Quantum signature confirmed. Subject has direct exposure to void-class entity. Probability of survival, 0.0001%. Actual survival, confirmed. Explanation, insufficient data." "Well," Lance muttered, as Administrator Zale hurried him toward the secure exit, "that explains absolutely nothing and makes everything infinitely worse. Just another day in paradise." The last thing he heard before the security doors closed behind them was the sound of several different alien languages, all expressing the same sentiment. They wanted to get their hands on the human who had somehow survived the impossible. And they weren't particularly interested in waiting for permission. Administrator Zaile's office had clearly been designed by someone who believed that the key to diplomatic success was making everyone equally uncomfortable. The furniture managed to be simultaneously too tall for humans, too wide for Ulmeran, and apparently too geometrically impossible for anyone with a basic understanding of physics. Lance found himself perched on what might have been a chair if chairs were designed by committee, and that committee had been having a very bad day. "So," Lance said, watching Zale pace behind his desk with the fluid grace of someone whose species had evolved past the need for anxiety medication, "on a scale of 1 to completely screwed, how would you rate my current situation?" Zale's triple pupil eyes focused on a series of holographic displays that were updating with what Lance could only assume were very bad news. "The situation is complex. In the past 18 minutes since the scanner incident, we have received docking requests from the Bektari Research Collective, a Kalneth military expedition, something calling itself the Cosmic Preservation Society, and at least 3 organizations I have never heard of, but whose ship signatures suggest they have access to technology that officially doesn't exist." Cosmic Preservation Society? Lance tried to process this information while fighting the urge to laugh hysterically. That sounds like the kind of name you give your organization when Universal Doomsday Prevention Squad was already taken. "The concerning part," Zale continued, his secondary arms manipulating controls while his primary hands gestured at the displays, "is that they are all claiming jurisdiction over you, based on various interspecies treaties, ancient laws, and what one group described as cosmic precedent, dating back to the first silence." Lance felt a chill run down his spine that had nothing to do with the office's aggressive air conditioning. The first silence? That sounds ominous, even by the standards of my rapidly deteriorating day. Before Zale could respond, his communication console erupted in a cacophony of alerts, warning tones, and what sounded like several different alien languages, all trying to negotiate, threaten, or plead simultaneously. Through the office's reinforced windows, Lance could see the docking bay filling with ships that ranged from sleek Bektari research vessels to the angular predatory lines of Kalneth warships. Administrator Zale, a voice crackled through the comm system, speaking accented standard, with the kind of authority that suggested disagreement was not an option. This is Battle Commander Keth of the Kolneth Expeditionary Force. You will surrender the anomalous human immediately for military evaluation and potential weaponization. Weaponization? Lance looked at his hands, which appeared distressingly normal. I can barely operate a coffee machine without causing minor explosions. What exactly are they planning to weaponize? Another voice cut through the comm chatter, this one carrying the clinical precision of dedicated scientific inquiry. Administrator, this is Research Prime Lux of the Bektari Collective. The human must be transferred to our custody for comprehensive study. The quantum signatures detected by your scanner suggest exposure to entities that exist outside our current understanding of reality. This represents the greatest scientific discovery in recorded history. Or, a third voice interjected, speaking in tones that seemed to resonate from somewhere beyond normal space. You could acknowledge that some discoveries are too dangerous for mortal minds to comprehend and remand the subject to our care before his very existence destabilizes the local cosmic framework. Lance looked at Zale. I'm starting to think that coffee machine explosion was the high point of my technical competence. Zale's expression had shifted from diplomatic concern to the kind of grim determination usually reserved for last stands and heroic sacrifices. Mr. Lance, I must ask, do you have any memory of an encounter that might explain these readings? Any unusual experiences? Unexplained gaps in your memory? Strange dreams involving cosmic entities? Or interdimensional travel? Lance started to shake his head, then paused. There was something lurking at the edges of his consciousness, like a half-remembered nightmare. Images flashed through his mind. Darkness deeper than space, something vast and incomprehensible reaching across dimensions, the screaming of reality itself being torn apart and stitched back together. There might be something, he said slowly, but it's like trying to remember a dream while someone's hitting you with a hammer. There are fragments, but they don't make sense. Darkness, and something that was too big to exist. And the office lights flickered, and for just a moment, Lance could swear he saw something moving in the shadows between the holographic displays. Something that definitely shouldn't exist in three-dimensional space. Zale's eyes widened. The quantum fields in this office just spiked beyond our measurement capabilities. Whatever happened to you, mister? Lance, it left you changed in ways that our technology can barely detect. Changed how, exactly? Lance stood up from the impossible chair, noting that the shadows in the office seemed to be moving independently of any light source. Because I really feel like I should know if I'm some kind of cosmic anomaly walking around in human skin. Before Zale could answer, the office's security systems activated with a series of warning klaxons that could probably be heard in the next star system. Through the reinforced windows, Lance saw Kolneth warriors in full combat armor advancing through the docking bay, while Bektari scientists deployed scanning equipment that looked less like research tools and more like the kind of devices used to contain things that reality preferred to forget about. We need to move, Zale said, his diplomatic composure finally cracking. Now. Move where? Lance asked, following the administrator toward what he hoped was an exit and not some kind of interdimensional garbage disposal. In case you haven't noticed, we're on a space station surrounded by people who want to either study me, weaponize me, or possibly prevent me from accidentally destroying the universe. The maintenance levels, Zale replied, opening a concealed panel that revealed a narrow corridor lined with pipes, conduits, and the kind of mechanical systems that kept a space station from becoming a very expensive tomb. Station security protocols require multiple escape routes for administrative personnel. The various factions will be monitoring standard exits, but they may not immediately think to check the infrastructure levels. Lance squeezed into the maintenance corridor, immediately regretting every meal he'd eaten in the past month. You know, when I got up this morning, the biggest challenge I expected to face was finding a decent place to get my ship's atmospheric recycler serviced. This is definitely not an improvement. Behind them, the sounds of Lance's office being thoroughly searched by multiple armed factions echoed through the station's ventilation system. Apparently, the various groups had decided that diplomatic negotiations were less efficient than simply taking what they wanted and sorting out the legal implications later. The maintenance corridors of Nexus Station were a maze of technical systems that served the needs of dozens of different species, which meant the environmental controls were set to compromise that satisfies no one. Lance found himself sweating in air that was too humid for human comfort, while breathing an atmospheric mix that tasted faintly of ozone and regret. There's an emergency docking port in section C-15, Zale explained, navigating the narrow passages with the confidence of someone who had clearly planned for this exact scenario. If we can reach it without being detected, you might be able to escape the station before the various factions realize you've left the administrative levels. And then what? Lance asked, trying not to think about the fact that he could hear multiple sets of footsteps in the corridors behind them, along with the distinctive whine of energy weapons charging. Even if I get off the station, there are enough ships out there to blockade half the sector. Where exactly am I supposed to run to? As if in answer to his question, a familiar voice echoed through the maintenance corridor's comm system. "Lance, you magnificent idiot, where the hell are you?" Lance stopped so suddenly that Zale nearly collided with him. "Ren? Of course it's me. Who else would be crazy enough to try stealing you out from under the noses of 3 different military forces and whatever those creepy guys in the impossible ships are supposed to be?" Ren Blackstone had been running cargo through the outer systems for almost as long as Lance had, though her definition of cargo was considerably more flexible, and her relationship with interstellar law was best described as complicated. She was also one of the few people in the galaxy who Lance trusted completely, mostly because she'd had plenty of opportunities to sell him out over the years and had consistently chosen profit over betrayal only when it didn't actually hurt him. "How did you even know what was happening?" Lance asked, following Zale toward what he hoped was the emergency docking port, and not a very elaborate trap. Entities. When they mentioned Nexus Station and a cargo hauler named Lance, I figured it was either you or someone with your exact same talent for stumbling into impossible situations. They reached the emergency docking port just as the sounds of pursuit echoed from multiple directions. Through the small viewport, Lance could see Ren's ship, the Wandering Star, docked and ready. The ship was a modified light freighter that had been upgraded with so many aftermarket systems that it barely qualified as the same class of vessel anymore. It was also, Lance knew, one of the fastest ships in this part of the galaxy, when Ren decided that speed was more important than structural integrity. "The docking seal is secure," Zale reported, checking his portable scanner. "But I'm detecting multiple assault teams converging on this section. You have perhaps 3 minutes before they breach the emergency barriers." Lance turned to the administrator, who had risked his career and possibly his life to help a complete stranger escape what was rapidly becoming an interstellar incident. "Thank you. I don't know why you're helping me, but thank you." Zale's expression was grim. "Because whatever you survived, whatever changed you, it's something that the galaxy isn't ready for. The factions gathering here aren't interested in understanding what happened to you. They want to control it, weaponize it, or contain it. None of those options end well for anyone. Lance nodded and stepped through the airlock into Ren's ship, immediately feeling the familiar comfort of worn deck plates and the gentle hum of well-maintained engines. Ren was already at the pilot station, her hands dancing over controls, while her eyes tracked the tactical displays showing the growing fleet around the station. "So," she said without looking up, "want to explain why half the known galaxy suddenly decided you're the most interesting human alive?" "I honestly have no idea," Lance replied, strapping himself into the co-pilot seat. "Apparently, I survived something called direct contact with an apex god, but I don't remember any of it." "Apex god?" Ren's hands paused over the controls. "That's either the best cover story I've ever heard, or we're in significantly more trouble than I thought." Through the ship's viewports, Lance could see the Kolneth fleet moving into intercept positions, while the Bektari vessels deployed scanning arrays that looked capable of analyzing individual atoms from several light-years away. In the distance, other ships were arriving, their configurations unlike anything in the standard databases. "Ren," Lance said quietly, "I think we might be in more trouble than anyone thought." The wandering star detached from Nexus Station just as the first energy blasts began lighting up the space around them. The wandering star's engines screamed in protest as Ren pushed them well beyond their rated specifications, weaving through the growing fleet around Nexus Station like a caffeinated insect avoiding very large, very angry swatters. Energy blasts lit up the space around them in brilliant displays that would have been beautiful if they weren't specifically designed to turn the ship into expanding clouds of superheated debris. "You know," Ren said, executing a maneuver that definitely wasn't in any piloting manual, "when I said I owed you a favor, I was thinking more along the lines of buying you dinner or helping you move furniture, not fleeing from what appears to be the beginning of an interstellar incident." Lance gripped his seat as the ship shuddered through another near miss from a Kolneth plasma cannon. "Trust me, this wasn't exactly on my agenda either. This morning, my biggest concern was whether the coffee maker in my ship was finally going to give up and die." "Well, look on the bright side," Ren replied, spinning the ship through a debris field that had probably been another vessel until very recently. "That coffee maker is definitely the least of your problems now." The tactical display showed at least 15 different ships in pursuit, representing species from across the known galaxy, and a few that Lance was pretty sure weren't in any official databases. The Kolneth vessels maintained their characteristic aggressive formation, while the Bektari ships moved with the methodical precision of scientists who had decided that capturing their specimen was worth risking interdimensional war. But it was the other ships that worried Lance most. Vessels with configurations that seemed to shift when he wasn't looking directly at them, energy signatures that made the ship's sensors emit confused electronic whimpers, and what appeared to be at least one craft that was technically inside out, but somehow still functional. "Ren," Lance said, watching the sensor readings fluctuate in ways that violated several laws of physics, "I think I'm starting to remember what happened to me." "Good timing," Ren muttered, diving the ship toward a nearby asteroid belt while energy blasts turned chunks of rock into impressive but short-lived light shows. "Because I could really use an explanation for why that Kolneth dreadnought is charging weapons that aren't supposed to exist for another 1,000 years. The memories came in fragments, like trying to assemble a puzzle while being hit by lightning. Lance saw himself on the bridge of a deep space exploration vessel, the kind of ship that pushed beyond the edges of mapped space, looking for new worlds, new resources, or just new ways for humans to prove they belonged among the stars. The mission had been routine: investigate unusual energy readings in an unexplored system, collect data, and return home with another small piece of the cosmic puzzle filled in. Instead, they'd found something that shouldn't exist. The Void Sovereign, Lance said, the name emerging from buried memories like something clawing its way out of a grave. We encountered something called the Void Sovereign. Ren glanced at him while simultaneously piloting through an asteroid field and dodging weapons fire from multiple directions. That sounds ominous, even by cosmic horror standards. What exactly is a Void Sovereign? Lance closed his eyes, letting the memories flow despite the nauseating sensation of remembering something his mind had desperately tried to forget. Not what? Who? An entity that exists between dimensions, feeding on the spaces where reality gets thin. Our ship's sensors detected it first as a gravitational anomaly, then as something that was bending space-time just by existing. The wandering star shook as a particularly close energy blast overloaded the shields, and Ren cursed in 3 languages while rerouting power from non-essential systems. Behind them, the pursuit fleet was gaining ground, and Lance could see additional ships arriving at the edge of the system. "So, what happened when you met this thing?" Ren asked, executing a turn that probably added several new stress fractures to the ship's hull. "It was dying," Lance said, the memory now flowing with crystal clarity. "Something had wounded it, driven it from its native dimension into ours, and the transition was killing it. But a dying Void Sovereign is still incredibly dangerous. Its death throes were tearing holes in reality, creating rifts that led to spaces where the laws of physics were more like friendly suggestions." Through the ship's viewports, Lance could see that their pursuers weren't just following them anymore. The various fleets were starting to engage each other, apparently deciding that eliminating the competition was as important as capturing their target. Energy beams crossed the void between vessels, creating a 3-dimensional battlefield that was rapidly becoming a free-for-all. "My crew tried to retreat," Lance continued, his voice growing quiet as the darker memories surfaced. "But the Sovereign's death was creating a cascade effect. Reality was unraveling in a sphere that expanded outward from the entity, and our ship was caught in the wave. The crew, they didn't make it. One by one, they were pulled into spaces that existed outside normal physics." Ren's expression had grown grim as she listened, though her piloting remained flawlessly aggressive. "But you survived. How?" "I didn't," Lance said simply. "Not really. When the cascade reached me, when I felt reality starting to dissolve around me, something inside me responded. I absorbed part of the Sovereign's essence, took its dying energy into myself to try to stabilize the collapse. As if responding to his words, the lights on the ship's bridge flickered, and the shadows in the corners seemed to deepen in ways that had nothing to do with the illumination. Lance felt something stirring within him, a presence that was both part of him and utterly alien. "Lance," Ren said, her voice carefully controlled, "the ship's quantum field detectors are going crazy. Whatever you absorbed, it's still there, isn't it?" "I think so." Lance looked at his hands, and for just a moment, he could swear he saw something moving beneath his skin. Patterns of darkness that seemed to exist in more than 3 dimensions. The absorption saved me, but it also wiped my memory. I've been living with this thing inside me for years without knowing it. The tactical display suddenly lit up with new contacts, ships emerging from what appeared to be empty space, but which Lance now recognized as the kind of dimensional rifts the Void Sovereign's death had created. These weren't any of the species they'd been dealing with before. These vessels moved with a purpose that transcended normal physics, their very presence causing reality to ripple like water. "Those are apex entities," Lance said, the knowledge flowing from memories he hadn't known he possessed. Beings that exist on cosmic scales, the kind of entities that the Void Sovereign was fleeing from. They've been drawn here by the disturbance. Drawn here by you mean? Wren said, her piloting becoming even more erratic as she tried to avoid the new arrivals while still evading the original pursuit fleet. The quantum signature from the gate scanner, Lance realized, it wasn't just detecting what I'd survived. It was broadcasting it. Every cosmic entity in this part of the galaxy now knows that someone survived direct contact with Void Sovereign essence. One of the Apex entity ships moved toward them with the kind of motion that suggested it wasn't entirely bound by normal space-time, and Lance felt the presence within him respond with something that might have been recognition or might have been fear. The ship's sensors registered energy readings that shouldn't be possible, and several of the pursuing vessels simply ceased to exist, not destroyed, but rather edited out of reality, as if they had never been there at all. "Wren," Lance said, feeling power building within him like a storm he couldn't control. "I think I'm about to do something that's either going to save us or make everything infinitely worse." "Story of my life," Wren replied, though her knuckles were white as she gripped the controls. "Just try to aim whatever cosmic horror you're about to unleash at the people shooting at us, and not at my ship." Lance felt the Void Sovereign's essence surge within him, responding to the presence of the Apex entities and the immediate threat to his survival. Reality around the ship began to fluctuate, and for just a moment, Lance could see the universe as the Void Sovereign had. A vast tapestry of interconnected dimensions, with threads of possibility that could be plucked, rewoven, or cut entirely. He reached out with senses he didn't remember having, grasped one of those threads, and pulled. Space around the wandering star folded in on itself, creating a bubble of altered reality where the laws of physics answered to Lance's will rather than their usual constraints. The pursuing ships found themselves firing at empty space as the freighter slipped sideways through dimensions, while the Apex entity vessels paused in what might have been surprise or approval. "Well," Wren said, staring at sensor readings that made no sense whatsoever. "That's new." Lance slumped in his seat, feeling drained in ways that went beyond physical exhaustion. "I think I'm starting to understand why that gate scanner recommended running. This power, whatever I absorbed from the Void Sovereign, it's not meant for human minds to contain." "But you're containing it anyway," Wren pointed out, setting course for the outer system while reality slowly stabilized around them. "That has to count for something." Through the viewports, Lance could see that their escape had attracted even more attention. The space around Nexus Station was now filled with vessels from species he'd never heard of, and several more of those reality-bending Apex entity ships were materializing from whatever dimension they called home. "I don't think we're running anymore," Lance said quietly. "I think we're being herded." Herded toward what? Lance felt the presence within him stir again, and suddenly he knew the answer with a certainty that came from somewhere beyond human understanding. Toward a choice. The Apex entities aren't here to capture me or study me. They're here to see what I'm going to become. The wandering star flew deeper into the outer system, pursued by forces that represented the full spectrum of cosmic power, while Lance struggled to understand what he was becoming and whether that transformation would save or damn everything he'd ever cared about. The rendezvous point turned out to be a dead system on the edge of charted space, where the corpses of 3 planets orbited a dying star, like cosmic tombstones. Lance had known they were being guided here, but seeing the assembled fleet that waited for them still made his breath catch. Ships from dozens of species filled the void, from familiar human frigates to exotic vessels that seemed to be constructed from crystallized music and controlled nightmare. But it was the apex entities that dominated the space, their impossible ships existing in states that made Lance's eyes water just from looking at them. One appeared to be built from folded time itself. Another seemed to exist as a mathematical concept given physical form. And a third was technically a living creature the size of a space station that had learned to travel between stars by convincing reality it was actually a ship. "Well," Wren said, her voice carefully steady as she piloted the wandering star into the midst of this cosmic convention. "I've seen some strange things in my time hauling cargo through the outer systems, but this is definitely going on my list of experiences I never want to repeat." Lance felt the presence within him responding to the gathered entities, and suddenly he could sense their attention like a weight pressing against his consciousness. They weren't hostile, exactly, but they were evaluating him with the kind of cosmic patience that measured time in geological epochs. They're not here to fight, he realized. They're here to witness something. Before Wren could ask what, space around the wandering star began to shimmer, and Lance found himself standing on what appeared to be a platform made of crystallized starlight. Wren was beside him, looking remarkably calm for someone who had just been transported across space by entities that existed partially outside the normal universe. "Greetings, fragment of the Void Sovereign," a voice spoke, though Lance couldn't identify its source. The words seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, carrying harmonics that resonated in dimensions his human brain wasn't designed to perceive. "We have come to observe your choosing." "My choosing?" Lance looked around the platform, seeing representatives from the various fleets arranged in concentric circles around them. The Kolneth warriors stood in perfect formation, their weapons at ready but not aimed. The Bekatari scientists had deployed instruments that were recording everything, their bioluminescent patterns cycling through what his translator identified as academic excitement mixed with existential terror. Even the more exotic species seemed to be holding their breath, waiting for something momentous. "You carry within you the essence of one who fell to preserve this dimensional framework," another voice explained. This one coming from the ship that was technically a living creature. The Void Sovereign did not die meaninglessly. It chose to sacrifice itself to seal a breach that would have allowed entities from the far dark to enter this reality. Lance felt a chill that had nothing to do with the platform's non-existent atmosphere. The far dark? "Places where existence goes to die," Wren muttered. "Great." As if cosmic entities and reality-bending powers weren't complicated enough. The first voice continued, and now Lance could see its source. A being that appeared to be made of compressed galaxies, with stars for eyes and nebulae for hair. The sovereign sacrifice created a seal, but seals require guardians. You have become that guardian, whether by choice or chance. Now you must decide what kind of guardian you will be. "I don't understand," Lance said, though part of him was beginning to grasp the implications. "Are you saying I'm supposed to protect the universe from invasion by nightmare entities from the spaces between realities?" "Not the universe," the galaxy being corrected. "This dimensional cluster. These several million galaxies where life has learned to exist within the constraints of physics as you understand them. The far dark hungers for such order, seeks to reduce it to the chaos that preceded existence." Around the platform, the assembled fleets waited in silence, while Lance processed information that no human mind should have been able to contain. He could feel the Void Sovereign's essence within him, not as an invader, but as a willing merger. two consciousness becoming something greater than their individual parts. "But here's the thing," Lance said, surprising himself with how steady his voice sounded. "I'm still human. Whatever power I've absorbed, whatever cosmic responsibility has been dumped on me, I'm still just a guy who hauls cargo between colonies and can't figure out how to work his coffee machine properly." The assembled entities seemed to consider this, and Lance felt something that might have been approval rippling through the cosmic gathering. "Perhaps," said the being made of crystallized time, "that is precisely why you are suited for this role." The Void Sovereign was ancient, powerful, and alone. It fought the far dark through cosmic ages until the burden overwhelmed it. But you are connected to smaller things: friends, simple pleasures, the satisfaction of a job completed. These connections may prove to be a strength where cosmic power was insufficient. Lance looked at Ren, who shrugged in the way she always did when faced with situations that exceeded normal human comprehension. "Your call, but for what it's worth, you've always been good at protecting the things you care about. Scaling up to protecting everything might not be as different as you think." Lance felt the choice crystallizing in his mind, and with it came understanding. He didn't have to become some cosmic guardian divorced from humanity. He could remain who he was while accepting the responsibility that had been thrust upon him. The Void Sovereign's essence would provide the power, but his human connections would provide the wisdom to use it properly. "All right," he said, addressing the assembled entities. "I'll do it. But I do it my way. I'm not abandoning my life to become some cosmic sentinel standing eternal watch in the void. I'll keep hauling cargo, visiting friends, dealing with broken coffee machines. And when the far dark tries to breach the seal, I'll be there to stop it." The approval that rippled through the gathering was almost tangible, and Lance felt the Void Sovereign's essence settling more comfortably within him. No longer a foreign presence, but a partner in the strange life he was about to lead. 6 months later, Lance was back on Nexus Station, delivering a routine shipment of medical supplies to the outer colonies. The customs agent was different now, a young Ulmiran, who probably hadn't been briefed on the previous incident, and the gate scanner hummed through its routine bioscan without incident. Well, mostly without incident. "Biological scan complete," the scanner announced. "Subject identification: Lance, human male. Note: subject is registered cosmic guardian, dimensional cluster 15, alpha. Threat level: beneficial. Recommendation: offer complimentary beverages." Lance grinned as other travelers in the customs line turned to stare at him with expressions ranging from awe to confusion. "I'll take a coffee," he told the scanner, "but fair warning, I still haven't figured out how to work most coffee machines without causing minor disasters." Behind him in line, a young human woman was staring at her own bioscan results with the kind of bewildered expression Lance remembered all too well. The scanner was displaying readings that shouldn't exist, and in the distance, he could hear the familiar sound of various alien factions expressing sudden and intense interest in capturing a human who had apparently survived something impossible. Lance sighed and walked over to the confused woman. "First time having cosmic powers manifest. In public?" he asked cheerfully. "How did you?" "Lucky guess. Come on, let me introduce you to some friends of mine. We've got a lot to talk about. And judging by the number of ships that just requested emergency docking clearance, we don't have much time to do it." As they walked toward the exit, Lance couldn't help but smile. Apparently, his encounter with the Void Sovereign had done more than just give him cosmic powers. It had awakened something in humanity itself, something that had been dormant until the right catalyst came along. The far dark might be patient, but it was about to discover that humans were remarkably good at being thoroughly, persistently, and creatively inconvenient. And Lance had a feeling that was going to make all the difference.
Commander Raxon stared at the holographic display, his 4 eyes blinking in rapid succession. The signal pulsed again, defying every prediction his science team had made. As the Supreme Commander of the Cartharian Empire's 7th Exploratory Fleet, he'd seen his share of anomalies, but this was different. "Run it again," he ordered, his scaled fingers drumming against the command chair's crystalline surface. The bridge crew exchanged nervous glances, their bioluminescent patches flickering with anxiety. The signal repeated, strong, clear, and unmistakably artificial, coming from a planet that, by all rights, should have been dead. A Category 12 death world with crushing gravity, lethal atmospheric pressure, and enough solar radiation to cook most species alive. "Commander," Lieutenant Zena called out, her voice trembling slightly. "The signal, it's not just random emissions, they're broadcasting entertainment. Music, stories, advertisements for something called car insurance." She paused, confusion evident in her tone. "They're calling their planet Earth." Raxon suppressed a laugh. Entertainment on a Category 12? Impossible. His people, the mighty Cartharians, were among the galaxy's premier deathworlders. Their homeworld, with its dense atmosphere and 1.3 standard gravity, had forged them into one of the most physically imposing species in known space. Even they wouldn't survive on a Category 12 for more than a few minutes. "Bring up the planetary data again," he commanded, rising from his chair to pace the bridge. His heavy footsteps echoed against the metallic floor, each step a reminder of his species' power. "Show me everything." The holographic display shifted, presenting a blue-green marble suspended in the void. Statistics scrolled past. Gravity 1.0 G, impossible. Oxygen-nitrogen atmosphere, lethal to most species. Temperature variations from -50 to +50 degrees Celsius, absolutely ridiculous. And go back to the atmospheric composition. 78% nitrogen, 21% oxygen, 1% trace gases, Zena read out. "Sir, these readings suggest it's inhabited." "By bacteria, perhaps," Raxon scoffed. "Or simple multicellular organisms at most. Nothing sapient could evolve in such conditions." He gestured at the display with one clawed hand. "Look at the solar radiation levels alone. Any species trying to develop there would be cooked alive before they could develop basic tools." First Officer Karras cleared his throat, his neck frills extending slightly in embarrassment. "Sir, about that. We're picking up artificial satellites, thousands of them, and cities, global communication networks, evidence of primitive space travel." Raxon froze mid-step. The bridge fell silent, save for the constant hum of the ship's engines. In his 20 cycles of service, he'd never encountered anything like this. The Cartharians, along with the other Death Worlder species, the crystalline Vexithor, the massive juggernaut Krawl, and the predatory Nexari, had always assumed they were alone in their capability to survive harsh conditions. "Sir," Zena interrupted his thoughts. "Incoming transmission. They've spotted us." "Impossible," Raxon muttered. But even as he said it, he knew he was wrong. The evidence was right there, mocking every assumption he'd ever held about the galaxy's natural order. "Put it through!" The holographic display flickered, and a face appeared. A bipedal creature, soft-skinned with only 2 eyes and no visible natural defenses. It smiled, showing flat, herbivore-like teeth. "This is Captain Sandra Chen of the United Earth Defense Force. We've been tracking your vessel since you entered our solar system. Welcome to Earth." Raxon's translator must be malfunctioning. This fragile-looking creature couldn't possibly be speaking from the surface of a Category 12 death world. Yet here they were, casual as could be, extending greetings as if they weren't standing in an environment that should be liquefying their organs. "This is Commander Raxon of the Cartharian Empire's 7th Exploratory Fleet," he responded, trying to maintain his composure. "We're not expecting to find sapient life in this system." Captain Chen's smile widened. Yes, we get that a lot. Would you like to come down for a visit? The weather's lovely this time of year, only 35 degrees Celsius and 80% humidity. Perfect for a garden party. Raxon's secondary heart nearly stopped. They considered that lovely weather? He glanced at his environmental officer, who was already shaking his head in disbelief. The readings were clear. Stepping onto that planet's surface would be suicide for any of his crew. I regret that our environmental requirements make such a visit impossible, Raxon managed to say diplomatically. Perhaps we could arrange a meeting on our vessel? Oh, of course. Captain Chen nodded understandingly. We'll send up a delegation. Just one question. What's your standard atmospheric pressure? We'll need to know what suits to bring. 2.3 atmospheres, Raxon replied automatically, then added with concern. Your species can survive pressure changes of that magnitude? Oh, that's nothing, Chen waved dismissively. We've got deep-sea researchers who work at pressures 50 times that. We'll be up in an hour. Chen out. As the transmission ended, Raxon slowly sank back into his command chair. 50 times standard pressure? Deep-sea research? He looked around at his stunned bridge crew, their expressions matching his own disbelief. Send word to the Death Worlder Council, he ordered quietly. Tell them we need to reevaluate our definition of Death World, and someone get me a drink, a strong one. As his crew rushed to comply, Raxon continued staring at the image of Earth rotating serenely in space. The Cartharians had always prided themselves on being among the galaxy's toughest species. Now, for the first time in his life, he felt like a soft-worlder. Somewhere on that horrific planet, these humans were preparing to visit his ship, probably thinking about what snacks to bring along. Raxon had a feeling the galaxy was about to become a much more interesting place. The grand chamber of the Death Worlder Council buzzed with nervous energy. High Counselor Vex's crystalline form caught the light as she moved to the center platform, her faceted surface reflecting scattered rainbow patterns across the assembled representatives. The emergency session had been called within hours of Commander Raxon's report, bringing together the 4 most powerful species in known space. The data is conclusive, Vex announced, her voice resonating through the chamber's perfect acoustics. We are not, as we believed, alone in our evolutionary advantages. She gestured, and a holographic Earth appeared above the assembly. Supreme Commander Krull of the Juggernaut Collective snorted, his massive 12-foot frame shifting in his reinforced chair. Impossible, look at them. No armor, no claws, soft skin. They're prey species who got lucky with technology. Lucky? Commander Raxon stepped forward, still shaken from his encounter. They live in conditions that would kill any of us in minutes. Their world experiences temperature swings that would shatter your bones, Krull. They call it weather and complain that it makes their hair frizzy. The Nexari representative, Hunter Prime Tal, leaned forward, her predatory eyes narrowing. Our preliminary analysis suggests they are apex predators, despite their appearance. They persist in hunting even with abundant food supply. They chase prey to exhaustion, continuing long after stronger species would give up. They do what? Krull's 4 eyes blinked in succession. Persistence hunting, Tal explained, bringing up new data streams. Keep going. Their endurance exceeds any known species, and that's just the beginning. Look at their adaptation range. The display shifted, showing humans living in environments from Arctic tundra to scorching deserts. The chamber fell silent as the implications sank in. This cannot stand, Supreme General Nash of the Vex-Thor Dominion declared, his crystalline form vibrating with concern. If they can survive such extremes, what happens when they expand beyond their world? They could colonize anywhere. They already are, Raxon interrupted, pulling up his ship scans. They have settlements in orbit, a base on their moon and preliminary colonies on Mars, a planet almost as hostile as their homeworld. They call these ventures baby steps. High Counselor Vex raised her appendages for silence as the chamber erupted in worried conversations. The question before us is clear. How do we approach these humans? Traditional power dynamics may not apply here. My crew prepared a standard diplomatic welcome package, Raxon offered. They sent back suggestions for improvements, including 6 different recipes for something called barbecue. They want to host a welcome party on their planet's surface. A trap, Kroll declared confidently. No, Tal interjected, her hunting instincts giving weight to her words. They're being genuine. They don't see their world as hostile. To them, we're the strange ones for needing environmental suits just to visit. The display shifted again, showing humans participating in various activities. Swimming in liquid water, climbing frozen mountains, running through sandstorms, surviving conditions that would kill any other known species. Look at this, Vex highlighted one recording. They voluntarily jump from high altitudes for entertainment. They call it skydiving. Their young engage in recreational activities they call sports, Tal added, including one where they purposely collide with each other at high speeds. They wear minimal protection and consider this normal. General Nash's crystalline surface flickered with distress patterns. We must send an investigation team. Learn more about these humans before they realize their potential advantage. Too late, Raxon said quietly. During our first contact, they mentioned wanting to exchange scientific data. They're particularly interested in our medical technology. Not for themselves, but because they think it might help them better treat their pets. Their what? Kroll leaned forward, nearly breaking his reinforced chair. Apparently, they share their homes with smaller creatures for companionship. They spend considerable resources keeping these animals healthy and comfortable, despite no obvious benefit to themselves. The chamber fell silent again as the implications sank in. A species so adaptable they treated survival as an afterthought. So confident they devoted resources to caring for other species purely for emotional reasons. High Counselor Vex's surface rippled with decision patterns. We will send a joint delegation, representatives from all our species. We need to understand these humans better. She paused, her crystals refracting light in complex patterns. And someone needs to verify their claims about this barbecue. For diplomatic reasons, of course. I volunteer, Tal said quickly, her hunting instincts clearly intrigued by the concept of cooked meat. The delegation will depart immediately, Vex declared. Commander Raxon, you'll lead, since you've already established contact, and... She hesitated. Bring environmental suits. Lots of them. We may be Deathworlders, but compared to humans, we're starting to look like tourists on a pleasure planet. As the council dispersed, Raxon checked his latest update from Earth. Captain Chen had sent more messages, including an invitation to something called a tailgate party before the diplomatic meetings began. Apparently, it involved gathering in an open parking lot, deliberately exposing oneself to the elements while consuming food cooked outdoors. They're either the bravest or the most insane species we've ever encountered, Raxon muttered to himself. Why not both? Tal asked, falling into step beside him. After all, only humans would look at a Category 12 death world and think, yes, this looks like a nice place to evolve civilization and have picnics. Raxon couldn't argue with that logic. As he prepared for the mission ahead, he wondered what other surprises these humans had in store for them. One thing was certain, the galaxy's power dynamics were about to change dramatically. From the safety of their reinforced observation pod, the alien delegation watched humanity with growing bewilderment. Commander Raxon kept a detailed log, though each entry seemed more outlandish than the last. Observation log, Day 3. The humans have taken us to what they call a gym. Inside, they voluntarily subject themselves to simulated labor, lifting heavy objects repeatedly for no apparent purpose other than to make the task more challenging in the future. When asked why, our guide Tucker Martinez simply said, "Gotta get those gains, bro." We remain uncertain what these gains are. Hunter Prime Tal peered through the observation window at a human performing something called deadlifts. Her sensory frills twitched with each movement. They're deliberately straining their muscles to the point of micro-tears, she noted. And they do this for recreation? Apparently they grow stronger by repeatedly damaging and healing themselves, Kroll rumbled, watching a human bench press nearly their own body weight. It's like their entire species decided that what doesn't kill them literally makes them stronger. The next observation location proved even more confounding. Raxon activated his recording device again. Observation log, day 5. We're at a human sporting event called hockey. They deliberately slide across frozen water, crashing into each other while chasing a small disc. When one human lost several teeth from an impact, the crowd cheered as he waved and smiled, bleeding, before returning to the game. The other humans call this playing through the pain and consider it admirable. General Nash's crystalline form vibrated with concern. Their young are present, watching this display of violence. They're taking notes and wearing miniature versions of player uniforms. Speaking of their young, Tal interjected, pulling up her own observations, I've been monitoring their educational facilities. Their children engage in an activity called recess, where they're released into an outdoor arena to run, climb, and engage in mock combat. The supervisors only intervene if someone draws blood or breaks a major bone. Raxon added another entry. The humans call their children's play area a playground. It's essentially a training ground filled with obstacles, climbing structures, and opportunities for dangerous falls. They consider this essential for proper development. The delegation moved to their next observation point, a coastal area. What they witnessed there nearly caused Cruel to crash their pod in shock. Observation log, day 7. Humans are deliberately swimming in the ocean. Let me repeat that. They are voluntarily immersing themselves in an environment containing countless predators, powerful currents, and salt water that would corrode most species' protective layers. They call this a beach vacation and pay money to do it. Look at that one. Tal pointed at a human on something called a surfboard. They're riding liquid water formations for entertainment. Those waves could crush our strongest vessels, and they're laughing. Their observations of human cities proved equally disturbing. Raxon struggled to maintain scientific objectivity in his logs. Observation log, day 10. Humans build vertically, creating structures they call skyscrapers that deliberately challenge their planet's gravitational pull. When asked about the risk of collapse, our guide Lisa Chen laughed and said they engineer them to withstand something called earthquakes, when their planet's crust randomly decides to shake everything apart. General Nash focused his sensors on a construction site. Their workers are suspended hundreds of feet in the air, secured by mere straps and ropes. They're eating their midday meal up there, dangling over the abyss, sharing what they call lunch. The final straw came during their observation of a human emergency response team. Raxon's log entry for that day was particularly agitated. Observation log, day 12, witnessed human firefighters in action. These specialists deliberately run into burning buildings to rescue others. They consider this a normal occupation. When fire threatened to collapse a structure, one human said, and I quote, "Hold my coffee before charging in to save a small animal their species keeps as a pet." Tal reviewed their compiled data, her hunting instincts thoroughly confused. "We've been measuring their strength all wrong," she concluded. "We focused on their physical capabilities, muscle density, bone structure, cellular resistance. But their true strength, it's their sheer audacity. They don't just survive on their death world," Kroll agreed, his massive frame slumped in resignation. "They actively seek out ways to make it more challenging. They invented something called extreme sports because regular sports weren't dangerous enough." Raxon made his final log entry of the observation phase. Preliminary conclusion. Humans are Category 12 Death Worlders, not because their planet forced them to be, but because they chose to become so. They deliberately expose themselves to harsh conditions, intentionally strain their bodies, and willingly face dangers that would terrify most species. They don't just adapt to challenges, they actively seek them out and invent new ones when they get bored. "Should we tell the council?" Nash asked, his crystalline surface showing stress patterns. "Tell them what?" Tal responded. "That we found a species that treats our worst nightmares as their weekend entertainment. That they invented something called caffeine to make themselves even more hyperactive and alert. We have to tell them something," Raxon sighed, watching a human child fearlessly pet a large predatory canine. "The council needs to understand that everything we assumed about survival and adaptation needs to be reconsidered. Perhaps," Kroll suggested, "we should just tell them that humans are unique." "Unique?" Raxon laughed. "Yesterday I watched a human eat something they called ghost peppers. That would be classified as a chemical weapon on most worlds. They streamed it live for entertainment. Unique doesn't begin to cover it. The delegation prepared to return to their ship, each member lost in thought about the implications of their observations. As they lifted off, they watched a group of humans preparing for something called a marathon, voluntarily running 26.2 miles for fun. "May the cosmic forces help us all," Raxon muttered. "We thought we were the galaxy's ultimate survivors. Turns out we're just tourists on an adventure holiday compared to humans." The diplomatic meeting was scheduled for what humans called high noon, apparently choosing the time of day when their solar radiation exposure was at its peak, because of course they would. Commander Raxon adjusted his environmental suit for the 18th time, watching through the reinforced windows as the human delegation approached the neutral meeting ground. Ambassador Rebecca Patel led the human group, wearing what she called business casual attire, apparently considering environmental protection unnecessary for a formal diplomatic event. Behind her walked Major James Cooper, their military attaché, casually drinking something called hot coffee in the sweltering 35-degree heat. "Welcome to the first official meeting between Earth and the Death Worlder Council," Ambassador Patel announced cheerfully. "I hope you don't mind meeting outdoors. We thought it would be more comfortable for everyone." Kroll's translation device must have malfunctioned. "Comfortable? It's nearly 308 Kelvin out here." "Oh, is it too cool?" Patel asked with genuine concern. "We can move to the sun side of the building if you'd prefer. Or maybe the greenhouse? It's a lovely 40 degrees in there." Tal's hunting frills flattened against her neck in disbelief. "You maintain structures at even higher temperatures. Deliberately?" "Just for the tropical plants," Major Cooper explained, taking another sip of his steaming beverage. "Though the sauna goes up to 80 degrees if anyone's interested. Great for relaxing after a workout." The alien delegation exchanged horrified glances through their protective visors. "Perhaps we should proceed with the formal introductions," Raxon suggested hastily, before anyone could ask what a sauna was. "We have prepared information packets about our respective species." "Oh yes," Patel brightened. "We've prepared some too, along with samples of various Earth cultures. Would anyone like to try some sushi? It's raw fish, or maybe some kimchi. It's spicy fermented vegetables." General Nash's crystalline form vibrated in alarm. "You consume uncooked biological matter and deliberately spoiled plant material?" "Don't worry, we brought mild versions," Cooper assured them, completely misunderstanding the source of their concern. "Though personally, I prefer the extra spicy stuff. Really clears the sinuses." The meeting proceeded with a series of increasingly shocking revelations. The humans casually mentioned their space program started with them literally strapping themselves to explosive devices. They talked about deep-sea exploration, as if crushing pressures were a minor inconvenience. They discussed mountain climbing like it was a pleasant weekend activity rather than a near-death experience. "And here's our proposal for cultural exchange programs," Patel continued brightly. "We thought starting with sports might be fun. Something simple, like baseball or rock climbing. You want to start cultural exchange with activities involving high-speed projectiles and vertical ascension without protective gear?" Raxon asked weakly. "Well, we could do football instead," Cooper offered helpfully, "though the tackling might take some getting used to." Tal, who had been reviewing the human information packet, suddenly made a choking sound. "It says here humans can survive for several minutes without breathing." "Oh yeah, free diving is amazing," Cooper nodded enthusiastically. "The current record is over 24 minutes, though that's with specialized training, of course." The entire alien delegation stared at him in stunned silence. "Perhaps," Raxon suggested carefully, "we should focus on less physical, cultural exchanges first. Art, music." "Great idea," Patel beamed. "We'll start with something accessible. Have you heard of extreme metal, or maybe parkour performances?" As the meeting continued, it became increasingly clear that humans had no concept of their own extraordinary resilience. They spoke of surviving in space, exploring ocean trenches, and climbing frozen mountains as if these were perfectly reasonable things to do for fun. The final straw came when Patel casually mentioned their plans for Mars colonization. "We're thinking of terraforming it eventually, but for now we'll just set up habitats, though the reduced gravity will take some getting used to. Might need to design new sports to keep colonists fit." Raxon made a mental note to update the Council's classification system. They needed a new category entirely, something beyond Deathworlder, something that captured the essence of a species that looked at the most hostile environments in the galaxy and thought, "I wonder if I could do a triathlon there." As the meeting concluded, Ambassador Patel invited them to a casual barbecue. "Nothing fancy," she assured them. "Just some grilled food, maybe some volleyball, and if anyone's interested, Tom brought his hot sauce collection." "We thank you," Raxon said quickly, "but we should return to our ship to process this information." "Of course," Patel smiled understandingly. "Space lag must be tough. We'll send you home with some espresso. Really helps with jet lag, so it should work for space travel too." The alien delegation retreated to their ship, each member trying to process what they'd learned. Humans weren't just surviving on a death world, they were thriving, expanding, and apparently looking for ways to make other planets more like their lethal homeworld. "Well," Tal said finally, "at least they're friendly." "Yes," Raxon agreed, watching through the view screen as the humans began setting up their barbecue anyway, undeterred by their guests' departure. "Let's just hope they never realize they're the scariest species in the galaxy." The Grand Chamber bristled with tension as Champion Raykar of the Juggernaut Collective stepped forward. Standing nearly 14 feet tall, his armored exoskeleton gleaming under the chamber lights, he addressed the assembled delegations with barely contained aggression. "These humans mock us with their casual superiority," Raykar growled, his massive claws clicking against the chamber floor. "They treat our greatest achievements as their children's playtime. I propose a challenge to establish the true hierarchy of strength." Ambassador Patel, looking impossibly small next to the towering alien, merely smiled. Commander Raxon felt his scales tighten with anxiety. He'd learned that human smiles didn't always mean what you thought they did. "What kind of challenge did you have in mind?" Patel asked pleasantly, sipping from a steaming cup of coffee, her third of the morning. "Trial by combat," Raykar declared. "Your strongest warrior against me. Traditional Juggernaut rules. No weapons, no armor, pure physical contest." The alien delegation held their breath, expecting the humans to decline such an obviously suicidal proposal. Instead, Patel checked her phone. "Sounds fun. When were you thinking? We've got a couple of Marines who just finished their morning PT and are probably looking for something to do. Or did you want to make it more interesting?" Raykar's secondary arms twitched in confusion. "More interesting? Well, if we're testing physical capabilities, why not make it an actual competition? Maybe a triathlon, or an obstacle course. We could live stream it, make it a proper event. The internet would love it." Commander Raxon fought the urge to bang his head against the nearest wall. Of course, the humans would treat a life or death challenge as an opportunity for entertainment. "You dare to mock the sacred combat traditions of the Juggernaut Collective?" Raykar's voice boomed through the chamber. "Not at all," Patel replied cheerfully. "I'm just suggesting we have fun with it. Tell you what, let's make it a 3-part challenge. You pick one event, we pick one, and the third is mutual agreement. That way everyone gets to showcase their strengths." The chamber erupted in murmurs. This was unprecedented. Raykar's combat challenges were legendary across 7 star systems. No one had ever suggested turning one into a sporting event. "Very well," Raykar snarled. "First challenge, weightlifting competition. Pure strength." "Cool," Patel tapped something into her phone. "We pick endurance running for the second event. Marathon distance okay with everyone?" Raxon watched Raykar's expression shift from confidence to confusion. "You expect me to run 26.2 miles? Oh, don't worry, we'll set up water stations. Now for the third event. Any thoughts? Rock climbing could be fun. Or maybe swimming." "This is not a game." Raykar slammed his fist into the ground, leaving a sizable dent in the reinforced flooring. "Everything's a game if you have the right attitude," Patel grinned. "But if you're looking for something more traditional, we could do wrestling. Good old-fashioned grappling, no holds barred." Lieutenant Rodriguez, the human military advisor, finally looked up from her own phone. "Ma'am, Dave from the SEAL team just volunteered. Says he's bored anyway since the weather's too nice for their usual training." "Perfect," Patel clapped her hands. "When do we start, Champion Raykar? Dave's got a charity mountain climb this weekend, but he's free all week otherwise." The massive alien warrior stood frozen, his challenge having spiraled completely out of his control. The humans were treating his sacred combat ritual like a pickup game at the gym. "Tomorrow," he managed to growl, "at first light." "Wonderful," Patel beamed. "We'll bring snacks. Anyone have dietary restrictions? We're thinking of making it a proper event. Maybe set up some bleachers, get a food truck or two." Commander Raxon watched in fascination as the mighty champion Raykar, terror of the Outer Rim, was reduced to confused silence by human enthusiasm. The champion had expected fear, defiance, or desperate negotiation. Instead, he got event planning and catering arrangements. "The sacred challenge cannot be turned into a public spectacle," Raykar protested weakly. "Too late," Rodriguez showed her phone screen. "It's already trending on social media. #Space Throwdown is getting a lot of buzz. The livestream channel has 500,000 subscribers already." As the chamber dissolved into chaos, with various species arguing about broadcast rights and whether betting would be allowed, Commander Raxon approached Ambassador Patel. "You planned this," he accused quietly. "Not exactly," she smiled, "but we figured someone would eventually try to prove their superiority through combat. Humans have been doing that dance for millennia. We just learned to make it more entertaining. And this Dave person, he can actually compete with Champion Raykar? Oh, probably, but more importantly, he's going to have fun doing it. That's what really drives Raykar nuts, you know. Not that we can match him physically, but that we'll enjoy the challenge." As Raxon watched Raykar stomp out of the chamber, already being followed by floating camera drones, he realized humanity had won before the competition even started. They'd taken a deadly serious challenge and transformed it into tomorrow's viral entertainment. "May the cosmic forces have mercy on us all," he muttered. "Don't worry," Patel patted his armored shoulder. "We're ordering extra snacks, though you might want to skip the jalapeno poppers. We're making them competition-level spicy." The competition site buzzed with activity as thousands of spectators gathered. Food trucks lined the perimeter, selling everything from tacos to Thai food. Champion Raykar stood in his designated area, watching in disbelief as humans treated his sacred challenge like a festival. Dave Martinez, the human champion, was doing light stretches while chatting with fans and signing autographs. He looked ridiculously small next to Raykar's massive frame. The weightlifting competition started exactly as everyone expected. Raykar easily pressed weights that would crush most spacecraft. The crowd cheered appreciatively, treating his display of legendary strength like a decent opening act. Then Dave stepped up. While he couldn't match Raykar's raw power, his technique and endurance proved remarkable. He kept lifting well past the point of exhaustion, pushing through barriers that should have been physically impossible. But it was the marathon that changed everything. 3 hours in, Raykar collapsed, his mighty body giving out under the relentless Earth gravity and distance. Dave jogged back to check on him, offered him water, then continued running. He finished the race, turned around and ran back to make sure his competitor was okay. "Good effort, big guy." Dave patted Raykar's armor. "Want to grab a protein shake before the wrestling?" The wrestling match never happened. Raykar, his pride and understanding of the universe thoroughly shattered, formally withdrew from the challenge. But the true revelation came during his concession speech. "We thought we were the galaxy's ultimate survivors," Raykar announced to the crowd. "We were wrong. Humans don't just survive, they thrive on adversity. They embrace it, transform it into entertainment, make it fun." Commander Raxon watched from the observation deck as humans helped Raykar to the medical tent, chattering excitedly about organizing intergalactic sports leagues and cultural exchange programs. "They're going to change everything, aren't they?" Nash asked quietly.
They already have, Raxon replied. The galaxy's strongest species aren't those who merely survive deadly conditions. They're the ones who look at those conditions and say, "Hey, we could make a game out of this." The event concluded with an impromptu barbecue. Humans and aliens mingled, sharing stories and food. Even Raykar found himself enjoying something called a chili dog, though his environmental suit's sensors strongly advised against it. As the sun set on this new era of galactic relations, Commander Raxon made one final log entry. "We thought we were the Death Worlders. Turns out we were just playing in the shallow end of the pool. Humanity doesn't just survive the impossible, they turn it into a spectator sport. The galaxy will never be the same." And maybe that's exactly what we needed. One standard galactic year after first contact, Commander Raxon sat in his favorite observation lounge aboard the Galactic Council station, watching humans revolutionize everything they touched. His personal log had become less of a formal record and more of a bewildered commentary on humanity's impact on galactic society. Personal log, final entry. The humans have done it again. They've turned the toxic storms of Nexus Prime into what they call extreme surfing opportunities. The Nexari are simultaneously terrified and thrilled. Tourist revenue has increased 300% this quarter alone. He took a sip from his drink, some human concoction called hot chocolate that his environmental suit had finally approved after extensive modifications, and continued recording. The Juggernaut Collective's sacred combat trials have been transformed into something called the Intergalactic Olympics. Former champion Raykar is now a sports commentator with his own streaming channel. His show Smash or Pass, where he critiques various extreme sports, has become the galaxy's highest-rated entertainment program. Through the lounge window, he watched a human construction team installing what they called a zip line between space station sections. Apparently, regular transportation tubes weren't exciting enough. The Vexithor Dominion has opened their crystal caves for what humans call spelunking tours. General Nash now leads meditation retreats where humans come to experience the resonance of crystal formations. He's written a best-selling book titled Zen and the Art of Crystal Harmonics. A group of human children raced past his observation post, wearing junior environmental suits decorated with cartoon characters. Behind them, their alien classmates struggled to keep up, already exhausted from what humans considered light exercise. The education exchange programs have been interesting. Human children think zero-gravity recess is totally awesome. Their games have become so popular that the Council had to establish special safety protocols for interspecies playground activities. Who knew tag could be so dangerous in 3 dimensions? Raxon adjusted his seat as the station's artificial gravity fluctuated slightly. The humans had suggested dynamic gravity zones to make exercise more challenging, because apparently regular exercise wasn't difficult enough. The humans have also revolutionized our food culture. They introduced something called fusion cuisine to the galactic community. Last week, I witnessed a Juggernaut chef crying tears of joy over something called ghost pepper ice cream. The medical bay has never been busier. A notification popped up on his screen. Another human expedition requesting clearance to explore the radioactive crystal deserts of Vexithor Prime. For fun, because of course they would. The military implications have been even more dramatic. Human Special Forces training programs are now considered the galaxy's ultimate challenge. Even the proudest Nexari hunters struggle to complete what humans call basic training. The humans just keep encouraging everyone, calling it character building. He watched as a mixed group of species attempted human yoga in the station's recreation center. The instructor, a serene human named Sarah, was patiently explaining that no, achieving inner peace shouldn't be quite this stressful. Their influence on technology has been profound. Human engineers took one look at our safe, reliable fusion reactors and asked why they couldn't be more efficient. 3 months later, power output was up 200%. When asked how they did it, their chief engineer just shrugged and said, "We tried stuff until it worked better." Through another window, he could see the station's newest addition, a human-designed emergency response training facility. The Death Worlder Council had needed 3 separate meetings just to process the insurance requirements. The humans have even changed how we approach colonization. They call their method terraforming light. Instead of waiting centuries for perfect conditions, they just start building and adapt as they go. Their argument is, and I quote, "If we wait for ideal conditions, we'll never get anything done." A maintenance alert caught his attention. Humans had modified the station's waste recycling system again, making it 40% more efficient through what they called creative engineering. The safety board was still trying to understand how they'd done it. Perhaps most surprisingly, they've become the galaxy's foremost diplomats. Their ability to turn any conflict into a sporting event or cultural festival has prevented 3 interstellar wars so far. Last month, they resolved a century-old territorial dispute by organizing a cooking competition. Raxon checked his schedule for tomorrow. He was supposed to attend the opening of the first human-designed adventure resort on a volcanic moon. They'd somehow made an actively erupting volcano into a tourist destination. The humans have a saying, "Hold my beer." We've learned this phrase usually precedes either a brilliant innovation or an interstellar incident, sometimes both. The Council has officially classified it as a Class 3 warning phrase. He watched as a human ship docked at the station, its hull bearing scorch marks from what the crew would probably describe as a slight miscalculation during their latest exploration mission. The galaxy has changed more in 1 year of human integration than it did in the previous century. They don't just survive, they thrive. They don't just adapt, they renovate. They look at the most hostile environments we know and ask, but can we snowboard there? A group of mixed-species children ran past again, now playing something called Space Pirates. Their parents watched nervously as they enacted elaborate pretend battles, complete with sound effects. Looking back, we thought apex of evolution, the ultimate survivors. We were so proud of our ability to endure harsh conditions. Then we met a species that turned harsh conditions into tourist attractions. Raxon finished his hot chocolate, watching as a human repair team performed what they called a routine spacewalk to fix a communications array, without safety tethers, because apparently they found it more convenient that way. Final thoughts. The humans haven't just changed our technology, our sports, or our culture. They've changed how we view the universe itself. Where we saw barriers, they see challenges. Where we saw dangers, they see opportunities. Where we saw reasons to stop, they see reasons to try harder. He added one last note as he watched a human child explain to her alien friends why jumping into a pile of cushions from the second floor was totally safe if you do it right. The galaxy needed humanity, even if we didn't know it. They've taught us that survival isn't enough. You have to live, to thrive, to enjoy the challenge. They've shown us that being a Death Worlder isn't about enduring harsh conditions. It's about looking at those conditions and saying, I wonder if we could have a party here. End log. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've been invited to something called a bungee jumping demonstration. The humans promise it's perfectly safe. May the cosmic forces have mercy on us all. As Raxon headed toward the activity center, he passed a newly installed human motivational poster. It showed a stunning image of Earth, storms, volcanoes, oceans, and all, with a simple caption that perfectly summed up humanity's impact on the galaxy. The worst that could happen is death. The best that could happen is awesome. Let's find out which. The galaxy would never be the same, and that was probably a good thing.
The Galactic Council chamber was a sprawling amphitheater of shimmering crystal and pulsating light, its opulence designed to reflect the grandeur of the empire it governed. But for Krell Zinther, a battle-worn veteran with a face marked by the scars of countless skirmishes, the splendor felt suffocating. He stood at the center, a solitary figure dwarfed by the immense holograms of the Empire's leaders who loomed above him, their voices echoing with self-assured arrogance. Esteemed Council, Krell began, his gravelly voice steady despite the growing tension in the room. I come before you not out of loyalty, but out of duty. Earth is not the insignificant planet you believe it to be. Its people, its soldiers. Enough, Krell, interrupted High Chancellor Voris, his tone sharp with impatience. We've indulged your tales long enough. Earth is a primitive rock with primitive inhabitants. Their soldiers are barely out of the Stone Age compared to our might. A murmur of agreement rippled through the chamber, but Krell pressed on, his fists clenched at his sides. You dismiss them because you've never faced them. I have. I've seen their resolve, their unpredictability. They don't fight like us. They don't think like us. And that makes them dangerous. A younger counselor leaned forward, his voice laced with condescension. You're speaking of a species that relies on combustion engines for space travel, Krell. What could they possibly have to threaten us? Krell's mind flashed back to the chaos of that battlefield years ago, to the shouts of his comrades, and the unrelenting advance of Earth soldiers through terrain that no army should have been able to navigate. They don't fight with technology alone, he said, his voice rising with urgency. They fight with instinct, with ingenuity. When their weapons fail, they adapt. When their leaders fall, they rise. And when they're cornered, they don't surrender. They become even more lethal. The chamber fell silent for a moment, but it wasn't the thoughtful silence Krell had hoped for. It was the heavy quiet of disinterest. High Chancellor Voris leaned back in his floating seat, his expression one of supreme confidence. Thank you, Krell, for your colorful recounting. But the Council has decided. Earth will be brought into the fold of the Empire. If they resist, they will be subdued. Subdued. The word lingered in Krell's mind as he left the chamber, his protests dismissed. He had done all he could to warn them, and now, all he could do was watch as the Empire prepared for its inevitable mistake. The invasion began with a spectacle of force. The Empire's fleet appeared in Earth's orbit like a storm of fireflies, their gleaming ships casting long shadows over the planet below. Holographic messages were broadcast across every screen, every frequency, demanding Earth's unconditional surrender. For a moment, it seemed as if the Council's arrogance might be justified. Earth's government scrambled to respond, their fragmented military struggling to coordinate against an enemy whose technology they could barely comprehend. But then came the first skirmish. A detachment of Empire ground forces descended into a densely forested region, their sleek exosuits shimmering with cloaking technology. Their mission was simple: secure a key communication hub and disable Earth's ability to coordinate its defense. They expected a swift surgical operation. What they encountered instead was chaos. The humans struck without warning, their attacks crude but devastatingly effective. Explosions erupted from the undergrowth as Earth soldiers used improvised explosives to disable the aliens' advanced equipment. A squad of Empire troops was lured into a narrow ravine, only to find themselves trapped as the humans triggered a landslide, burying them under tons of debris. One soldier, an officer named Ralek, managed to send a desperate transmission before his unit was wiped out. They're everywhere. They don't fight fair. They don't. His voice was cut off by a burst of static, and then nothing. The Council dismissed the loss as an anomaly, a minor setback. But Krell, watching from the safety of his quarters aboard the flagship, knew better. He could see the pattern emerging, the same pattern he had witnessed during his own encounters with Earth soldiers. They were using their terrain, their resourcefulness, to turn the Empire's advantages against them. The next engagement was even more disastrous. A fleet of Empire drones was dispatched to neutralize a human stronghold, their artificial intelligence programmed to outmaneuver and outgun anything in their path. But as the drones approached their target, they began to malfunction. Their systems flickered and failed, their sleek forms crashing to the ground in heaps of smoldering metal. It wasn't until later that the Empire's technicians discovered the cause. A group of human hackers had infiltrated the drone's programming, rewriting their code with nothing more than salvaged equipment and ingenuity. The humans had turned the Empire's own weapons against them, using the drones to launch a counterattack that decimated an entire battalion. For Krell, the reports were both vindication and despair. He had tried to warn the Council, but they had refused to listen. Now, the price of their arrogance was being paid in blood. Late one night, as the Empire's forces regrouped for another assault, Krell found himself pacing the observation deck of the flagship. Below him, Earth's surface glimmered with the lights of its cities, each one a beacon of defiance. He couldn't help but feel a grudging admiration for the humans. They were outmatched, outgunned, and outnumbered, yet they refused to break. A voice startled him from his thoughts. "You tried to warn them, didn't you?" Krell turned to see a young officer standing behind him, her expression one of quiet understanding. Her name was Elin Reyes, a junior strategist who had joined the Empire's forces only recently. "I did," Krell admitted, "but they wouldn't listen." Elin nodded, her gaze drifting to the planet below. "I've seen the reports. The humans, they're different. They don't just fight for survival. They fight for each other, for something bigger than themselves. It's unsettling." Krell let out a bitter laugh. Unsettling doesn't even begin to cover it. They're not just soldiers. They're survivors. And that makes them the most dangerous enemy we've ever faced. Elin hesitated before speaking again. "Do you think we can win?" The question hung in the air, heavy with unspoken fears. Krell didn't answer right away. He didn't have the heart to tell her what he truly believed, that the Empire's pride had already doomed them. Instead, he turned back to the viewport, his eyes fixed on the planet below. "If the Council doesn't change its strategy," he said at last, "then this war won't end with victory. It will end with the Empire learning a lesson it should have learned a long time ago." And as the first rays of Earth's sun began to crest the horizon, painting the observation deck in hues of gold and crimson, Krell could only hope that the lesson wouldn't come too late. The warships of the Galactic Empire hung like a second, metallic sky over Earth, their vast, looming forms blotting out the stars. From the ground, humanity could only watch, stunned, as the broadcast came. A voice, calm and commanding, spoke in every language known to man, demanding surrender. The message repeated, each iteration a cold reminder of what waited if humanity refused. On board the Empire's flagship, Krell Zinter stood at the observation deck, his gaze fixed on the blue-green or below. Despite the Council's decision to invade, unease clawed at him. He had fought alongside these humans once, long ago, and he had seen something in them that even the Empire's advanced technology could not account for. Something that now, in the shadow of imminent conquest, filled him with dread. "The humans will resist," he said quietly, though no one was listening. "And they won't fight the way we expect." The first wave of the invasion began in a remote desert region. Empire soldiers descended in shimmering dropships, their sleek exosuits gleaming under the blazing sun. Their orders were simple: secure the region, eliminate resistance, and establish a foothold. They moved with military precision, their movements guided by tactical AI, their weapons calibrated for maximum efficiency. The desert was silent, too silent. The squad leader raised a hand, signaling a halt. Their scanners showed no life signs, no heat signatures, crude but powerful device that sent sand and shrapnel raining down. Chaos erupted as the soldiers scrambled for cover, their advanced technology struggling to identify the source of the attack. From the dunes, human fighters emerged like ghosts, their faces obscured by scarves, their weapons mismatched but deadly. The Empire soldiers returned fire, their plasma rifles lighting up the desert. But the humans didn't fight head-on. They struck quickly, retreating before the Empire could organize a proper counterattack. As one squad moved to flank the human fighters, they were funneled into a narrow ravine, where another explosion buried them under a cascade of rock. By the time reinforcements arrived, the desert was empty once more. The human fighters had vanished, leaving only the wreckage of the Empire's arrogance. On board the flagship, Krell reviewed the reports with grim satisfaction. He could picture it clearly, the humans using the terrain to their advantage, exploiting the Empire's overconfidence. It was exactly what he had warned the Council about, but they had refused to listen. In a meeting chamber bathed in cold, artificial light, the Council convened to discuss the unexpected resistance. High Chancellor Voris, his holographic form towering over the others, dismissed the reports with a wave of his hand. "A minor setback," he declared. "We underestimated their resourcefulness. Nothing more. The next strike will be decisive." Krell kept silent, but his fists clenched at his sides. He had seen the footage from the desert. The humans weren't just resourceful. They were relentless, and they were learning. The next strike came in the dense forests of Eastern Europe. Empire soldiers descended once again, their cloaking systems shimmering as they moved through the undergrowth. They expected resistance, but they were confident their superior technology would prevail. They were wrong. The first warning came as the squad's communication systems began to glitch. Static crackled in their earpieces, and their HUDs flickered with distorted images. Before they could investigate, the trees themselves seemed to come alive. Tripwires triggered explosives hidden in the underbrush, sending soldiers flying. Human fighters emerged from camouflage positions, their movements swift and coordinated. The Empire soldiers fought back, but the humans had anticipated their every move. They used the forest to their advantage, setting traps and using hit-and-run tactics to keep the Empire off balance. By the time the battle was over, the Empire had lost more than just soldiers. They had lost their aura of invincibility. On board the flagship, Krell stood with a young officer named Elin Reyes, who had been monitoring the conflict. Her expression was one of growing unease. "They're not fighting like we expected," she said, echoing Krell's own thoughts. "They never do," Krell replied, "and that's why we're losing." Elin hesitated. "What do we do?" Krell didn't answer. He didn't know. All he knew was that the Council's arrogance was leading them down a path they couldn't turn back from. The Empire escalated the conflict, deploying larger forces to a major industrial city in North America. The strategy was clear: overwhelm the humans with sheer numbers and firepower. Armored vehicles rolled through the city's streets, their energy weapons reducing buildings to rubble. Troops in exosuits moved with mechanical precision, sweeping through block by block. At first, it seemed the Empire would finally succeed. The human resistance was scattered, their forces struggling to hold their ground. But as the Empire pushed deeper into the city, the tide began to turn. The humans didn't confront the Empire head-on. They used the city itself as a weapon, luring the Empire into ambushes and collapsing entire buildings to trap their enemies. In one instance, an Empire officer led a squad into what appeared to be an abandoned factory, only to trigger a massive explosion that leveled the structure. A young Empire soldier, separated from his unit in the chaos, found himself cornered by a group of human fighters. He raised his weapon, his hands shaking, but the humans didn't fire. Instead, their leader, a woman with sharp eyes and a scar running down her cheek, lowered her rifle. "Go back to your Empire," she said, her voice cold. "Tell them we're not afraid of you." The soldier didn't argue. When he was later debriefed, he could only repeat her words, his voice trembling with the weight of them. On board the flagship, Krell watched the reports with a mix of admiration and dread. The humans weren't just resisting, they were winning. And the Empire, for all its power, was beginning to fracture under the weight of its own hubris. "The Council won't admit it," Elin said, standing beside him. "But they're starting to realize you were right." Krell shook his head. "It doesn't matter. They'll keep throwing resources at this war until there's nothing left. And by then, it'll be too late. Below them, Earth burned, but its spirit remained unbroken. The humans were fighting for more than survival. They were fighting for their home, their freedom, and their very existence. And in the face of such determination, even the mightiest empire could falter. The shimmering expanse of the Galactic Council chamber seemed almost to mock Krell Zinther as he stood in its heart, his battle-worn armor contrasting sharply with the polished grandeur surrounding him. The room was a temple of power, its crystalline walls pulsating with light, projecting the flickering holograms of the Council's esteemed members. Each figure was an icon of imperial dominance, their expressions haughty and unmoved. They loomed over Krell, their translucent forms dwarfing him. But it wasn't their size that made him feel small, it was their arrogance. "Earth is not what you think it is," Krell began, his voice hoarse but steady. "Its soldiers are not the primitive barbarians you believe them to be." High Chancellor Voris, draped in his shimmering regalia, leaned forward with a sneer. "We've indulged this rhetoric before, Krell. Are you here to waste our time again with tales of human resilience? A backwater planet with no unified military and outdated weapons cannot stand against the Empire." Krell's scarred face tightened, but he refused to waver. Their weapons don't make them dangerous. Their spirit does. Their unpredictability. You see weakness in their chaos, but it's their greatest strength. I've fought them, and I'm telling you, if we underestimate them, we'll pay a price we cannot afford. A younger counselor scoffed. The only price will be the wasted time it takes to subdue them. Perhaps we should thank you for softening them up during your unfortunate campaign. The words stung, but Krell kept his composure. His memories of Earth were not stories of conquest, but survival. He remembered the grit in their soldiers' eyes, the way they fought with their backs against the wall, and how their determination turned the tides of battles that should have been impossible to win. You don't understand, Krell said, his voice sharper now, cutting through the counselor's laughter. They fight for each other, for something greater than themselves. You think them disorganized, but their chaos hides a unity we can't comprehend. They will not bow easily. Vorus waved a hand, the hologram's light shimmering with the gesture. Enough. The Empire has already decided. Earth will join the fold, whether by diplomacy or force. If they resist, they will be taught the futility of defiance. That is all, Krell. As the Council's lights dimmed and their holograms faded, Krell stood alone in the chamber. His warning had been dismissed, his words cast aside as the paranoia of an aging soldier. He knew what would happen next, and though part of him wanted to wash his hands of it all, another part, a deeper, more resolute part, couldn't let go. The Empire's fleet descended upon Earth like a metallic storm, their ships blanketing the skies, their technology so advanced it seemed otherworldly to the planet's inhabitants. The initial demands for surrender were met with confusion, then defiance. Governments scrambled to respond. Military forces attempted to organize, but Earth's defenders seemed hopelessly outmatched. The first strike teams met with limited resistance. Small towns and outposts fell quickly, their populations either fleeing or captured. It seemed, at first, that the Council's predictions were correct. But then, as the Empire moved deeper into Earth's territories, everything changed. In a dense jungle in Southeast Asia, a detachment of elite Empire soldiers moved with precision, their exosuits shimmering as they blended into the foliage. Their objective was a human communication outpost, a seemingly vulnerable target that would cripple Earth's ability to coordinate. As they approached the structure, their tactical AI began to malfunction. The first explosion came from beneath their feet, a crude but devastating mine that tore through the squad's lead formation. The survivors regrouped, their cloaking systems flickering, only to be ambushed by human soldiers who seemed to melt out of the jungle itself. Their weapons were outdated, their armor mismatched, but they moved with a purpose and ferocity that no amount of training could have prepared the Empire for. The jungle became a death trap. Tripwires, improvised explosives, and relentless guerrilla tactics turned every step into a potential disaster. When reinforcements finally arrived, they found the communication outpost destroyed, the Empire's technology scavenged, and no sign of the human soldiers who had done it. Krell watched the reports from aboard the flagship, his stomach tightening with every detail. He had seen it before, the ingenuity, the relentlessness. Earth soldiers didn't fight by the rules the Empire understood. They fought with desperation, with creativity, and with a unity born of survival. In a war zone in Eastern Europe, the Empire launched a massive offensive to crush what they believed to be a major human resistance cell. Dozens of armored transports rolled across the fields, their energy weapons tearing through human defenses. It was a display of overwhelming power, and for a time, it seemed unstoppable. But as the Empire forces reached the outskirts of a bombed-out city, they encountered something unexpected. The humans had prepared for them, using the city's ruins to their advantage. Every street became a choke point, every building a sniper's nest. They didn't meet the Empire head-on. They lured them in, striking from the shadows and then disappearing. The turning point came when an Empire officer attempted to take what seemed to be an undefended warehouse. His squad moved in cautiously, scanning for traps but found nothing. As they relaxed, the ground beneath them erupted in flames. A group of human engineers had rigged the entire structure to collapse, taking the Empire soldiers with it. By the time the Empire realized the scope of the humans' tactics, it was too late. Their forces were scattered, their vehicles immobilized, and their soldiers demoralized. What should have been a decisive victory had turned into a costly retreat. Krell paced the observation deck of the flagship, his thoughts racing. The council was learning, bit by bit, what he had tried to tell them. But he knew they wouldn't admit their mistake. They would double down, throw more resources at the problem, and escalate the conflict until there was no turning back. Elin Reyes, a junior officer with a sharp mind and an unshakable curiosity, found him there. "You warned them, didn't you?" she asked softly. Krell turned, surprised to see her. "I did. They didn't listen." She stepped closer, her gaze fixed on the planet below. "I've seen the reports. The humans, they don't fight like anyone we've ever faced." "No," Krell said. "They don't. And the Council's arrogance will cost us more than we can imagine." Elin hesitated. "Do you think we can win?" Krell didn't answer right away. He knew the truth, but saying it aloud felt like admitting defeat. Finally, he said, "This isn't about victory anymore. It's about survival. For them and for us." Below them, Earth's lights flickered in defiance, a reminder that the battle was far from over. The Empire had underestimated its enemy, and now, the reckoning Krell had foreseen was unfolding before his eyes.
The garage smelled like ozone, melted tire rubber, and what Raphael confidently described as the ghost of a subwoofer. There had been a band rehearsal, technically a rehearsal of controlled pyrotechnics and sonic ambience, per Link's latest court-acceptable terminology, and as usual, it ended with a bang. Specifically, the kind of bang that embedded their parents' BMW halfway into the garage ceiling. Again, "I think it's better this time," Raphael offered, brushing dust from his hoodie, which was also on fire. The trajectory was cleaner. Link poked at the carbonized remains of a guitar pedal with the tip of his sneaker. "It's still vibrating," he noted. Is that structural?" Above them, the BMW rotated slightly, nudged by a piece of shattered drum cymbal that had somehow lodged into the chassis like a throwing star. Somewhere deeper in the house, a smoke alarm was either having a stroke or composing its first techno album. They had 5 minutes, maybe less. The parents were en route, summoned by the explosion detection app tied to their insurance premiums. The last time it had gone off, a drone delivered a cease and desist from the local zoning board before the smoke even cleared. Raphael lunged for the mop, Link for the fire extinguisher, and both moved with the careful speed of people who had once, in the pursuit of art, set a kitchen blender to puree and fed it raw fireworks. The cleanup effort was valiant. That was the best anyone would say. By the time the sleek black car pulled into the smoking remnants of the driveway, Link had successfully reattached the mailbox using duct tape, optimism, and 2 stolen forks. And Raphael had spray painted a mural over the scorched garage wall in hopes that they'd just vibe with it. They didn't. The moment the doors opened, the air filled with the sharp scent of high society disappointment. Mr. Masters, whose smile had once negotiated 7 mergers and 1 interplanetary resource treaty, blinked at the carnage as though trying to process whether the laws of physics or manners had failed harder. Mrs. Chains wore sunglasses so expensive they had their own offshore bank account. She took one slow look at the scene, adjusted her scarf, and said only, "Military school." "No," Mr. Masters said. "Worse, independence." 2 hours later, Raphael and Link were being driven, unsupervised, to what would soon be the weirdest footnote in American classified history. They sulked in silence across the black leather seats of the family hover SUV, technically legal only in Nevada, but their parents had connections. "You realize this is just exile with a minibar," Link muttered. "At least we'll finally have space to blow things up without blowing up anyone else's assets," Raphael said, ever the optimist. The house was modern in the way that buildings designed by AI architects who had only ever seen furniture catalogs tend to be. The front room had a pool table positioned where a dining table might have gone, a fridge the size of a crypt, and art so minimalist it was possibly an elaborate prank. The backyard featured a small pool, a malfunctioning grill, and perhaps most importantly, no neighbors for at least 3 miles in any direction. They set up the band equipment in the front room within an hour. Within 2, they had already overloaded 1 circuit breaker. It was during the installation of what Link called the Real Base Cannon Mark IV that the first accident of significance occurred. "Did we have concrete behind that wall before?" Raphael asked, frowning as the last of the dust settled. The blast had taken out most of the southern basement wall. Where once there had been a suspiciously reinforced panel, now there was a heavy steel door, fused at the seams with the kind of aesthetic that whispered government secrets and possibly radiation. It had no handle, no keypad, no obvious way to open, which of course meant they were definitely going to try. It took them half an hour and 3 questionable applications of crowbars, electromagnets, and one leftover band symbol, but eventually the thing hissed open with the reluctant sigh of a facility waking from a half-century nap. Inside was an elevator. Service elevator, Link noted, but like aggressively serious service, possibly involving black sites. Raphael pressed the only button available. The door shut behind them with the finality of a submarine hatch. The floor began to hum. Somewhere several hundred feet below, in a dimly lit control room lined with blinking lights, unfinished pizza crusts, and Cold War coffee cups, a janitor named Stanley Jensen opened one eye. He'd been napping since 1987, officially. The CIA had classified the facility mothballed and sealed, which in practice meant they forgot it existed after a change in budget lines, and the intern who used to file things under Nevada left for law school. Stanley wasn't bothered. He liked it here. It was quiet. Everything worked. The robots were polite. Occasionally, the internal AI would play reruns of Gilligan's Island, which he found soothing. He was, in his own way, the last warden of a forgotten frontier of American insanity. Until now. He reached for the phone. It was still wired. He dialed the emergency line, one of only 3 numbers he still remembered. "Jensen," he said. "God, you're still alive," the voice on the other end muttered. "You mothballed the lab, not me. What's the status? We've got visitors." "Agents? No, teenagers." Silence. "Can you contain them?" "Nope. New property owners, apparently. Legal. Transfer filed with the county. I checked. The land deed says masters in chains, joint custody." A sigh. Then observe. "I was planning to nap." "You can nap between disasters." "Fine." By the time the elevator opened for Raphael and Link, Stanley had switched into his janitor uniform, a decision he would later regret, and was hiding behind a wall of old soda machines, watching 2 of America's wealthiest teenagers walk into a facility that hadn't seen a human under the age of 50 since before disco died. Link found the snack machine first. "Still stocked," he said, awed. Raphael was looking at the map. "This place has levels, like 32. One's labeled temporal R&D. You think that's like watches?" "Sure," Raphael said. "Probably watches." Somewhere deeper in the complex, unnoticed by anyone, a light flickered on above a button. The button read, clearly, "Do not press." It was glowing. Naturally, they pressed it. The button clicked with a satisfying mechanical thunk, followed by a chirp that sounded suspiciously cheerful for something likely built during a time when computers still required punch cards and mild paranoia. Lights hummed on in distant corridors. Somewhere far below, a ventilation system wheezed to life. A siren coughed once, decided against it, and went back to sleep. "I feel like we just did a thing," Link said, staring at the now depressed button. "Technically," Raphael replied, "we did exactly the one thing the sign said not to. I mean, that's not legally binding. No, but it does feel spiritually inadvisable." The room did not explode. No poison gas hissed from the vents, no countdown began. In fact, absolutely nothing appeared to happen, which was worse. "Well," Raphael said, brushing imaginary dust from his jacket, "I guess it's broken." Link eyed it warily. "Or we just started a process, a slow, chemical, catastrophic process." They left the room, partly out of growing boredom, and partly because a vending machine in the corner was flashing the words, "Fresh pizza available," in bright green font. "Oh, no," Stanley whispered from behind his soda machines. "Not the pizza trigger." It had been a mistake, a simple misfile. One technician had once ordered pizza on government time, and during a system upgrade, the lab's AI had mistakenly linked several non-critical processes to the term pizza protocol. Now, buried deep within the facility, 2 long dormant chemical canisters began to leak into one another. Their names were unpronounceable in English, but the effect was simple. When mixed, They reconstituted an alien biogenic organism believed to be a prototype reconnaissance unit sent by a species whose only exposure to Earth came from intercepted cartoon broadcasts and reruns of Italian cooking shows. The creature had been secured in 1968 after it declared war on a Chuck E. Cheese, and now it was waking up. Meanwhile, upstairs in what was now, legally, a living room with too many wires and not enough adult supervision, Raphael and Link had set up what they believed to be a surveillance command center. In reality, they had plugged several dusty monitors into a mainframe that once ran threat simulations against the Soviets, and were now using it to stream retro anime and security cam footage from the facility. Did you know there's a level just labeled Cursed Objects, and another marked Shoe Protocol Testing? Why are those separate things? Link asked. I don't know, but there's a room full of helmets that seem to whisper threats. That's kind of neat. Link leaned back on the couch, munching on vending machine protein chips that were definitely older than either of them. I thought this was going to be awful, you know, isolated house in the woods, band exile, but this is like best case scenario, right? I mean, we're not alone. We've got a nuclear basement full of secret toys. And at that moment, from one of the abandoned lower corridors, a green mist curled into the air. It twisted, swirled, pulsed, and then began to congeal. The being took shape slowly. It had limbs, but no bones. Eyes, but too many. A mouth, but no sense of volume control. It flickered in and out of phase as it adjusted to its surroundings. Then it spoke. In a perfect imitation of a 1990s cartoon sidekick, it said, "Where's the pizza, baby?" The facility shuddered slightly. A few control panels exploded out of sheer embarrassment. Somewhere in the AI subroutines, 3 separate firewalls declared bankruptcy. Back upstairs, Stanley finally revealed himself. He did not do this with flair. He simply walked into the room wearing his janitor's coveralls, holding a mop like it was both a weapon and a philosophy. "You idiots touched the button, didn't you?" Link yelped and dropped his snack. Raphael pointed a potato chip at him. "You're real?" Stanley sighed. "Unfortunately, and so is the thing you just woke up." "What thing?" "The green thing." "That's not very descriptive," Link said. "No," Stanley agreed, "but trust me, you'll know it when it finds you, or pizza." "Wait, why would it be looking for pizza?" Stanley looked at them like a man who had seen too much, lived too long, and once got into a fistfight with a self-aware filing cabinet. "Because," he said, "some genius decided to beam 11 years of Earth cartoon broadcasts into space as part of our diplomatic outreach program." "That seems like a terrible idea." "It was. The alien you just woke up thinks Bugs Bunny is a war hero, SpongeBob is a tactical strategist, and Garfield is some kind of deity." Link frowned. "Is he wrong about Garfield, though?" The floor shook. A voice echoed through the ventilation shafts. "Show me the cheese-stuffed crust Earthlings!" "Oh no," Stanley muttered. "It's already activated mimic mode." "Mimic what?" Raphael asked. Stanley gave them a look. "Cartoon logic." They heard the boing of a spring that had no physical origin. Then a whump as something green, bendy, and distinctly against all known physical laws bounced off the side of the house and rolled into a bush, where it promptly split in half and started arguing with itself over anchovies. Link turned to Raphael. "This is going to be awesome." The green thing, now 2 green things, were engaged in what appeared to be a heated debate over which fictional pizza was the most canonically powerful. One of them insisted it was the half-mushroom, half-justice pizza from Captain's Space Slice. The other claimed with great conviction that the cheese swirl in Power Pie Patrol Episode 9, Crust Crusade, could bend time. They were gesticulating wildly, limbs flopping in directions that would make most physicists cry as they bounced across the backyard at speeds usually reserved for malfunctioning particle accelerators. Inside the house, Raphael was pressed against the glass of the sliding door, watching the debate unfold like a kid spotting Santa, fighting a raccoon. "So, what exactly do they do?" he asked. Stanley, who had retrieved a clipboard from an emergency locker marked "Tuktiu" for when the cartoon thing wakes up, flipped a few pages. "They save people." "That's good. By accident. Less good. And only while trying to obtain pizza." Link blinked. "You mean they don't actually care about helping?" "No. Think of them like a slapstick guardian angel with a one-track mind, a deep misunderstanding of the food pyramid, and no off switch." Raphael turned from the window, thoughtful. So if we're in danger, they'll probably burst through a wall, trip over themselves, bounce off several exposed pipes, accidentally disable a bomb, and land in a delivery box, Stanley said. If you're lucky. And if we're not lucky, they order anchovies. Nobody survives anchovies. The floor trembled again. From the main hallway came a screech, followed by a sonic boom that reversed half the light bulbs in the ceiling. One of the green things burst into the living room, its eyes wide and glistening. "We sensed a Domino's," it declared, then vanished into the pantry. There was a pause, a long, horrified pause. Raphael coughed. "So, subplots." Link, without missing a beat, pointed toward the garage. "Well, subplot number 1, we may have accidentally triggered a defense drone." "How?" "I tried to see if the old VR rig still worked." "Did it?" "No. But the VR helmet is now fused to the vacuum cleaner, which seems to believe it's an elite Marine. It's taken up a sniper position on the roof and keeps yelling about sector clearances." Stanley did not groan. Stanley was past groaning. He merely opened a side cabinet, removed what appeared to be a tranquilizer dart the size of a loaf of bread, and handed it to Raphael. "Hit it in the Roomba port." "Noted." As Raphael left to disarm the aggressively tactical vacuum cleaner, Link tapped at one of the still active consoles. "Hey, subplot number 2 might be unfolding on level 14. Stanley joined him and squinted at the monitor. A grainy black and white feed showed one of the lab's secure chambers, the one labeled Experimental Chrono-Behavioral Reversals, now open, lights on. "Oh no," Stanley muttered, "the time rats." Link slowly turned. "Time? Rats? They're rats, right?" Stanley said, rubbing his temple. "But when startled, they reverse their own personal timeline by several seconds. Makes them impossible to trap." "That sounds cute," Stanley offered. "I was going to say a statistical nightmare. They've bred since the 60s. Nobody checked how many. They could be in the walls." "Are they dangerous?" "Only if you observe them. Like, really observe them. There's a threshold of awareness. Once you pass it, they start treating you like a threat. How will I know if I've passed it? You'll see a rat reading." Link glanced nervously at the monitor again. "Well, subplot 2 is now about stopping time-literate rodents before they achieve a breakthrough." Outside, Raphael had subdued the vacuum. It wasn't easy. It required a trampoline, 3 full bottles of soda, and a half-played Kenny Loggins cassette that, for some reason, caused the drone to enter reflective nostalgia mode. Once it began weeping about its simulated war buddies in Operation Hardwood Dustpan, he hit it with the dart and stuffed it under a tarp. He walked back inside just in time for the power to flicker and a soft humming sound to rise from the floorboards. In the center of the living room, the green things had rejoined, fusion apparently triggered by the smell of reheated pizza rolls, and were now glowing faintly. "What now?" Raphael asked. "They're stabilizing," Stanley said warily. "Is that good?" "Debatable. Usually means they've found a chosen one figure in the area." Both teens turned to look at each other. The green thing pointed directly at Stanley. Everyone froze. "Oh no," Stanley said, horror rising in his voice. "You have the cheese wisdom," the green thing declared. "No, I don't. You once worked at a pizzeria in 1974. I ran the register. Then it is you who shall lead us to the sacred slice." The lights dimmed. A low chant began, possibly from the house's intercom, possibly from the green thing's internal soundboard. Raphael patted Stanley on the back. "You'll be fine. I'm 74 years old. I wanted to be left alone." Link grinned. "Then next time, don't build your hermit bunker on top of the gateway to cartoon-powered alien pizza mythology." The green thing extended a hand. "To the kitchen temple!" And as Stanley was hoisted bodily into the air by squishy limbs and carried down the hallway in a tangle of enthusiasm, accidental destiny, and leftover marinara sauce, the house settled again. Momentarily. Link turned to Raphael. "So, you think they'll ever find out we faked the sale paperwork on this house?" Raphael shrugged. "Depends how long it takes the CIA to get bored again." They high-fived. The facility hummed beneath them, a treasure trove of madness, secrets, weaponized kitchenware, and at least 6 unresolved conspiracy theories, all about to be made much, much worse. They were home. Stanley returned the next morning with pizza sauce in his beard, a haunted look in his eyes, and a stack of napkins imprinted with alien glyphs that, according to him, translated roughly to "infinite cheese" and "your sauce is strong." He refused to speak of what had happened in the pantry temple. "Just know this," he muttered as he shuffled to the couch and collapsed. "The fridge is now sacred space. Enter with reverence, or not at all." Raphael saluted. "So no more touching the meat drawer, no more opening it unless you wish to experience the memories of 1,000 forgotten toppings." "Got it!" Stanley groaned and turned on his side. "You two are going to break causality like a glow stick at a rave." Link was flipping through the facility schematics they'd printed out on a repurposed dot matrix printer. "So I was thinking, no," Stanley mumbled. "We should probably check out that weird humming we keep hearing from sublevel 27. Stanley pulled a pillow over his head. "There's a note next to it in the logs," Link continued. "It says experimental empathy engine. Sounds harmless. Could be good, for therapy." Raphael was nodding enthusiastically. "Right? Maybe it's like a mood enhancer. We could beam compassion across the world. It weaponizes feelings," Stanley groaned from beneath the pillow. Link paused. "I mean, maybe just some feelings? Last time someone turned it on, an entire town in Iowa wept for 6 straight days. They held hands, planted a forest, and overthrew their zoning board, which admittedly was corrupt." "I like trees," Raphael offered. "I like zoning boards," Stanley growled. "They keep the Taco Bells from touching the nuclear waste depositories." "I'm just saying," Link added, "if it's still working, maybe we could use it to boost morale. Like for the band." Raphael gasped. "Yes, emotional resonance concert." Stanley sat up abruptly. "Fine, but I'm coming with you. If that thing turns on and I see even one of you compose a song that causes an emotional breakdown in a 10-mile radius, I'm dragging your souls into the analog void personally." Sublevel 27 was, for lack of a better term, suspiciously well lit. The rest of the complex had that pleasant Cold War gloom. Corridors of beige metal, flickering fluorescent tubes, and ominous safety posters featuring cartoon mascots with dead eyes. But 27, it was backlit in soft blues and purples. The floor hummed gently, and somewhere in the distance, a harp was playing. "This place smells like aromatherapy," Link said. Raphael inhaled. "Lavender and... is that cinnamon toast?" "Do not relax," Stanley warned. "It feeds on emotional openness." The empathy engine sat at the center of a large circular chamber. It resembled a satellite dish crossed with a music box and a particularly judgmental sentient tulip. Small tuning forks rotated around it, vibrating faintly with each footstep. Link approached the console. "It's warm. It wants to feel you," Stanley said grimly. "Ah, it's like a big emotional Roomba." "That's not comforting." Raphael gently pressed the console's main interface, which resembled a heart encased in crystal. A soft chime echoed through the room. Then, nothing. "Maybe it's out of juice," Link offered. And then the walls spoke, not with words, but with feeling. A wave of pure melancholy surged through the chamber. Mild at first, like remembering a forgotten birthday, then more intense, like the final note of a really good series finale. Raphael dropped to his knees. "I miss my hamster." "You never had a hamster," Stanley pointed out. "I miss the idea of a hamster." Link stared at his hands. "My fingers are just tiny arms with fingernails. That's so weird." Stanley wobbled. "Nope, no thank you. We are shutting this down." But before he could reach the failsafe, the green thing arrived, bouncing, oscillating, arms wide and full of vending machine pepperoni. "I heard your feelings from upstairs," it declared. "You require pizza hugs." The empathy engine, sensing a being of undefined emotional parameters, spun faster. The air turned pink. "Oh no," Stanley said. "It's sinking." "What does that mean?" Link asked. Ever see a cartoon have a romantic meltdown and an existential crisis at the same time? No, you're about to. The green thing paused, cocked its head, and then split, this time into 3 smaller versions of itself, each one representing a different emotional state. "Sad one," wailed the first. "Why does the pizza never love me back?" "Happy one," cheered the second. "I found a slice in the ceiling tile." "Angry one," snarled the third. "Anchovies are a crime against culinary dignity." The empathy engine began to spark. Its tuning forks turned red. The walls wept actual tears. Stanley didn't wait. He lunged forward, slapped the failsafe override with the authority of a man who'd shut down psychic pancake rides before, and killed the power. The green things merged, belched emotionally, and collapsed into a giggling pile of goo. Everyone stood still. Then Raphael clapped. 10 out of 10. Would empathize again. Stanley just shook his head. You're both disasters. Link offered him a napkin from his back pocket. You've got emotional discharge on your shoulder. Of course I do. That night, as the house settled once more and the facility returned to its odd hum, Stanley sat on the porch with the boys. The stars were bright. The air smelled like ozone and expired snack food. You know, Stanley said after a long silence, I was planning to retire in this bunker. Quietly, fade into history. Instead, you got us, Raphael said proudly. 2 unqualified teenagers, a cartoon-obsessed alien, and an unlicensed time lab. Link raised his soda can. To weird roommates. Stanley sighed, but it was lighter this time. To weird roommates. Somewhere below, in the deepest part of the facility, a light blinked on in a chamber simply labeled Level. The blinking light in Level C was technically speaking not supposed to exist, not because it was dangerous, though it absolutely was, but because the paperwork required to create a Level C was so convoluted that even the CIA, a historically paperwork-forward organization, had decided it was easier to lose the blueprints and bribe the janitor to forget it, which in theory had worked until now. Do you smell that? Link asked over breakfast the next morning. Burnt electricity and nostalgia. Raphael sniffed the air. That's either the toaster or we've triggered another forbidden system. Stanley entered the kitchen with his usual pre-coffee limp. He opened the fridge, hesitated, bowed slightly, and withdrew a sacred soda. He had adapted. No more buttons, he warned. We didn't press anything, Raphael said. This time, Link clarified. Stanley stared at them over the rim of his mug. Okay, we didn't press anything, Raphael amended. But the green thing. Stanley's hand hit the table like a gavel. If you finish that sentence with might have sat on the nuclear console because it thought it was a bouncy castle, I will lock you both in the empathy chamber for 24 hours of intense feeling. They were silent. Guilty. Slightly impressed. I told you it was shaped like a trampoline, Link muttered. Stanley sighed the long, low sigh of a man who had once defused an interdimensional landmine using only a mop and a jazz record. Well, he said, might as well get ahead of it. Follow me. They took elevator D, which only went one direction, down, and required a key card, a blood sample, and the ability to recite the second stanza of the national anthem backwards. Stanley, of course, had long since replaced the blood scanner with a warm cup of black coffee. It was easier that way. Level 3 didn't have walls so much as it had implications. The moment the elevator opened, the air changed. It smelled of circuits, secrets, and popcorn from a timeline that never happened. The room beyond was vast, so vast that the ceiling wasn't visible and the floor looked like glass, or maybe a lake pretending to be a floor, and in the middle of it was a cube, perfect, floating, buzzing with potential. The green thing floated beside it, wide-eyed. I touched it, it whispered. Of course you did, Stanley muttered. What is it? Raphael asked, stepping closer. The archetype core, Stanley said. It's a story engine. Like a narrative generator? No. A literal engine that fuels plot lines, unresolved conflicts, prophecy arcs, love triangles, weirdly convenient flashbacks. Link's eyes lit up. So you're saying this powers stories? Yes. Can we use it to get a Grammy? No. Can we use it to turn our band into an intergalactic myth with a tragic backstory and a 3-act structure? Stanley turned slowly. Did you two read the part of the orientation packet labeled, "Do not treat the narrative drive as a toy"? No, Raphael said. There was an orientation packet? Link asked. Stanley looked at the cube. The cube hummed back. He rubbed his face. Listen to me very carefully. If this thing fully activates, you don't get a story. You live one. And you don't get to choose the genre. What's wrong with that? Raphael asked. It assigns arcs, gives everyone a role in the narrative ecosystem. You might think you're the protagonist, he pointed at Link, but what if the story decides you're the mentor who dies in Act 2? Hey, Link said. Or the comic relief character who accidentally triggers the apocalypse. Raphael blinked. That actually sounds kind of on brand. The cube pulsed again. A faint melody filled the air, minor key, foreboding. Then a voice spoke. It was neither male nor female, old nor young, it simply was. Identities assigned, story initialization, beginning. No, Stanley muttered. No, no, no. Characters, the innocent, the trickster, the watcher, the fool. Oh no, Link said. We're in a Joseph Campbell situation. I always wanted to be the trickster, Raphael said brightly. You're the fool, Stanley growled. We're all the fool. That's the problem. Suddenly, reality tilted. The walls folded inward. The floor glass rippled like water. The air itself seemed to chuckle. And then, cut to, flashback. They were in a black and white 1950s diner. Link wore suspenders. Raphael had a pompadour. Stanley was inexplicably wearing a milkman uniform and holding a wrench labeled Exposition. What is happening? Stanley muttered. I think we're in a flashback cutaway gag, Link said. It's doing metaplot. Do you want the exposition now, sir? Said a small robotic waitress with googly eyes. Stanley hurled the wrench at the jukebox. The diner exploded in a puff of script notes and surrealism. They were back. All right, Stanley said, brushing existential residue off his pants. New rule, we put the cube back to sleep. How? Raphael asked. We create a resolution. You mean? Yes, Stanley gritted his teeth. You have to finish a subplot. By now, the green thing had assembled what it called a Team Pizza Justice Squad. It had taped googly eyes to a mop, given the vacuum a sword, and declared Link Supreme Commander of Sauce. It was organizing a plan to raid the military museum wing and recover what it claimed was the eternal pepperoni blade. Meanwhile, the empathy engine had turned back on by itself and was now broadcasting soft jazz across all frequencies in an effort to soothe the cube. Stanley did not scream. He merely sighed, bent down, and opened a crate labeled Plot Device, Use Only If Desperate. Inside was a box of costume mustaches, a chalkboard, and one pre-written dramatic betrayal. I hate this place, he muttered. But as the cube pulsed, the world wavered, and a sudden mini-musical sequence began to creep in through the speakers. Stanley knew one thing for sure. If he didn't resolve a subplot fast, he'd be singing his feelings in the next 5 minutes. And nobody, not even fate, wanted to see that. It started, as most accidental musicals do, with the chalkboard. Stanley held the stub of a government-issued chalk stick, hefted like a weapon, and stared grimly at the boys across the glassy floor of level Lasake. The archetype core pulsed behind him, rhythmically thumping like it had swallowed a Broadway orchestra. I need a subplot, he said through gritted teeth. One that ends, not unravels, not grows legs, not explodes, ends, wraps, resolves. Link blinked. You mean like the emotional arc of a side character? Yes. Raphael perked up. Ooh, I nominate Stanley. No. Yes, Link agreed. The reclusive janitor with a tragic past. You've got all the setup, gruff demeanor, mysterious files, emotional baggage, probably a lost love. Shut up. Maybe, Raphael said dreamily. He lost someone during his time in the sentient crockpot division. A forbidden kitchen love. I said shut up. The archetype core flared. Somewhere overhead, ghostly musical chords began to descend like fog. Stanley looked upward and screamed, No, I will not sing. The music paused, temporarily. But the rules were clear now. A subplot must conclude or the song would come. With jazz hands. Fine, Stanley growled. Fine, I have a subplot, one that's been hanging around this damn place since Nixon took his lunch break. He stomped to a panel on the far side of the chamber and pressed a recessed button labeled Retired Files, Unsolved, Unapproved, Just Weird. With a hiss, the wall opened. Inside was a single file folder, thick, yellowed, slightly damp. Its tab read, Operation Gravy Phoenix. Link squinted. That sounds edible? It wasn't, Stanley muttered. It was a counter-espionage project, canceled in '73 after the subject, Agent Gloria Kane, defected. To the Soviets? Raphael asked. No, to a commune in northern Vermont. Built a yurt, started selling emotionally conscious jams. The boys nodded solemnly. This was still, technically, espionage. Stanley handed them a photograph from the folder. In it, a young Stanley, hair thick, uniform crisp, mustache unforgivably sincere, stood next to a woman in a trench coat holding a telekinetic fork. This was the mission that broke me, he said quietly. They told me she was rogue, a threat, but she just wanted out, wanted peace, and He trailed off. You let her go, Link said. I did, and I lied about it. Filed a report saying she fell into a vat of government pudding. The archetype core thrummed. The color shifted. Less threatening now, more intrigued. Stanley set the photo down reverently. I resolve it now. I did the right thing. I never saw her again, but she deserved better than a government lab and a folder labeled possibly friendly, definitely weird. The boys were quiet. Then, slowly, the archetype core's glow softened. The melodic pressure faded, and one final line, clear, resonant, absolute, echoed through the chamber. Subplot resolved, narrative containment stabilized. The cube dimmed. The lights returned to normal, and just like that, the musical was canceled. "Good job," Raphael said, clapping Stanley on the shoulder. "Yeah," Link added. "No singing. That's a win." Stanley didn't answer. He was holding something. A jam jar. It hadn't been there a moment ago. The label was handwritten. "For SJ Extra Apricot, no regrets." He didn't say a word, just tucked it into his jacket and walked toward the elevator. The green thing poked its head in, saw that the music was gone, and visibly deflated. "I was gonna tap dance with my cheese." "Next time," Raphael promised. "Maybe in the episode where you find the pizza dimension." The green thing gasped. "There is a dimension!" "Not yet, but give us time." That night, the team sat under the stars again, this time with an illegal cheese fondue kit and 3 lawn chairs shaped like old Mars probes. "So what did we learn today?" Raphael asked. "Don't push cubes that talk," Link said. "Don't ignore subplots," Stanley muttered. "Don't let aliens compose musicals," the green thing added. There was a quiet pause. Then Link glanced at his watch. "You guys hear that humming?" Stanley's head dropped into his hands. "Please," he said, muffled. "Please let it be a normal humming." From beneath the deck, a soft, warbling buzz rose. Then a crash. Then zzz, time displacement chamber now active. "Please stand by." Raphael blinked. "You think it's the rats?" Link nodded. "Yup." "Time-traveling rats?" "Yup." Stanley didn't move. "I want to transfer," he whispered. "To where?" Raphael asked. "Somewhere quiet, peaceful, far away." "The empathy chamber?" Link offered. "I said peaceful, not emotionally traumatic." The green thing was already rolling toward the sound, giggling. "I'm gonna teach the rats to sing." Link raised his soda. "To next week's subplot?" "Time rats, baby," Raphael agreed, clinking cans. "Time rats." The camera would pan upward here if this were a show. Just as the deck door creaked open behind them and a tiny rat-shaped blur zipped past, carrying what looked suspiciously like a harmonica and a very small top hat. The new arrival came in through the ceiling. Not intentionally, of course. The ceiling panel was clearly marked, "Do not drop agents here," but nobody read that part. A sleek black cable lowered him slowly, boots first, tactical harness gleaming, communication array blinking red, blue, green like a confused Christmas tree. He paused halfway down, checked his wrist display, and frowned. "Confirming drop zone level 9.3? He tapped the screen. "What kind of facility uses decimals?" The cable jerked. Hold on, I'm not." It snapped. He landed face first into a cart of expired pudding cups labeled emotionally volatile, "Do not shake." The cups erupted in a sticky, mildly telepathic splash. Moments later, a door creaked open nearby. The green thing rolled into view, chewing on an old floppy disk. "Hello, strange, creamy stranger," it announced. The agent froze. "What?" "I am the green thing," it said proudly. "What?" he repeated, slightly higher. "Would you like to see my sock collection?" He reached for his sidearm. The green thing blinked all 4 eyes, 2 frontal, 2 on stalks, and giggled. "Oh, you think that works on me?" It turned inside out. The agent screamed. 2 emergency systems activated at once. One released calming lavender mist into the corridor, and the other began playing a soothing rendition of Ave Maria through a dusty wall speaker. When the mist cleared, the green thing was gone, so were half the pudding cups. The agent stood shakily, one eyebrow twitching. "This is worse than Antarctica," he muttered. He tapped his headset. "Control, this is Echo Foxtrot Whiskey Zulu. Agent designation Wolf. No, Night Viper. No, I changed it. Fortress. Let's go with Fortress today. Do you copy?" Static. He sighed. Then the hallway lit up. "Welcome," a pleasant voice intoned from the overhead speaker system, "to the Jenkins-Kleinman Subterranean Research Facility for questionably ethical advancements and lunch storage. Please enjoy our new holographic assistant, now rendering." A 3D projection flickered to life in front of him. It was Link. Not real Link. A hologram. Shirtless, wearing medieval armor and holding a bag of tacos. "Wait, what?" the agent asked. The hologram began to speak in slow, echoing tones. "I am the taco warden. You must locate the janitor." "Yes," the agent exclaimed. "Yes, that's what I'm trying to. But beware," the hologram continued, "for he is always 1 floor above, or possibly in the shower. He likes jazz. Avoid the hallway with the broken blender. That's not a hallway anymore. That's Jenkins now." The agent blinked. "Why would anyone program this?" The PA system flared again. "Also, avoid level 17. The ghost interns are unionizing." He turned down the next corridor, only to run face first into another projection, this time of Raphael, dramatically slow motion diving through a ring of fire while juggling plasma grenades and yelling, "We never trained for this." The image froze, flickered, and morphed into a floating banana labeled, "Janitor? Probably not." "Okay," the agent said, stepping back. "This is not an actionable intelligence environment." Another announcement pinged in, "Caution, room temperatures may not follow logic." And neither do the janitor's routes. 2 hours later, he was running. Not from something specific, although a self-aware fondue fountain had begun following him, playing jazz, but from the general principle of chaos. He turned one corner, nearly collided with a vending machine that began trying to sell him Doom Nuggets, and flung himself into a closet labeled Closet. Non-haunted, probably. Inside, he found a lone sandwich. It had a tag, Stanley's. Touch and perish. He backed out slowly. In the distance, a door hissed open. "Stanley?" he called. A mop fell from the ceiling. It had googly eyes. He screamed again. From somewhere, the green thing whispered, "You cannot find what wanders with purpose." Then silence. The lights dimmed. The PA system flickered. "Janitor proximity 8 meters, it said cheerfully. He turned to run. The PA changed. "Janitor now 24 meters. Whoops, just missed him." The agent dropped to his knees. "I just want to report in," he whimpered. "I'm missing 2 shoes and possibly an hour of memory." A door opened in front of him. Inside was a small room, empty but for a chalkboard that read, "You are here. The janitor is not." A single vending machine beeped softly and offered him a soda. He took it. And that's how Agent whatever his name was, be it Fortress, Night Viper, or Lunch Recon Delta, became a permanent resident of the labyrinth. Every few episodes, he'd stumble into frame, disheveled, desperate, convinced the janitor was just around the next corner. But he never was, and maybe he never would be, until the story decided it was time, or the vending machine unionized, whichever came first. It was 3 days, facility time, since the agent's descent, and while time in the lab wasn't precisely linear thanks to the espresso incident in the Temporal Cafe, the rest of the crew had begun to forget about him. This was not malice. It was entropy. Raphael and Link had, for the most part, settled into a routine that resembled both an after-school special and a soft government conspiracy. Band practice in the front room, deep lab exploration in the afternoon, and evening rituals involving ritual pizza offerings to appease the green thing, who now claimed ambassadorial rights for Planet Za. Stanley, for his part, had adopted the role of reluctant mentor meets building superintendent. He grumbled a lot, mopped the wrong direction just to confuse the automated maintenance drones, and maintained an ever-growing list of protocols he refused to enforce. Somewhere near Protocol 1137C, do not allow teenagers to pilot reality editing terminals, he had simply written in red marker, too late. So when the announcement system buzzed to life unexpectedly during lunch, everyone froze. Emergency update, agent located in Sector 14C, visible, audible, possibly hallucinating. Link blinked. "Wait, he's real?" "I thought that was a fever dream," Raphael muttered. Stanley sighed. "He's real, or was. Haven't seen him in years." "It's been 3 days, Link pointed out. "In the lab, that's years, maybe decades. I once passed a hallway that aged me 5 months and taught me Latin." Follow-up. Agent is now chasing a holographic replica of himself, requesting moral support. They ran to the nearest monitor. The feed showed the agent, wearing half a tuxedo and one snowshoe, charging through a hallway filled with rotating spotlights, screaming, "Which of us is real? Answer me!" A nearby bot, shaped like a rotary phone, chimed in, "Plot development detected." The camera cut away just as he tackled the hologram, passed through it, and crashed into a cart full of live microdrama spores. The feed cut to static, followed by a helpful slide that read, "This plot is under renovation. Please stand by." Meanwhile, Level 5, officially labeled Innovative Agriculture Emergency Snack Theory, had begun sprouting an alarming number of sapient potato hybrids. This was, of course, entirely due to the green thing's efforts to create pizza that grew on vines. It had not succeeded. Instead, it had genetically confused starch-based root vegetables into thinking they were toppings with a destiny. One such potato, wearing a thimble and a tiny cape, was now giving a speech in the hallway, standing on a microwave. "I say unto you," it bellowed, "no more side dishes. We are the meal." Should we be worried? Link asked as they watched from the corridor's observation window. I dunno, Raphael replied. Is this more or less dangerous than the time the AI tried to draft us into a reality show? More organized, Stanley muttered. That Spud has charisma. Indeed, the potato crowd was growing. Signs began to appear: equal rights for hash browns, fries before guys, and don't tread on me, I'm mashed. Then suddenly, the green thing rolled in and declared, this is not a pizza-approved revolution. Stand down, starch citizens. Chaos ensued. Potatoes flew. Sporks were brandished. Somewhere in the back, a genetically enhanced parsley leaf began narrating the battle in Shakespearean verse. While Link and Raphael tried to defuse the uprising by playing a poorly tuned rendition of Kumbaya on keytar and trash can lid, Stanley leaned against the wall and sighed. Should have transferred to Area 52, he muttered. Then, a whisper echoed through the hallway. Janitor, janitor. He turned, eyes narrowing. At the far end of the corridor, past the tumbling tubers and airborne condiments, stood the agent, wide-eyed, disheveled, holding a map that had clearly been printed by a printer suffering an identity crisis. You, the agent shouted. At last, Stanley stepped forward. You found me. The agent beamed. Yes, finally, I have urgent. Stanley, yelled Link, I need backup. This yam's got a grudge. Stanley glanced back. When he looked forward again, the agent was gone. Vanished. Like a deleted subplot, only a faint smear of pudding residue remained. Link ran up, breathless. Was that? Stanley nodded slowly. Agent something. I think his name changes depending on what mood the lab's in. Makes sense. Back in the shadows, a vending machine hummed. Inside it, the agent crouched, breathing heavily. He pressed a button. Cheesy crackle pop, please. It vended a VHS tape labeled How to Find the Janitor in 14 Difficult Steps. He wept. And thus, the agent remained, always close, always one room behind, frequently mistaken for his own doppelganger, and perpetually confused by the janitor's ability to vanish into the ductwork at will. But one day, perhaps in a finale or a particularly strange holiday episode, he would find him. Maybe. If the potatoes didn't unionize first.
Welcome, esteemed representatives of the Galactic Confederacy, to what might be the most important briefing of your careers. Possibly the last briefing some of you will ever need. Commander Vaslik clicked his mandibles together in what passed for a smile among the Vesperi. The faint blue bioluminescent patterns on his exoskeleton pulsing with barely contained amusement. The assembled diplomats, 32 species in total, shifted uncomfortably in their ergonomically designed seats within the gleaming amphitheater of the Confederacy Diplomatic Purse Academy. My name is Commander Traz Vaslik, head of Xena Security for Nexus Station, and I've survived 17 direct encounters with humans, which, as some of my colleagues would happily point out, makes me either extremely lucky or remarkably bad at dying. A nervous titter rippled through the audience. Vaslik's reputation preceded him. The scars on his carapace, most notably the missing section of his lower right arm, were not ceremonial. They were souvenirs from what the official report described as cultural misunderstandings. Today's mandatory session addresses what our bureaucrats call classification anomaly H3. The rest of us just call it the human problem. Vaslik tapped his remaining front limb against the podium control panel. Behind him, a holographic image materialized, a bipedal creature with minimal external protection, no visible natural weapons, and a bizarrely exposed sensory cluster atop its frame. Behold, Vaslik announced with practiced dramatic flair, the only known sentient species in our galaxy that is simultaneously classified as an unarmed civilian and a deadly apex predator. Yes, you heard that correctly. He paused, scanning the room with his compound eyes, savoring the confused expressions across multiple species' faces. Both categories. At once, the same creature that our Cultural Exchange Committee invites to diplomatic dinners is also the subject of 3 separate Confederation-wide combat threat assessments. The classification system that has served us for 12 millennia didn't just fail with humans, it had a complete nervous breakdown. Vaslik leaned forward, his voice dropping to a theatrical whisper that nonetheless carried throughout the room. And your job, distinguished representatives, is to interact with these creatures without becoming a statistic in my next briefing. So pay attention. Your continued existence rather depends on it. Vaslik flicked to the next hologram, displaying a complex chart with branching taxonomies. For those of you new to intergalactic diplomacy, the Confederacy's sentient species classification system has been the backbone of our peaceful coexistence for 12,000 years. Every species fits somewhere in this elegant framework. Well, every species except humans. The chart expanded, revealing dozens of categories and subcategories. We have herbivorous diplomats, carnivorous warriors, omnivorous traders, silicon-based philosophers, gas giant negotiators, hive mind strategists. We even have a classification for the sentient fungal networks of Tau Ceti. But humans? Vaslik laughed, a sound like crackling electricity. Humans broke Archive Administrator Pelzum's brain. The hologram shifted to security footage from 6 standard years earlier. A tall, willowy being with translucent skin and 4 arms frantically manipulated data screens while surrounded by arguing committee members. This is actual footage from what we now call the categorization crisis. Poor Pelzum, who had cataloged 317 species without incident, spent 9 consecutive days trying to force humans into our existing framework. The audience watched as the recorded Pelzum's movements became increasingly agitated, culminating in them throwing all 4 arms up and collapsing into their chair. Pelzum first tried classifying humans as non-threatening omnivorous traders, similar to the Mercantos of Rigel 7. Then a human delegate accidentally crushed a Mercanto's appendage during what they called a friendly handshake. Next classification attempt. The footage jumped forward. Pelzum then tried categorizing them as potential combatants, like the warrior drakids. But unlike drakids, humans possess no natural armor, no venomous secretions, no slashing appendages. They're essentially soft, squishy bags of mostly water. Next classification attempt. Vaslik clicked through several more failed categorization attempts. The committee observed humans exhibiting predatory pattern recognition, persistence hunting psychology, and pack bonding behaviors typical of apex hunters. Yet their diplomats fainted at the ceremonial blood feast of the Karzak delegation. Their warriors wept at poetry readings. Their scientists exhibited both precise calculation and wild intuitive leaps. Vaslik expanded a final document on the display. After the famous Pelzum meltdown, they're fine now. Just transferred to archive maintenance, the Confederacy created this. The first ever dual classification protocol. Humans are officially categorized as both Class 1 protected non-combat diplomatic entities and Class 5 potential biohazard predatory species. Every human interaction now comes with 17 warning protocols and a mandatory medical team on standby. He clicked his mandibles together in that unsettling smile again. In simple terms, treat them like they're made of explosive glass, while remembering they could probably tear your limbs off without their combat technologies. And they wonder why we're nervous around them. Let's discuss why these protocols exist in the first place, Vaslik continued, bringing up a new hologram displaying an ornate meeting chamber. This is footage from what our historians delicately call the first official interspecies diplomatic incident. I call it the day Ambassador Torvik learned physics the hard way. The footage showed a grand chamber with representatives from 7 different species arranged in a ceremonial circle. A small delegation of humans entered, dressed in formal attire that looked absurdly restrictive. Ambassador Kraz Torvik of the Luminary Collective, Vaslik narrated, highlighting a tall, slender being with luminous, almost transparent skin through which complex circulatory patterns were visible. Brilliant diplomat. Negotiated the Proxima Centauri peace accord. Absolutely terrible at following security briefings. The recording showed Torvik gliding forward, extending their delicate, multi-jointed appendage toward the lead human, a dark-skinned female with a warm expression. Human Ambassador Eliza Blackwood, Vaslik identified, career diplomat. known for her exceptional work mediating territorial disputes on her home planet, about to become infamous throughout the galaxy. The audience watched in collective horror as Blackwood reached out, clasped Torvik's appendage, and gave it a firm shake. The crunching sound was audible, even in the recording. 3 of Torvik's 7 finger joints immediately collapsed. The Luminari's bioluminescence flared in pain patterns as they crumpled to the floor. "Computer, freeze and enhance," Vaslik commanded. The image paused and zoomed in on Blackwood's face, showing an expression of absolute horror. Note the human's reaction. This wasn't malice, it was ignorance. Our medical and security analysis confirmed that Ambassador Blackwood used approximately 15% of her available grip strength. What for her species would be considered a gentle greeting transferred enough force to shatter Luminari. Calcium structures. Vaslik brought up biometric data alongside the image. The most disturbing part, Ambassador Blackwood's stress hormones skyrocketed after the incident. Her physiological readings showed genuine shock and distress. She truly had no idea she could cause such damage. The humans simply don't understand how dangerous they are by Confederacy standards. The recording resumed, showing the chaos that followed, medical teams rushing in, security protocols activating, and Blackwood standing in stunned silence, hands pressed against her mouth. Slow motion. Focus on Ambassador Blackwood, Vaslik instructed. The footage zoomed in and slowed down. Watch her eyes. Notice the tears forming. These aren't diplomatic tactics. This is genuine emotional distress. The humans call it empathy. Apparently, they feel discomfort when others are injured. The same species capable of shattering alien physiologies gets upset about it afterward. Vaslik changed the display to a formal document. This incident led to the creation of the Blackwood Protocols, a 43-page manual on physical interaction with humans. It covers everything from proper distance maintenance at least 1.5 galactic standard units to emergency procedures if a human attempts to perform what they call a hug, which our threat assessment team has classified as a potential crushing attack. The commander highlighted key sections of the document. The core principle is simple. Assume every human is completely unaware of their strength relative to your species. They evolved on a high-gravity death world where even their infants can exert enough force to damage most Confederacy species. But their gentle touch can fracture exoskeletons. Their idea of a light tap can rupture gas bladders. And the most dangerous part? They're constantly trying to initiate physical contact as a sign of friendship. Vaslik paused, allowing the implications to sink in. Ironically, Ambassador Blackwood became one of our most valuable consultants on human interaction safety. She insisted on helping develop protocols to prevent future incidents. The Blackwood Protocols have reduced physical interaction injuries by 87% in just 5 standard years. Not bad for a species that accidentally breaks people while trying to be friendly. For the next segment, I've invited an expert who can explain why humans are walking contradictions, Vaslik announced, gesturing toward the side entrance of the lecture hall. Please welcome Dr. Liran Nemari, head xenobiologist of the Human Studies Division. A stocky, amphibious being with iridescent scales and large, multifaceted eyes glided into the room. Dr. Nemari's webbed appendages carried several holographic data modules. "Thank you, Commander," Nemari said, voice resonating with a pleasant harmonic quality. "I've spent the last 7 standard years studying human physiology. I still wake up screaming sometimes." This elicited nervous laughter from the audience. "Let's start with basics," Nemari continued, activating a detailed anatomical model of a human. Humans appear fragile. No claws, minimal natural armor, dull teeth, limited sensory capabilities. Yet their evolutionary history reveals something terrifying. They're not specialized predators. They're generalized super survivors. The hologram shifted to comparison charts. Consider this paradox. Humans bruise easily, yet can survive injuries that would kill most sentient species. Their skin tears with minimal force, but they can survive massive blood loss. They have no redundant organs like taurians, no rapid regeneration like selenites, no backup neural systems like Vesperi. Instead, they have something far more disturbing: compensatory adaptation. Dr. Namari brought up biological readings. This is where it gets alarming. Humans possess a chemical response system triggered by threats, injuries, or even perceived dangers. They call it adrenaline. We call it terrifying biochemical override. The display showed graphs of human performance metrics with and without adrenaline. Under adrenaline influence, humans can increase their strength output by up to 300%. Pain receptors are suppressed. Cardiovascular efficiency spikes. Sensory awareness heightens. Essentially, they become temporarily enhanced versions of themselves. A diplomatic representative from the gelatinous Morphians raised a pseudopod in question. Yes, you heard correctly, Namari confirmed before they could speak. Humans can voluntarily ignore pain signals that would incapacitate most species. They call it pushing through. We call it nightmare physiology. The doctor displayed comparative species metrics. Their grip strength exceeds industrial pincers. Their bite force, while not impressive by predator standards, can still crack the exoskeletons of 40% of Confederacy species. And their endurance. This is perhaps most disturbing of all. Humans don't need to outfight most predators. They simply outlast them. Namari displayed footage of humans running across vast distances. On their death world, humans evolved as persistence hunters. They pursue prey until it collapses from exhaustion. Many Confederacy species would die attempting to maintain the average human's baseline cardiovascular output. And yet, the doctor paused dramatically. These same beings can be killed by ingesting certain plants, consuming common minerals, or through allergic reactions to microscopic proteins. They're simultaneously incredibly durable and bewilderingly fragile. Commander Vaslik stepped forward. I can personally attest to human resilience. During the Nexus Station pressure failure 3 cycles ago, I witnessed human maintenance technician Jamal Morris survive 17 minutes in near vacuum conditions while repairing the emergency bulkheads. According to everything we know about carbon-based life, he should have died within 2 minutes. Instead, he finished the repairs, passed out, received medical treatment, and returned to duty 3 days later. Vaslik's bioluminescent patterns pulsed with what the audience recognized as sincere amazement. When I asked how he survived, Morris just shrugged and said, "You gotta do what you gotta do." This casual disregard for what should have been certain death is, unfortunately, typical human behavior. They don't even recognize how absurdly resilient they are by galactic standards. Dr. Namari nodded solemnly. This combination of durability, adaptability, and complete lack of self-preservation instinct makes humans uniquely dangerous. They don't know when to stop. Sometimes they don't even know when they're injured. And most concerningly, they consider this normal. Physical capabilities are only half the equation. Vaslik continued as Dr. Namari's display shifted to neural mapping models. What truly makes humans unique is their psychological framework. Or as my security team calls it, the predator mindset in diplomat packaging. The holographic display showed comparative brain scans from various species. Most apex predators in the Confederacy, like the Karzak or Drakids, have straightforward threat response patterns. Territory, resources, hierarchy. Predictable. Humans? They exhibit predatory cognitive patterns we've never seen combined in a single species. Vaslik highlighted specific neural pathways in the human brain model. The persistence hunting mentality I mentioned earlier isn't just physical, it's psychological. Humans don't give up. Most predators abort a hunt when energy expenditure exceeds potential caloric gain. humans will continue pursuing goals long past the point of rational return. They call it determination. Our psychological analysts call it disturbing single-mindedness. The display shifted to problem-solving comparison metrics. Unlike specialized hunters, humans are generalized problem solvers. They don't rely on superior strength or speed. They use pattern recognition, tool adaptation, and environmental manipulation. When blocked from a goal, they simply find another approach, then another, then another. They have a saying that perfectly captures this mentality. If the front door is locked, try the windows. Nervous tittering rippled through the audience. Perhaps most unsettling is their tendency to personify everything. Vaslik brought up footage of humans interacting with machines, plants, and inanimate objects. They assign personalities and intentions to non-sentient entities. Their maintenance workers name their tools. Their scientists develop emotional attachments to research equipment. They speak to plants. This behavior seems harmless until you realize its implications. Vaslik paused, letting the tension build. It means humans can develop predatory focus on literally anything they interact with. Unlike rational predators who hunt only appropriate prey, humans can fixate on solving any problem. Whether that's hunting for food, negotiating trade agreements, or figuring out how your technology works. The display switched to footage of human children engaged in various activities. This looks innocent, yes? These are human offspring playing. Note the similarities to combat training. They're practicing chasing, hiding, building, destroying, strategizing, all while developing social bonds with their peer group. They're simultaneously training for both predatory behavior and complex social cooperation. A particularly disturbing clip showed small humans building an elaborate trap using simple materials. This isn't taught behavior. Those children devised that mechanism independently. Now imagine that creativity applied when a human feels threatened. Vaslik's bioluminescence dimmed to a serious blue. The final warning in this section: never back a human into a corner. All predators become dangerous when trapped, but most become predictably aggressive. Humans become unpredictably creative. They will use anything available: objects, environment, knowledge to overcome the threat. And they won't stop until they've succeeded or are physically incapable of continuing. He clicked his mandibles in that unsettling, not quite smile. So if you're wondering whether that friendly human ambassador can transform into a resourceful killing machine, when provoked, the answer is an emphatic yes. The transition can happen faster than most species can register a threat response. And they might apologize afterward, genuinely not understanding why you're so disturbed. Theory is one thing, practical experience is another, Vaslik said, bracing himself against the podium with his remaining limbs. Let's review some notable diplomatic incidents that highlight precisely why these protocols exist. Consider these case studies and what not to do. The holographic display shifted to footage of an ornate garden setting where various diplomats mingled. Nexus Station Botanical Reception, 3 cycles ago. Ambassador Pollen Song of the Florian Collective is engaged in pleasant conversation with Human Trade Representative Marcus Okonkwo. The footage showed a plant-based being with delicate frond-like appendages conversing with a tall, broad-shouldered human male. The human was smiling, gesturing enthusiastically. Note Representative Okonkwo's animated communication style. Humans consider this friendly engagement. Now watch what happens when he attempts to initiate what humans call a friendly pat on the back. The audience collectively flinched as the human's hand made contact with the Florian's upper foliage structure. The plant being immediately wilted, several fronds detaching completely as it collapsed. Ambassador Pollen Song spent 17 days in intensive botanical restoration. Representative Okonkwo was devastated when informed that what he considered gentle contact had the equivalent force of a small meteor impact on the Florian's cellular structure. Vaslik switched to another clip. This next incident centers on human emotional expressions. Humans use a vocalization called laughter to indicate amusement, camaraderie, and surprisingly, sometimes discomfort. Unfortunately, this sound triggers fight or flight responses in several Confederacy species. The footage showed a diplomatic reception where a human female told what appeared to be a joke. When she and several other humans burst into laughter, 3 Vexillian delegates immediately discharged their defensive ink clouds, but temporarily blinding everyone in a 3-meter radius. The resulting chaos caused diplomatic relations to deteriorate for nearly a full cycle. We now provide specialized audio dampeners to species with sensitivity to human vocalizations. Vazlik's mandibles clicked in grim amusement as he brought up the next clip. And now, the infamous coffee incident at last cycle's Galactic Summit. For those unfamiliar, coffee is a psychoactive stimulant beverage that humans consume in vast quantities. They consider it essential for proper functioning. The footage showed a human delegate accidentally knocking over a container of dark liquid, which splashed onto a gelatinous Morphean diplomat. The Morphean immediately began changing colors rapidly, vibrating, and expanding to twice its normal size. What you're witnessing is the unintentional drugging of Ambassador Glooptrix. The caffeine and various alkaloids in the coffee were absorbed through the Morphean's semi-permeable membrane, resulting in what humans might call one hell of a trip. It took 3 medical technicians to stabilize the ambassador, who afterward described the experience as transcendent and has since requested coffee at every diplomatic function. Several nervous laughs rippled through the audience. If you must attend gatherings where humans will be present, I have compiled these essential survival tips, Vazlik continued, displaying a list. First, maintain minimum safe distance at all times. Second, if a human seems excessively friendly, increase that distance immediately. Third, never accept food or beverage without consulting xenobiological compatibility charts. Fourth, if a human invites you to what they call a party, request security escort. Their recreational gatherings often involve ritualized intoxication that makes them even less predictable. Vazlik's bioluminescence pulsed with what the audience recognized as deep concern. Speaking of human intoxication rituals, these deserve special attention. Humans voluntarily consume substances that impair their judgment, alter their perceptions, and often increase their already dangerous physical capabilities. They call this having a good time. We call it playing chemical roulette with an apex predator. The display showed footage of humans engaged in various celebrations, their behavior becoming increasingly erratic. Note how intoxicated humans become louder, more physically demonstrative, and paradoxically, more insistent about expressing affection toward others. Their inhibitions regarding physical contact decrease precisely as their ability to control their strength deteriorates. This combination has resulted in more diplomatic incidents than all other causes combined. Vazlik's tone became deadly serious. If you encounter humans engaged in intoxication rituals, contact security immediately. Do not attempt to join the fun. Several diplomats have learned this lesson the hard way. Ambassador Zrel of the Sephiran Dominion still can't look at fermented grain products without his chromatophores displaying trauma patterns. As we conclude this briefing, Vazlik said, straightening his posture, let me summarize the essential safety protocols for human interaction. Your continued existence may depend on remembering them. The display showed a concise list of guidelines. 1. Maintain physical distance unless specifically trained in human-safe contact procedures. 2. Never make sudden movements that could be interpreted as threats. 3. Be aware that humans consider sustained eye contact both a sign of respect and a potential challenge, depending on context. 4. Always clarify linguistic ambiguities. Humans use extensive metaphors that don't translate well. 5. Remember that, despite appearances, you are dealing with apex predators who genuinely believe they're being gentle. Vazlik highlighted an additional section on the display. Understanding human emotional cues is perhaps your most valuable survival skill. Unlike most sentient species, humans broadcast their emotional states through facial micro-expressions. Our database contains over 3,000 documented human expressions. But you need only recognize these critical warning signs. The display showed close-up images of human faces. Bared teeth without crinkled eyes indicates aggression, not friendship. Narrowed eyes and flared nostrils suggest imminent physical response. Reddening facial skin indicates either emotional distress or physical exertion, both potentially dangerous. And perhaps most important, when a human goes completely still and quiet after previous animation, evacuate the area immediately. Vazlik moved from behind the podium, his bioluminescent patterns shifting to a more serious configuration. Despite everything I've covered today, I want to emphasize that humans make exceptional allies. Their predatory persistence, when directed toward mutual goals, is unmatched in the Confederacy. Their problem-solving abilities have resolved conflicts we considered intractable. Their bizarre tendency to empathize, even with alien species, creates diplomatic opportunities impossible with other predator species. He clicked his mandibles in that unsettling, not quite smile. In my 40 cycles of security work, I found humans to be simultaneously the most dangerous and most cooperative species we've encountered. They'll risk their lives to save creatures they met mere minutes ago, then accidentally injure them while celebrating the rescue. They're walking contradictions, and somehow that makes them perfect diplomats for our chaotic galaxy. Vazlik paused, surveying the room. Your survival odds when dealing with humans are approximately 94.3%, which are actually the best statistics for any apex predator encounter in Confederacy records. Just remember, if a human wants to kill you, you'll probably be dead before you realize there's a threat. If a human injures you accidentally, they'll feel worse about it than you do. His bioluminescence pulsed with what seemed like mischievous anticipation. Now, for the practical portion of our briefing, I'd like to introduce a special guest who will demonstrate proper cross-species greeting protocols. Please welcome human diplomatic liaison Parker Mickey. From the back of the lecture hall, a seat that had appeared empty throughout the presentation suddenly moved. A figure stood up, a medium-height human with dark skin and a warm smile. The diplomatic representatives nearest to the human recoiled in shock, several activating defensive measures. "Don't panic," Vazlik said, clearly enjoying the chaos. Liaison Becky has been here the entire time, observing our briefing. Consider this your first lesson in human unpredictability. They can be remarkably stealthy when they choose to be. The human raised both hands in what the briefing had described as a non-threatening gesture and spoke in a surprisingly melodious voice. "Thank you, Commander Vazlik, for that interesting introduction to my species. I promise I'm not nearly as dangerous as he suggests. At least not today." The human's mouth curved into what the briefing had identified as a smile with humorous intent. The lecture hall erupted in a cacophony of translated exclamations, alarm signals, and nervous defensive displays as the diplomats realized a member of the galaxy's most confounding predator species had been sitting among them all along.
The Galactic Council chamber was filled with murmurs the moment Earth's representative took the floor. Commander Jace Trenholm stood there in a worn-out officer's coat, unshaven, unimpressed, and completely devoid of diplomatic pleasantries. The Varnak Imperium's high command sat opposite him, all robes, arrogance, and the smug confidence of a species that had never lost a war. One of them leaned forward and said, "Human, do you object to our occupation of Sol?" Jace didn't flinch. He leaned into the mic and replied, "You come near Earth, you'll lose ships. You land troops, you'll lose them. You push any harder, and we'll bury you. That clear enough?" The chamber fell silent for a beat before the Varnak delegation erupted in laughter. Their fleet had absorbed dozens of systems across 3 sectors. Earth had no imperial holdings, no formal navy, and barely a presence beyond its own moon. To them, Jace's words weren't a threat, they were a joke. Still, protocol demanded they file a report. It was marked low priority and left unread by their war council. In orbit over the Varnak capital, Fleet Admiral Reth Urin observed the recording with mild interest before shrugging it off. They've got nothing. No colonies, no dreadnoughts, no first strike capacity. Send in the survey fleet. Begin staging for forward occupation. Within an hour, a detachment of 14 warships began their journey toward the Sol system. Their purpose wasn't battle, it was annexation. Back on Earth, news of the Council exchange reached the public within minutes. It was broadcast globally without alteration. No spin, no government briefings. Just Jace's blunt warning and the Varnak response. Reactions varied. Some laughed. Some panicked. But the majority were quiet. Because those who knew Earth's history knew Jace wasn't bluffing. Earth had stopped expanding 2 centuries ago. While other species colonized, conquered, and consumed, humans stayed home. They built outwards in silence, deep underground, far beyond the visible sensors, wrapped in artificial void signatures. They turned the planet into a fortress that didn't look like one. No orbital rings, no defense platforms, just outdated satellites and silent skies. It was misdirection at scale. Jace stood in a command room with no windows and no ranks on his shoulders. Around him sat the heads of Earth's most advanced military branches. None wore uniforms. They had no name. They worked without public record or political interference. Their only job was to prepare for the moment when warning would be ignored. He reviewed the Varnak fleet's path. Their formation was textbook, confident, exposed. They're not masking anything. They think this is over before it starts, he said. Good. Subterranean systems across the globe synced. AI cores came online in silent chains, locked away in data vaults built beneath oceans and buried beneath mountains. No civilian evacuations were ordered. No conscription. No martial law. Earth didn't need mass mobilization. It needed patience. It needed timing. It needed the Varnak to keep underestimating. Jace uploaded one final transmission, routed directly to the lead Varnak vessel through open bands. No encryption, no posturing, just a single message. Last chance to turn around. It was received. It was read. It was dismissed. The Varnak saw no orbital movement. No signature spikes. No active countermeasures. They assumed Earth lacked even basic planetary shielding. In their logs, Earth was flagged as a cultural curiosity with laughable defensive posture and outdated kinetic weapons. In truth, they hadn't seen anything because Earth hadn't revealed anything. The fleet crossed Neptune's orbit, then Uranus, closing in. Their scans returned static past Mars. Disruptions they assumed were atmospheric. Their sensor technicians flagged anomalies in the asteroid belt, insignificant. One technician noted a brief loss of internal comms. No follow-up. On Earth, Jace watched the timeline converge. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't smile. They're in position. Let them take one more step. Back on the Varnak command ship, a junior officer asked if they should prepare a landing message. The admiral waved it off. Let's wait until we're in orbit. Show of strength. They took one more step. And Earth was already awake. The Varnak fleet crossed the lunar boundary without resistance. Their lead vessel, the XS Resker, launched long-range probes toward Earth's orbit. All readings returned clear. No sign of satellites, no orbital weapons, and no defense grid. It confused some officers, but Admiral Urin dismissed the concerns. Their threat was bluster. They don't have the capability. Orders were given to maintain course and begin reconnaissance patterns over the Pacific region. No human ships moved to intercept. No automated warnings were triggered. Earth remained silent. On the surface, life continued without disruption. Flights stayed on schedule. Markets operated normally. Government statements were non-existent. There was no sign of panic. What the Varnak failed to understand was that Earth's population wasn't indifferent. they were prepared. In an undersea facility thousands of meters below the South Atlantic, Earth's command systems processed the Varnak fleet's every move. Their trajectories were recorded, speed analyzed, energy output dissected. There was no external sign of response because the real systems weren't in orbit. They were built to be invisible. The fleet fanned out to cover hemispheric observation. Survey drones were deployed. Their signals were jammed intermittently. Minor noise, assumed to be technical interference. One drone briefly captured an image of an odd geological formation in the Arctic, something angular beneath the ice. Before it could transmit, its systems failed. A backup drone was dispatched. It returned clean visuals. Nothing beneath the ice. No structure. The anomaly was logged and ignored. In orbit, Varnak engineers noticed something peculiar. Their standard data relay ping was showing looped feedback from one quadrant, an exact duplication of their own outgoing signal, no variation, no bounce delay. The tech officer flagged it as a glitch in the probe network. Inside Earth's hidden relay stations, that signal had already been broken down and decoded. The probe's design, operating system, and command hierarchy were now understood. Within minutes, Earth's AI systems had mapped the probe's command structure. There was no need to hijack it. They were simply watching. Jace received confirmation. Fleet integrity stable. Target behavior consistent with overconfidence. Passive surveillance engaged. No course correction detected. They've committed. He gave a single nod and moved to the next phase. Back in orbit, the Varnak detected fluctuations in Earth's ionosphere. Data streams pulsed through unknown channels. The fleet's sensors could not trace the source. Admiral Urin was notified but dismissed the report. Planetary interference. Not unusual for an unshielded world. An hour later, the Varnak's internal timekeeping systems began drifting. Not by seconds, by microshifts. Nothing large enough to affect operations, but enough to signal inconsistencies in gravitational measurements. Their navigational AI flagged it as minor variants. No alerts were triggered. Inside Earth's command systems, those micro-shifts were precisely calculated. Specialized satellites, invisible to thermal and magnetic scans, had subtly altered their positioning. They created artificial distortions across the fleet's vector paths. It wasn't enough to trip alarms. Just enough to prepare alignment. The Admiral ordered a low-orbit pass. It was routine procedure. The fleet began descent patterns. Onboard systems initiated standard scans, biological, thermal, industrial. Earth's readings came back underwhelming. No concentrated energy fields. No heat blooms. No propulsion clusters. For the first time, Admiral Urin paused. Their technology is too low to bluff. So why the warning? Still, orders stood. Occupation protocols initiated. Transports began warming engines. Earth remained unresponsive. Then came a second message, delivered through open band radio, unencrypted, with perfect timing. Do not proceed further. It wasn't accompanied by visuals. It didn't carry diplomatic insignia. It wasn't aggressive. It was just a voice, steady, detached, certain. It wasn't a plea. It was instruction. The fleet ignored it. 5 minutes later, the Varnak's primary sensor relay began experiencing phantom echoes. Signatures of unknown vessels appeared and vanished. Cross-checks returned no physical readings. Their AI concluded it was an internal loop error caused by interference. Inside Earth's system, it was confirmation. Visual spoofing was successful. Fleet Command now operated on corrupted data. The next layer of isolation protocols activated, and failsafes began sinking. The Varnak believed they were orbiting a defenseless world. But from that moment on, they were alone. The Varnak fleet initiated orbital stabilization, their systems fully committed to planetary dominance procedures. Their dropships aligned, ground survey packets were dispatched, and low-altitude satellites began mapping urban density. Within the command vessel, Admiral Urin reviewed a 3D projection of Earth's terrain. Minimal defense installations. No weaponized structures. Initiate soft entry, he ordered. The signal to deploy was seconds from transmission when every screen in the command center flashed black. No warning, no transition. Just total visual interruption. Then a voice, human, direct and unemotional. "You were warned. Now it begins." Before response protocols could be executed, all power across the lead vessel shut down. Primary drives, backups, secondary redundancies, everything failed simultaneously. Outside, the other ships saw the command vessel drift, lights gone, thrusters cold. Their own diagnostics returned clean. They assumed it was a malfunction, until 2 more ships experienced identical shutdowns in under 6 seconds. Attempts to re-establish links failed. Communication nodes returned a repeating signal, scrambled data wrapped in a pulse code they'd never encountered. No fire. No damage. Just silence. At that same moment, Earth's gravity signature fluctuated slightly, unregistered by Varnac metrics, but noted instantly by Earth's deep orbit sensors. The trap had triggered. From the dark side of the moon, 15 objects moved, without light, without heat, without propulsion trails. Not traditional ships, but modular biomechanical systems fused with quantum control cores. Their function wasn't attack. It was neutralization. These carriers didn't broadcast identity. They didn't require targeting locks. Their presence was known only after engagement, when control systems aboard Varnac ships began rerouting. Defense turrets misfired. Engines misaligned. Artificial gravity fields warped. The Varnac AI core, considered unbreachable, collapsed in under 12 seconds. Humanity hadn't built ships to overpower, they'd built platforms to dismantle. Every action was designed to disable, confuse, isolate. In the absence of shields or armor, the Varnac had no answer for complete systemic override. When their first ship was physically boarded, the sensors still didn't register any approaching object. Just interior hull breaches followed by pressure loss in 4 compartments. Varnac Marines rushed in, weapons drawn. They found no invaders. Only sealed doors, flickering lights, and oxygen rapidly draining from key sections. Their weapons stopped responding within minutes. Internal gravity began fluctuating. Some compartments lost magnetic cohesion. Magnetic boots detached. Soldiers drifted helplessly in twisting zero-G spirals. Inside Earth's command facility, the assault was monitored in real time. Jace stood without expression as updates came in. Boarding pods successful. Resistance minimal. No casualties on our side. Internal defense systems under full override. Recommend next phase. He gave a nod. Proceed. Lock the fleet in place. Above Earth, the surviving Varnac ships attempted emergency retreat. Their propulsion cores spun up. Jump drives charged. Then nothing. Engines halted mid-cycle. Internal error codes spread across systems that had no recorded failure protocols. Engineers tried manual bypass. Panels refused input. Lights dimmed. Cooling systems failed. Humanity's tech hadn't jammed their systems. It had infiltrated them completely. Not through hacking, but through weeks of passive listening, data mimicry, and embedded quantum echoes piggybacked through open channels. Every moment the fleet had observed Earth had been dissecting them in return. Admiral Uran's escape shuttle ignited, attempted manual ejection. It was the only remaining functioning craft. It launched, then vanished. Not destroyed. Not intercepted. Simply gone from every sensor, including visual. As if the space it entered no longer existed. On the last operational Varnac ship, the remaining bridge crew heard a final transmission through their internal comms. No signal source. No traceable direction. This was never a war. It was containment. And you triggered release. In under 6 minutes, one of the galaxy's most feared fleets was functionally erased, not by brute force, but by planning, prediction, and complete technological suffocation. Nothing on Earth had moved. No missiles were fired. No ship names were declared. Yet the battlefield was decided. The Varnac fleet no longer held command over itself. Systems continued to register data, but crew members were locked out. Engines cycled without input. Life support responded selectively. Doors no longer opened on command. Entire ships drifted in total paralysis, weapon arrays unresponsive, propulsion queues overridden. From Earth's perspective, the operation was progressing on schedule. Inside the Varnak flagship, surviving officers attempted analog overrides. Manual circuits failed. Auxiliary controls reverted to default loops. An engineer cut direct power to the ship's neural core, still no change. External visuals blinked erratically, as if their perception of space itself was being rewritten in fragments. Panic set in slowly. This wasn't warfare. It was collapse. Jace received confirmation. All 14 enemy vessels immobilized. Internal overrides secured. Zero threat to planetary systems. Status on long-range relays? He asked. A technician responded. Outbound signals isolated. Galactic Council channels diverted. No data escaped orbit. They're contained locally. That had been priority one, not just to defeat the fleet, but to prevent word of Earth's capabilities from reaching beyond Sol. On board the disabled ships, Varnak personnel discovered their own internal logs had been altered. Ship schematics redrawn, memory files corrupted, mission objectives replaced with false entries. Crew assignments were scrambled. Rank designations erased. They were cut off not just physically, but informationally, each officer reduced to guesswork about who held command. Then came the psychological phase. Screens lit up across their bridges with video feeds, each showing moments from their time approaching Earth. Private conversations. Internal planning briefings. Even footage from within their own minds, pulled from neural interface bleed. Earth hadn't just listened, they'd recorded everything. And now, they were playing it back as a demonstration. Some of the younger Varnak officers broke under the weight of it. To have been observed so thoroughly without any detection was inconceivable. They understood then that Earth hadn't needed to fire because it had already won the moment the fleet left home space. While containment continued in orbit, Earth re-established blackout protocols. Civilian infrastructure never paused. Media outlets remained silent. No global alert was ever issued. The event was invisible to the public by design. Earth had trained for stealth dominance, not recognition. The operation was a message not for humanity, but for those who would come next. With the Varnak command entirely subdued, Jace authorized secondary action. Rather than destroy the fleet, Earth's systems began extraction. Through advanced drone modules, encrypted with anti-interference protocols, critical data was pulled from the Varnak archives. Engine layouts, propulsion matrices, internal command hierarchies, encryption routines, every layer of their technological ecosystem was exposed. It wasn't about revenge. It was about learning. Earth had no interest in conquest, but every interest in preparation. They knew this fleet was not the last. Others would come, emboldened by silence, driven by ambition. But after this, they would face a planet that now understood how galactic militaries thought, moved, and communicated. During the extraction, one Varnak ship briefly regained partial comms. A distress signal formed and began transmitting on a tertiary band. Earth let it run for 3 seconds, long enough to identify the structure, origin protocol, and recipient node. Then it was shut down, its entire data stream rerouted and scrubbed. Within the command chamber, analysts reconstructed the message and reviewed the intended destination. It was not military. It was diplomatic. The Varnak hadn't just come to conquer. They were also expecting to report a successful negotiation failure and trigger political leverage in the council. That option was now void. After final extraction was confirmed, Jace gave a simple directive. Deconstruct all foreign systems. Wipe ship cores. Leave no trace of engagement. Within minutes, Earth's drones flooded the vessels with dissolution code. Systems melted in controlled cycles. AI logic stacks collapsed. Memory centers self-nullified. The ships were left intact physically but empty, clean husks with no recoverable evidence of what had occurred. By the end of the 4th hour, they were adrift, motionless, silent. The last action was human. From a hidden transmitter position beyond geosynchronous orbit, a single signal was sent, not to the Varnak, but to deep space, directed toward unaligned systems. It carried 8 words. They were warned. They did not listen. Hours passed in absolute silence. The Varnak fleet, once the pride of their armada, now hung powerless above Earth, reduced to empty frames holding confused survivors. Their comm systems didn't respond, navigation remained frozen, and not a single internal subsystem could override Earth's control. Within each vessel, crew members sat in stunned disbelief, confronted by the quiet finality of their defeat. There was no counterstrike to plan, no rescue coming, only the growing realization that their enemy never intended to be seen. Earth didn't press an advantage. No demands followed. No grand message, no diplomatic leverage. The silence was intentional. It wasn't surrender they sought. It was memory. And in the void of response, the Varnak realized the true weight of what had been lost: credibility, strength, and the illusion of invulnerability. Earth had dismantled them in full view of themselves, and then left them to reckon with the aftermath. Jay stood before the final report. Every step of the operation had been logged, reviewed, and closed with 0 casualties. Earth's systems were already shifting back to standby mode. The planetary surface remained unaware, untouched. Their job was never glory, it was readiness. Jace approved the last protocol: asset withdrawal and orbital purging. Autonomous drones executed without pause. Every signature that hinted at Earth's interference was removed. Comms scrubbed. Trails obfuscated. Sensor data rewritten. It was as though the Varnak had simply malfunctioned during approach. No visual proof of combat existed. No signal burst had left the solar system. To any outside observer, the fleet had suffered a catastrophic systems failure in uncharted space. In a secure chamber buried beneath the Andes, Earth's oversight board reviewed final data. Experts in systems warfare, neuropatterning, and silent engagement studied the Varnak design thoroughly. The consensus was absolute: this fleet wasn't exploratory. It was a full-scale invasion, planned down to planetary suppression strategies. Earth had faced extermination cloaked in arrogance. Jace offered no analysis. The evidence spoke clearly. They underestimated us. Not our weapons, our patience. He didn't elaborate further. Earth's defensive philosophy wasn't rooted in retaliation. It was survival through unreadable capability. To appear weak was the point. To be forgotten was the goal. While Earth disengaged, the surviving Varnak crew aboard their ghost ships began turning on each other. Suspicion replaced structure. Without command, hierarchy fractured. What remained of their trust in central authority eroded. The fleet's isolation had done more than disable, it had humiliated. A culture bred on superiority had been stripped of certainty. Discipline gave way to internal silence. No one wanted to speak first and admit failure. Then Earth sent one final signal, brief and direct. It carried no threats, no analysis, only a single phrase repeated once. "This is your only warning." It came without coordinates, without return channel, and could not be traced. It was not meant to intimidate. It was a fixed line in the galactic record. The Varnak leadership, far from Sol, would later receive the recovered vessels. They'd find no logs of engagement, no record of resistance. Just 14 empty ships and a terrified, broken crew with no coherent explanation. The High Command would argue over sabotage, infer systemic collapse, and silence the survivors. The alternative, that a single planet dismantled their best, was unacceptable. Back on Earth, the world kept turning. Oceans moved. Cities lit up. Markets opened. No broadcast ever referenced the event. No citizen ever knew. The fleet that approached had been buried not just in orbit, but in memory. Earth left no story behind. Jace removed his final field directive and archived it. No reward awaited. No ceremony followed. The operation was closed under code designation. Unseen. As far as the rest of the galaxy was concerned, Earth had done nothing. But for those watching closely, those who'd listened to the silence and wondered why the fleet never returned. One truth remained unavoidable. Earth was not defenseless. It never had been. It had simply been waiting for someone to ignore the warning. The war room aboard the Darkesh dreadnought Vraxel Dominance was a cathedral of steel and discipline. Holograms shimmered over the central dais, illuminating the stern features of General Vaktorin. His black exoarmor gleamed like obsidian beneath the blue light. He leaned forward, tusks bared slightly. "You're certain?" The communications officer, a thin-limbed Duran subordinate, nodded without making eye contact. "Earth responded to the formal planetary challenge, General. They've sent one soldier." Silence. Vaktor blinked once. Then again. "One. Yes, General." A slow snarl curled across Vaktor's face. "An insult. These apes mock the rights of war. Do they believe us so weak that one is enough? Or so beneath them they dare not try?" The officer didn't respond. Vaktor turned to the assembled command staff. "Prepare the occupation of Virelia 9. 10 legions. I want that world crushed, and I want the earthborn husk dragged to me in chains." A soft beep echoed through the chamber as the command was acknowledged. War drums were already beating in the void. The drop pod screamed through Virelia 9's upper atmosphere like a meteor. Silent. Undetected. Purpose-built. Captain Elias Rourke gritted his teeth as the pod slammed through treetop canopy and embedded itself in a rocky slope. Hydraulic locks hissed. The door popped with a jolt. He stepped out, adjusting his adaptive armor to match the forest's dusk blue hues. The visor scanned the terrain: thick jungle, broken cliffs, one sun bleeding through distant storm clouds. No signs of life nearby. Perfect. He knelt beside a fallen log, unpacked a compact drone, and launched it. It flitted silently between branches before stabilizing high above. The HUD flickered. 3 kilometers southeast, a Darkesh forward outpost, 2 watchtowers, multiple patrol paths. Armored transports. High-energy weapon signatures. Rourke muttered to himself. Well-fed, well-armed, and completely unbothered. He clicked on his field recorder. "Rourke. Captain. Earth Defense Coalition. Virelia 9 incursion confirmed. No Allied presence. Local population likely displaced or worse. Begin Phase 1. A day earlier, back on Earth, the War Council had debated. It's suicide, one admiral had said. It's a statement, argued the director of operations. The Darkesh expect brute force. Let's give them surgical humiliation. Someone asked. Who could pull that off? Everyone turned toward the holoscreen. Rourke's profile stared back. Decorations. Black Ops record. Psychological profile flagged as asterisk contained volatility. Unbreakable resolve. Asterisk. When asked his opinion, Rourke replied flatly. Send anyone else, and you'll need to send more later. Night fell like a closing wound. Virelia's twin moons hovered above the trees. Rourke moved like a shadow through the underbrush, breathing shallow, footsteps silent. At 0200, he reached the enemy supply convoy en route to the southern depot. He waited. The lead vehicle rumbled past, hovering above the ground on anti-grav plates. 3 transports, 6 guards apiece. Complacent. He watched them vanish over a hill, then placed 6 charges along the return path. Beneath leaves, nestled into tree trunks, along a narrow pass that forced them single file. He waited again. By 0430, the convoy returned, faster, lighter, perhaps finished unloading. The first explosion tore through the lead transport like it was paper. Plasma rounds ricocheted wildly as soldiers dove for cover. The second and third blasts came seconds later. By 0440, nothing moved but smoke and ash. Rourke emerged, placed a single black flag in the dirt, then vanished back into the forest. The flag read, "One is enough." In the command tent, Vaktor reviewed the footage with a hard stare. No enemies on visual. Just detonations and chaos. Replay it again. His aide obliged. Vactor growled. Where are their soldiers? Where's the squad? No squad, General, said the aide quietly. One signature. Human-sized. Vactor's fists clenched behind his back. Soer sends a ghost. At dawn, Rourke climbed a ridge overlooking the valley below. A patrol moved sluggishly across open terrain. No formation, no recon drones. He noted every detail. No need to engage. He opened a ration bar and chewed in silence. His visor pinged softly. A signal, encrypted. Civilian origin. Weak. He narrowed his eyes. Locals. Maybe survivors. Maybe allies. He saved the coordinates and moved on. At 0800, he set up a makeshift observation post in a rocky alcove. From here, he could track comm signals and patrol shifts. The jungle buzzed with the sound of insects and war machines. He spoke softly into his recorder. Day 1. Objectives achieved. 1 strike, high morale impact. No contact with friendly forces yet. Resistance possible. Enemy overconfident. Repeating tactics from previous conquests. He paused. Psych profile of Vactor suggests he won't tolerate mockery. Let's give him more. In the ruins of a village not marked on any map, Rourke found the bodies. Charred. Stacked. Civilian. He didn't linger. A broken sign hung from the only standing building. A child's drawing was burned into the wall behind it. He stood for a long time. Then he turned and walked east. Back in the command center, Vactor stared at the latest intel projection. 8 sabotage incidents in 2 days. Explosives, traps, local hijackings. Same signature. 1 operative. His top tactician asked, "Shall we begin a sweep?" Vactor said nothing for several seconds. Then, "No. We will bait him." As dusk fell again, Rourke stopped near a ravine. He laid a new trap, simple, effective, and cruel. A monowire between 2 trees, almost invisible in the twilight. He sat nearby, watching, listening. A troop passed by. 1 fell. The rest panicked. No shots fired. Just a scream. Rourke didn't smile. He didn't cheer. He just whispered, "That's 1 less." Above him, Dorelia's sky lit with flashes from Darkesh orbital ships. Dropships streaked downward like falling stars. He kept his eyes on them. He clicked the recorder 1 last time that night. They don't understand what they started. They brought a war machine. We brought a human. He lay back, rifle across his chest, heart steady. Let's see who blinks first. Campfire light flickered across frightened faces. Alien soldiers huddled inside their outpost perimeter, clutching rifles tighter than they did sleep. They were Darkesh auxiliary, recruited from subjugated species, given orders and armor, and told the human was a myth. A ghost. A morale tactic. But now they whispered his name like a curse. "He was in the trees," one muttered. "Didn't hear him." Then, boom, half the squad gone. "Just tricks," another said. "Darkesh don't lose to ghosts." But they were losing. In 10 days, the Phantom had destroyed 6 convoys, a weapons cache, and the morale of half a legion. No patterns. No demands. Just sabotage and silence. Captain Elias Rourke moved through the jungle like the terrain was a second skin. He hadn't slept more than 2 hours at a time in over a week. His rations were down to protein strips and jungle water boiled twice. He didn't complain. He never did. He paused beside a tree, scanning a faint signal. Civilian origin. Faint energy bleed. Same as before. Coordinates locked. He tapped his mic twice, code for investigating, and moved northeast. The hidden compound was buried inside a collapsed tunnel network, clever use of old mining shafts. Camouflaged with heat-dampening foliage, barely visible even with infrared. Someone smart had built it. He didn't knock. He walked straight into the perimeter and was met with a pulse rifle aimed at his chest. "Identify," said a voice, calm, female, tired. Rourke raised both hands. Human. Earth Defense Coalition. Not here to hurt you. Another rifle clicked behind him. A dozen eyes watched from the dark. You're the ghost, said the woman. She stepped forward, eyes narrow. Pale skin, sharp features, the long ears of a Thelen. We thought you were a lie. Still thinking? Rourke asked. She hesitated, then lowered her weapon. Name's Myrai. I lead what's left of us. Inside the compound, they fed him broth and data. Myrai explained, the Darkesh overran Virelia 9's surface in days. Cities burned. Villages disappeared. Those who fought were executed. The rest ran. Some, like her, hid and waited. You've been sabotaging them alone? She asked, watching him eat like a machine. He nodded. Until now. Why now? Because I can't be everywhere, he said simply. But you can be something. Myrai frowned. We're not soldiers. Neither were you before they burned your homes. That silenced the room. He placed a small Darkesh device on the table, scavenged, reprogrammed. A remote trigger. He slid it across. You want to fight, you learn our way. You want to hide, I won't stop you. But they'll find you. They always do. Myrai picked up the device. It blinked once. Then again. By dawn, training began. They had no structure. No formation. No discipline. But they had rage. Pain. Fire. Rourke taught them to move like ghosts. Use the terrain. Set traps. Think 2 steps ahead. He drilled them in silence, in shadows, in fast, vicious bursts. One lesson at a time. Don't shoot to kill. He told them. Shoot to disrupt. Confuse. Lead their command. Why not kill them all? Asked a young Korati, teeth bared. Because dead enemies can't panic. Vactor reviewed the latest reports. More ambushes. Another depot gone. Entire patrol vanished. A dozen reports claimed the human had allies now. Locals mimicking his tactics. The chaos was spreading. He stood before a holographic map and drew a claw over 3 red zones. Containment has failed. Send in the trackers. The officer's eyes widened. They haven't been field tested in this sector, General. Vactor's voice dropped to a growl. Then let them learn on human flesh. The jungle fell quiet. Rourke knew that soundless stillness too well. Predators were coming. He signaled Myrai and 3 others, spread out. Motion only. No voices. Minutes passed. Then a rustle, too fast, too low. Not a soldier. Something else. He saw the first tracker leap from the canopy. 2 meters of muscle, claws, and spines, jaws split into 4 mandibles. He fired. Rounds tore into the creature's chest, but it didn't stop. Myrai's team opened fire. 2 trackers dropped. 1 vanished into the trees. 1 reached her. Rourke moved before thought. He hit it mid-leap, drove a blade into its throat, then rolled and fired point-blank into its skull. Silence returned, ragged and smoking. Myrai stared at him, breathless. What are they sending after us? Something desperate, Rourke said. Means we're winning. That night, the group burned the tracker corpses in a pit. Rourke watched the flames. Myrai joined him. You're good at this. I've had practice. Does it ever stop? The fighting? No. But if you fight smart, you don't need to do it twice. She looked at him sideways. You always talk like that. Like what? Like every word costs you something. He looked away. Because some do. At 0300, he intercepted a coded message on a stolen Darkesh console. Encrypted. High command level. He cracked it. It was a transmission from Vactor. To the human operative, I offer this. Surrender now, and your species will be granted terms. Continue, and I will burn this world down to find you. Rourke recorded a reply and sent it on the same channel. Bring fire. I've walked through worse. He turned to Myrai. They know we're organized now. What's next? Next, he said, we hit something big. In a valley to the north, a fusion tower powered 3 nearby Darkesh garrisons. A soft target, if approached correctly. One good strike would force them to reroute energy, delay supplies, expose patterns. The team moved at dawn. 12 of them now. Fully trained. Armed with captured rifles and Rourke's improvised devices. They reached the outer rim by dusk. Guards were lazy. Comms were unsecured. Rourke sent 2 ahead, Myrai and the Korati. They planted charges, mapped routes, set escape plans. He watched the sky. Dropships were starting to swarm more often. Time was narrowing. At 21:30, the charges went live. The tower erupted in a blaze that turned the clouds orange. Rourke's squad vanished into the brush before the echoes faded. Back at the compound, cheers erupted. For the first time, the resistance felt like more than survivors. They felt dangerous. Rourke didn't celebrate. He checked ammo, cleaned his blade, recalibrated the drone net. Myrai sat beside him. You never stop moving, do you? He didn't look up. Can't afford to. Why? Because the moment I stop, someone dies. She was silent a long time. Then don't stop, she whispered. In the Darkesh command ship, Vaktor read the intercepted reply. Asterisk bring fire. I've walked through worse. Asterisk. He bared his teeth. So be it. He marked a new target on the planetary map. Not a military one. A civilian settlement, deep in the southern jungles. Known to harbor wounded. Non-combatants. He tapped the console. Burn it. Smoke curled over the jungle like a slow-moving hand. By the time Rourke and Myrai reached the ridge, it was too late. Below, what had been a sanctuary for civilians was a cratered wound. Burned homes, charred trees, a half-collapsed temple. Bodies in ash-gray heaps. No screams left. Just wind. Myrai stood frozen, rifle slack in her grip. They weren't fighters. No, Rourke said quietly. They weren't. He scanned the wreckage through his scope. The Darkesh hadn't even stayed. This wasn't a raid. It was a message. And it was received. They buried the dead at dawn. The ground was dry and shallow. Rourke dug in silence. His knuckles bled from shoveling stone and dirt, but he didn't stop. The survivors said nothing to him. They didn't cry. They stared like statues, hollowed out from the inside. After the last grave was marked, Myrai sat beside him under the temple ruins. This is what you meant, isn't it? She said. Rourke looked at her. She wasn't asking. She already knew. They weren't just killing us, she said. They were correcting us. Punishing us for fighting. He didn't answer. Instead, he pulled a worn data chip from his pouch and slid it across the ground. Myrai picked it up. What is this? Their command layout. It took me days to crack. He nodded to the sky. Vaktor's base is here. Central node. He's the spine. Cut it. And the body dies. She finished. I'm going in tonight. Myrai shook her head. You won't make it alone. He stood, checking his rifle. I don't intend to make it at all. The fortress sat atop a plateau, shielded by terrain and tech. Thick walls, anti-air batteries, elite guard patrols. Most thought it was impenetrable. Data core, he uploaded a virus copy from Earth's defense AI. Crude, but effective. It would cripple comms in minutes. Then, he walked into the command wing. Right through the front door. Vaktor was there, standing in the center of the room, staring at the holographic battlefield map. No armor, just the high-collared robe of his office, as if war had no chance of touching him here. You made it farther than expected, the general said without turning. Rourke leveled his rifle. I know your face. Vaktor continued, slowly facing him. Rourke. The one Earth sent to die loud enough that the galaxy would listen. Louder than expected. Vaktor chuckled once. You wasted your time. This base is locked. Shielded. Do you know how many of your kind I've broken? None that walked into your war room. The alien's smile faded. You'll die here. Alone. Rourke pulled a detonator from his belt and held it up. I'm not the one who locked the doors. Vactor lunged, faster than expected. A swipe knocked the rifle aside. Rourke ducked the next blow and drove his elbow into the alien's ribs. The general struck back with a fist like a sledgehammer. Rourke's vision blurred. He rolled, drew his combat blade, and slashed upward. Vactor roared, backhanded him into a console, and drew his own weapon, a curved dagger humming with energy. They circled each other, bleeding, breathing hard. Tell me, Vactor growled. What made Earth think you could win? We didn't think we'd win, Rourke said. We knew we'd end it. He charged. Steel met plasma. Sparks flew. The fight was ugly, close. No choreography. Just desperation and fury. Rourke took a slash to the thigh but rammed his shoulder into the general's side. They crashed through a display, locked in a grapple. Vactor bared his teeth, forcing the blade toward Rourke's throat. You die. Then your people follow. Rourke snarled through clenched teeth. Wrong. He headed the general, grabbed the blade, turned it, and drove it deep into the alien's abdomen. Vactor gasped, staggered, and fell to one knee. Rourke pulled back, panting. His hand hovered over the detonator. Base charges set. Comms jammed. No one's getting out. The general laughed weakly, coughing blood. You'd sacrifice yourself for a message? No, Rourke said, flipping the switch. For peace. Explosions shook the fortress. Lights failed. Sirens wailed. Rourke turned and sprinted through the collapsing hallway, blood trailing behind him. He made it out just as the command tower collapsed in fire. Myra and her squad were waiting beyond the cliffs, having followed at a distance, defying his order. Didn't think you were serious about the suicide part, she said, hauling him into cover. Didn't think you were stupid enough to follow. He rasped. We're learning. Above them, the sky flickered. Dozens of Darkesh craft, now without command, veered off formation. Confusion rippled through their ranks. The war machine had lost its spine. Back in the jungle, Rourke lay in a med bunker with 2 cracked ribs, a fractured arm, and a dozen lacerations. He didn't complain. He stared at the ceiling while Myrai sat nearby. You look like hell, she said. Better than him. She smiled briefly. We'll need you again. The fight's not over. He closed his eyes. Then don't waste time. On the bridge of the last orbiting Darkesh warship, a transmission played. It was Rourke's voice, broadcast across open channels. You brought legions. We brought one. You thought that meant weakness. It meant we didn't need more. The warship turned. Then another. Then all of them. Retreat orders. The invasion of Varelia 9 was over. And so was Vactor. The war ended not with parades or declarations, but with silence. Rourke woke to rain tapping against the canvas roof of the field hospital. His ribs ached. Bandages wrapped most of his torso. A steady flow fed into his arm. The lights flickered as the old generator outside struggled against the storm. Myrai sat nearby, flipping through a damaged data pad, her uniform dusted with dried blood and ash. You're alive, she said without looking up. Rourke blinked slowly. Unfortunately, she smirked. You always this cheerful after collapsing a fortress? Only when I land on the right side of the crater. She tossed the pad onto the table. Vactor's fleet pulled out. No counterattack. No broadcast. Nothing. Rourke turned his head. Because they can't explain what happened. One operative, no army. They'd rather forget. Myrai stood, paced once. And Earth? Are they going to forget too? He didn't answer. Word spread fast. Resistance cells across Varelia 9 surfaced from hiding. Some had never fought. Others had waited for a signal, anything that said they weren't alone. They saw the fires go out over the command plateau. They saw the Darkesh flee. That was all the signal they needed. Within days, organized defense networks formed. supply caches were recovered. Communication lines re-established. For the first time, Virelia 9 wasn't occupied, it was defended. At the heart of it stood Myrai, now commander of the Unified Resistance. At her side, a scarred human with a limp and a half-healed wound along his jaw. Rourke sat beneath a canopy as Myrai addressed a mixed crowd, Valen, Korati, humans from civilian colonies, others he couldn't name. They listened because she spoke with certainty, not volume. They thought we would break. Instead, we learned. We adapted. From one man, we learned how to hit back. Rourke leaned back, sipping recycled water like it was fine whiskey. A young boy crept up beside him, wide-eyed, clinging to a makeshift toy rifle. "You're him," the boy said. Rourke gave him a look. "What makes you think that?" "The others said you're the one who broke the army." Rourke shook his head. "I didn't break anything." "Then who did?" "You did," Rourke said simply. "When you stopped hiding." The boy looked confused, but nodded anyway, and ran off into the crowd. A week later, a secure message pinged Rourke's field comm Earth had finally answered. A general's face appeared, live feed shaky through the interference. "Captain, we've been monitoring the fallout. Virelia 9 is holding?" Rourke nodded once. "Confirmed. Vactor? Dead or bleeding? Either way, not your problem anymore." The general hesitated. "We expected you to delay the offensive, not end it." Rourke didn't flinch. "You gave me an objective. I completed it." A pause. "We've received multiple requests from galactic counselors. They're asking to open dialogue with Earth. Not as a protectorate, as a power. And we're considering it." Rourke cut the feed without responding. In the days that followed, Myrai and her team began transforming their bunker into a central base. Logistics, intel, medical, real infrastructure. Rourke helped where he could, but kept to the edges. He spent his evenings by the perimeter fence, sharpening a blade that didn't need sharpening. Myrai joined him one night, tossing him a fresh water pack. "Still planning your next mission?" she asked. "No plan," he said. "Just habit." She sat beside him, pulling her braid over one shoulder. "You could stay. Help us build something instead of tearing things down." Rourke looked at the stars, then at the jungle. "You don't need me anymore," he said. She raised an eyebrow. "That's not an answer." He didn't give one. A ceremony was held in the central square, what had once been a ruined market. Now, it was rebuilt with stone and steel. Simple, functional. At its center, a memorial made from parts of the destroyed Darkesh command tower, fused metal, wrapped with the flags of each local species. On a raised platform stood a display case. Inside, Rourke's helmet, cracked, scorched, still bearing the Earth insignia. A plaque beneath it read, "The one who fought armies." Rourke hated it. He stood behind the crowd, watching. He never approached the stage. Myrai found him there, arms crossed, eyes distant. "They won't forget you," she said. "They shouldn't," he replied. "But they should stop waiting for someone else to fix it." She studied him. "Where will you go?" He shrugged. "Somewhere else needs a reminder." The night before he left, Myrai handed him a sealed data pad. No logo. Just encrypted content. "Contacts in the Accord," she said. "Names of others like Vactor. Places they control. Places that still burn." Rourke took it without a word. Myrai didn't stop him when he left camp. She didn't try to change his mind. But she said one thing before he vanished into the trees. "Next time you fight alone, don't." Weeks later, in a distant system under Accord control, an outpost fell silent. Its command logs ended mid-sentence. Surveillance footage corrupted. Blackened wreckage found at dawn. A scrap of cloth pinned to a wall. The Earth insignia. No signature. No message. But the story was already known. One was enough.
The clink of porcelain echoed too crisply in the silence of the embassy room. Ilara Monroe, Earth's senior cultural attaché, delicately poured tea into 2 mismatched cups, one floral, one chipped. She smiled at the alien seated across from her like he was an old friend, not the precision-bred assassin sent to carve out her spinal column. "Jasmine," she said lightly, "though I steep it an extra 30 seconds. Bit rebellious of me, I know." Velcor of the Daxari Shroud Legion said nothing. His 7-limbed form coiled within the uncomfortable steel chair, biological armor shifting slightly with each breath. His central eye blinked vertically. The others, arranged in a perfect arc along his skull ridge, didn't blink at all. They watched everything. "Do you take sugar?" she asked, reaching for a small glass bowl. "Or, right, your species metabolizes glucose as an explosive compound. My apologies." No response. Velcor's mandibles twitched once, almost imperceptibly. Ilara stirred her own cup slowly. Her pinky finger trembled just enough to suggest vulnerability, which was deliberate. She wore a soft yellow dress, out of season for autumn, with a lavender ribbon at the waist. Every part of her ensemble whispered harmless. Every detail lied. Outside, the Earth Embassy hovered above Geneva on anti-grav stabilizers. The city glistened beneath a gauzy sheet of rain clouds, refracted through the high-altitude dome. The Earth Imperial Accord was in full swing. Speeches, toasts, symbolic handshakes. Every other diplomat had cleared out for the next session. She and Velcor remained behind for cultural rapport. He was not here to talk. The ceremonial blade hidden beneath his 3rd thoracic plate could slide between a human's ribs and puncture the heart in 0.38 seconds. She knew this because Earth had dissected 6 of his predecessors. "You must think us strange," she murmured, gently tapping the spoon against her cup. "All this tea and theater. You creatures of conquest, meeting humans with pastries and apologies." Velcor finally moved. His upper limbs rested on the table. Slow, deliberate. A gesture of patience? Threat? "We find humans inefficient," he said. His voice rasped like sand dragged over bone. Soft-bodied, emotionally compromised, curious beyond logic. "You invite weakness." Ilara sipped. "You know, I had a cat like that once. Poor thing tried to eat an electric wire. Never did it again." She paused. "Well, tried not to." Velcor's 3rd eye narrowed. He scanned her heartbeat. It was steady, too steady. His orders were precise. Kill the diplomat. Retrieve the neural matrix. Leave no trace. Earth could not be allowed to escalate. Yet the Empire needed proof of humanity's limits. He was to provoke, to prod, and if necessary, dismantle. He leaned forward. "You know why I'm here?" "Of course." Ilara set down her cup. "You're here because you think we don't know why you're here." Silence expanded like a shadow between them. Then she leaned forward too. "Let's stop pretending. You're not the first they've sent. Though, I'll grant you're the most elegant." Velcor's hand slid beneath the table. She didn't move. "Do it," she said softly, her voice stripped warmth. "Strike. Show me the depths of your mercy." His blade hissed free. She lifted the spoon. Not like a weapon, like a teacher holding a pointer. "Your species believes we're incapable of controlled aggression. You think kindness is weakness. That's adorable." He lunged. She stood. In a blink, his limb collapsed under a compact EM burst from her belt. He convulsed midair. She caught him with one hand behind the neck, another at the base of his thorax, and drove him into the floor like she was planting a flag. Porcelain shattered. Velcor gurgled, clawing at the air. She bent down beside him, brushing a strand of hair from her cheek. "We're not predators because we enjoy killing," she whispered. "We're predators because we enjoy waiting." Then, with an audible click, she triggered the cortical leash embedded behind his primary ocular lobe. The Empire had fitted it as a fail-safe in case he defected. Earth had found it 5 minutes after he stepped on the station. He twitched twice, stiffened, and died. She sat back down, smoothed her dress, and resumed sipping her tea. The silence was louder now. A soft chime rang. "Courier pickup." "Come in," she said, cheerful again. Two humans in diplomat uniforms stepped in with a polished courier crate, a thermally sealed satchel, and a clipboard. "Ma'am," the taller one said, "is the package ready?" She nodded toward the heap on the floor. "Yes. Be a dear and label it properly this time." The last one arrived with organic waste stamped on it. No imagination. The younger officer whistled. "That's our third this cycle." "Fourth," she corrected gently, "if you count the twins from RYL Talk." "All right," he said, scribbling. "So what's the message this time?" Ilara lifted her teacup, held it delicately, and smiled at the empty chair across from her. Something honest. She dipped a note into the envelope, sealed it, and whispered, "Please stop sending amateurs. We are running out of shelf space." The crate shut with a hiss. Outside, the rain had stopped. The Earth Embassy shimmered above the clouds like an old lighthouse, waiting for ships that didn't know how lost they were. Back on the Empire's homeworld, a dozen high-ranked strategists would open the courier box, expecting a message of surrender. They'd find a severed head still steaming, a jasmine tea bag resting atop its skull like a crown, and a note with no signature. They would not laugh. The Empire wouldn't stop. Not yet. But tonight, they would whisper. They would wonder. Because beneath Earth's endless politeness, there was something they hadn't calculated for. The discipline of a species that had already imagined every way to kill you, while making you believe it was your idea. There were three of them. They arrived on the same diplomatic cruiser, wearing the same red-plated ceremonial robes stitched with the crest of the Galactic Empire. Unity above chaos, claw-gripping stars. Their movements were too smooth, their silences too synchronized. Earth's security scanners read nothing overt. No weapons, no implants, no neurospikes. But the officers at the arrival port noted something quietly. Each one blinked on a different rhythm. Not one among them breathed. Their names, publicly, were Shultir, Lozen, and Murthic. Their species varied. Their purposes did not. Shultir of the Whisperkin, fluid and graceful, possessed vocal cords that could mimic any sound ever heard. Lozen of the Jari Conflux had bones that shifted shape, blades born from arrow. Murthic, a Drell hunter from the Fog Moons, hadn't spoken a word in 30 years. His weapon was stillness. They did not greet the welcome party at the orbital station. Instead, they were led, silently, to Conference Room 14B, a place typically reserved for minor trade treaties and cultural misunderstandings. Today, it had been scrubbed clean. Not a speck of dust. A single long table. A bouquet of Earth sunflowers in a dented vase. A bowl of strange yellow snacks sat in the center. Shultir leaned forward. "What are these?" "Cheetos," said General Kaito Lawrence from the far end of the room. He was sipping something hot from a paper cup labeled World's Best Granddad. He wore no armor, no military uniform. Just a cardigan, slacks, and orthopedic shoes. "Artificial cheese?" Shultir asked, suspicious. Kaito smiled, wrinkles folding like paper maps across his face. "You could call it that. Or you could call it humanity's greatest chemical experiment." Murthic remained standing. Lozen sat slowly, flexing his fingers. "We were told there would be a briefing." "Of course," Kaito said, placing the cup down. "Though I imagine you already know what happened to Velcor." The silence was glacial. "Then again," he continued, "perhaps you're here to avenge him. Or study us. Maybe both. Who can say what three assassins are thinking when they walk into a conference room?" "Careful human," Shultir said, voice calm. "We are delegates. And I'm just an old man who likes cheese dust and war crimes." He chuckled. "Please eat." None of them touched the bowl. Across the station, hidden sensors mapped their body heat. Monitors logged sweat glands, breath control, blink rate. Murthic had none. Shultir's sweat turned acidic when agitated. Lozen hadn't exhaled in 9 minutes. Earth's systems noted it all. "I've always wondered," Kaito said after a moment, picking up a Cheeto and biting with audible crunch, "why the Empire sends assassins in odd numbers. Is it a balance thing? 2 to flank, 1 to strike." Shultir narrowed her gaze. "You mock us." "Not at all," Kaito said warmly. "I just appreciate symmetry. You came to kill one of ours. We sent back ahead. You came with 3. That's a lot of postage. Lozen twitched. Schultier stood abruptly. This discussion is a farce. Kaido nodded. Yes, but a courteous one. Then the lights flickered. Not enough to cause alarm. Just a subtle blink, 1 heartbeat long. Barely noticeable, except the bouquet in the center of the table tilted slightly. The sunflowers bent left. Murthic turned his head a fraction. Elsewhere in the station, doors sealed. Kaido leaned back. You're not the first, but you might be the last. In that instant, they moved. Schultier released a pulse of ultrasonic interference that would shatter eardrums in a 3-meter radius. Lozen's fingers snapped into serrated daggers. Murthic vanished completely. Kaido didn't move. He simply blinked. Once. Room 14B changed. The floor pulsed. Invisible restraints, designed to suppress hostile biosignatures, activated under each chair. Lozen's legs fused to the metal before he could strike. Schultier's sound pulse rebounded back at her from the walls, calibrated to her exact frequency. Only Murthic escaped. For now, Kaido stood slowly, with the stiffness of age and the calm of someone who'd seen worse. We're not a war species, he said to the gasping, frozen figures. We just remember everything. The walls turned translucent. A dozen humans stood outside, calm, silent, watching. Some held rifles. Others held clipboards. Murthic slipped through the ducts, moving like a ghost. He was headed for the auxiliary escape pod. Earth had made sure there would be one open. Bait needs a door. He dropped silently into the pod bay and froze. She was waiting. Ilaris sat on the floor beside the open pod hatch, sipping from a thermos and reading a book titled Etiquette for Executions, A Human History. Hello again, she said without looking up. Did you find the conference enlightening? Murthic didn't answer. He raised a blade. She didn't rise, just set the thermos down gently and placed a small round object on the floor. A snow globe. Inside, 3 tiny alien figures seated at a table. Do you know what this is? She asked. He blinked once. A threat, she said softly, but one with good manners. He charged. The globe flashed. Across the station, in conference room 14B, Lozen screamed. Not in pain. In recognition. She triggered a spatial mirror, he hissed. She turned the pod bay into a copy of this room. Schultier shook, bleeding from her inner ears. Kaido watched quietly, then motioned for the security field to drop. The assassins collapsed, breathing, shaking. We're not cruel, he said gently, just better at pretending we aren't. Outside, Murthic's body dropped from the ceiling vent. He was still alive, unconscious, but in his hand, clutched tight, was the snow globe. Inside it now, a tiny model of Earth. Hours later, the Empire's cruiser departed. A diplomatic protocol crate rested at its center. Inside were 3 sealed stasis chambers. Each held an assassin, alive, restrained, humiliated. There was also a note. Killed? No. We're far more civilized. These are gifts. Return them to your emperor. Ask him to open their minds, if he dares. There's a lesson inside, waiting to be learned. Or unleashed. It wasn't signed, but the stasis chambers were arranged in a triangle, and in the center of them, balanced perfectly, was a single unopened bag of Cheetos. The Emperor of the Galactic Empire was not a man given to fear. He had survived 13 assassination attempts, 7 succession coups, and a midlife spiritual retreat among the Drell Hunters. He had watched entire civilizations erased with a flick of his wrist. But none of that prepared him for the courier package resting on the marble floor of the Grand War Room. 3 stasis chambers, intact, each containing one of the Empire's most efficient, most adaptive, most terrifying assassins. They were still breathing, still restrained, still generals, and said, "We no longer underestimate the humans. Prepare Operation Leafburn." It was a quiet order, no trumpets, no declarations. Just one finger tapping the polished armrest of the galactic throne. By nightfall, 17 warships began mobilizing under the banner of regional stabilization. Earth was to be eliminated, not publicly, not messily, but silently. A surgical annihilation. Decapitate the leadership. Fracture the alliances. Glass the surface if needed. Leave nothing to tie it to the Empire. The campaign would begin at dawn, but Earth already knew. In a bunker so deep it tasted magma, beneath Icelandic basalt and psychometric shielding, General Kaito Lawrence stood beside Alara Monroe and watched as satellite images displayed the slow, predatory approach of the Empire's fleet. Alara said nothing for a long time. She just stared at the feed, hands folded behind her back, her yellow dress replaced now by a slate gray operation suit. No ribbons, no smile. Kaito finally broke the silence. They took the bait. Of course they did. She blinked slowly. We've been feeding it to them for years. Still, he said, they could have sent diplomats. Or a message. They could have swallowed the lesson. They did, she said softly. They just choked on it. The room dimmed as the real-time images refreshed. The Empire's ships weren't just approaching. They were coordinating. Wings of stealth bombers masked behind friendly trade signals. Drop pods camouflaged as meteor fragments. Cloaked orbital probes with psych emitters set to destabilize human cognition. Kaito shook his head. So elegant, so doomed. He turned toward the room's central command ring. Around it stood 6 humans, men and women from Earth's most secret war offices, whose names didn't exist in any known directory. They weren't panicked. They were tired. Tired in the way people are when they've seen something coming for too long. Alara raised her voice just enough to echo. Stage 1 begins now. Lock down all civilian comms. Alert shadow embassies. Prep garden network for final detonation code. The ring pulsed green. Kaito exhaled. They never knew what we really are. Alara finally turned toward him. They still don't. Across the galaxy, on the bridge of the Imperium's Mercy, the lead admiral of the Galactic Strike Fleet watched his instruments begin to flicker. One by one, subtle malfunctions. Communications dropped. Subsystem alerts pinged errors. Not dangerous, not yet, just inconvenient. He turned to his second. Update diagnostics. I'm trying, sir. Some of the systems are talking to each other. Define talking. They're rerouting commands, like they're debating what to obey. The Admiral's gut twisted. He ordered a fleet-wide check. 10 seconds later, Earth responded. A signal, compressed, contained in an untraceable subwave, carried by what should have been a benign telemetry pulse. The message was simple. You came with blades. We came with mirrors. The Admiral opened his mouth. Then the music started. Soft, classical, human. A piano melody played by what sounded like a child. Innocent, pure. But the visuals on every screen across the fleet, bridge monitors, internal cameras, HUDs, flickered. Replaced by footage of their own assassins. Bound, humiliated, whispering secrets while unconscious. One screen showed Schultier sobbing in a sterile room. Another showed Lozen begging for his homeworld's anthem. The last simply displayed Murthic staring at the camera, whispering. They knew everything before I moved. Panic swept the crew like a virus. Not from the imagery, but from what it meant. Earth had invited their killers. Earth had studied them. And Earth had learned too much. The Admiral barked for immediate disengagement protocols. But the system rejected his commands. The ship answered not to him, but to the hidden code now laced through its neural net. Code delivered via the cortical failsafes embedded in their own assassins. Tiny, self-replicating instructions piggybacked on Empire tech. Earth didn't need to fire a shot. They had already fired the idea. On Earth, in the bunker, Alara watched the feed with clinical calm. They should be feeling it now, Kaito said. Paranoia, uncertainty, the realization they brought a knife to a chess game. Wait for it, Alara whispered. Then it came. Above Earth, 4 of the Empire's ships peeled away from the formation. Then 7 more. Without coordination. Without signal. Like birds startled from sleep. Desertion. Mid-operation. Ship AI conflict, Kaito said. The fleet's talking to itself. No, Ilara corrected. They're talking to us. Because across those drifting ships, a new message appeared. Request, permission to defect. Silence fell across the room. It was happening faster than simulations had predicted. Earth had expected panic, chaos, amplified by the data harvested from the assassins, aimed not to destroy the enemy, but to show them themselves. The Jari captains saw simulations of their homeworlds under siege by their own hand. Whisperkin officers received echoes of their own thoughts played back at them, but distorted, doubt amplified, identity fractured. The Drell hunters stopped moving entirely, and at the center of it all, Ilara's final message played. On every ship, every channel, every species frequency. She appeared alone. A quiet room, yellow dress, holding tea. War is easy, she said, smiling. It gives you something to aim at. But what happens when you realize the enemy was already inside your mind? That we let you study us just long enough to study you better. Her eyes, once warm, now razor cold. You sent assassins. We sent gifts. You brought fire. We brought reflection. She lifted her cup. Thank you for the tea. Then she vanished. The Empire's fleet scattered. Some ships self-destructed. Some drifted aimlessly. Gnawed. And stage 2. She walked toward the steel doors, her heels echoing louder now. Now we send them the invitation. The imperial capital was a palace of silence. No proclamations, no Senate cheers, no drums. Just thousands of anxious diplomats, admirals, and highborn tacticians gathered in the Crown Deliberation Hall, all facing a pulsing holoscreen hovering in the center of the chamber. It flickered once, then began to play. A banquet table, though no flame fueled them. The camera panned slowly, reverently, over steaming plates and polished silverware, until it settled on a single figure seated at the table's head. Ilara Monroe, same yellow dress, same unreadable smile. She looked directly into the lens, into them, to the esteemed heads of the Galactic Empire. She began, voice like soft velvet pulled taut across steel. Thank you for attending. A tremor passed through the chamber, not from the feed, from the title etched into the corner of the screen. Operation Garden Party Final Broadcast. Ilara gestured gracefully. Please, sit. And though it was irrational, though no voice command should compel obedience, many of them did. She continued, I've always believed diplomacy should feel like a meal. Shared, ritualistic, intimate. Her smile faltered slightly. You invited us to your table. We brought tea. You brought blades. But what happens when a guest brings a mirror instead of a sword? She leaned forward. You sent assassins to learn about us. Did you ever stop to wonder what we were learning from them? The screen split into 3 panels. Chamber. An ambassador stood and showed Earth's own fleet. Ships never before seen. Its own fleet. Ships never before seen. Hovering just beyond the outer rim of the Empire's home sector. Not aggressive, not in formation, just waiting. Each ship bore no weapon signature, no energy surge, just a flag, Earth's flag, fluttering on the hull. An ancient symbol. Blue oceans, white clouds, one planet. We don't need to fire, Ilara said, because you'll do that for us. You'll launch preemptively. You'll fracture your own chains of command. You'll retreat from your own shadows. Kaido smiled from the sidelines. We fed them paranoia like breadcrumbs. But Ilara's tone grew colder. You believed us primitive, undisciplined, sentimental. But it wasn't your underestimation that doomed you. It was ours. The room on the Empire's end stilled. We underestimated our own mercy. She walked back to the head of the table and sat. We hoped, she said softly, you would stop after the 3rd head, after the broadcasts, after the deflections. We gave you a dozen off-ramps. You called our restraint weakness. She set down her teacup, which brings us to the final course. The camera zoomed slowly as she opened a plain black folder marked Cradlefire, authorization. You so spiritual. Lights dimmed, transmissions cut. Entire planets went dark. Bunker. Earth's generals, Saito's voice lowered. She's hundreds of Earth probes had formed constellations above the sky, twisting, shifting, forming words. Not in Imperial script. In English. You lost before you arrived. Then the screen went black. Not cut. Not powered down. Ended. In the bunker, Kaito stepped
and the office of cosmically the most organized and least functional structure in known space. It had been designed by a committee of architects who had been specifically instructed to create something that looked impressive while serving no practical purpose whatsoever. The result is of beige and equipped with elevators that only went to floors that didn't exist. Zendrok's daily routine had remained unchanged for approximately 3,742 years, give or take a few decades when he'd experimented with arriving at work 37 seconds earlier. He arrived at work precisely at 8:47 a.m., made himself a cup of coffee that tasted like liquid disappointment mixed with administrative despair and hints of existential dread, sat down at his ergonomically hectic holiday celebrated by drinking tea and acting completely irrationally. Zendrok was supposed to file a routine report about a small blue-green planet in the unfashionable end of the galaxy. The planet's inhabitants called it Earth, though the official galactic designation was Catalog number 7-134-521, moderately wet rock with attitude problems and questionable musical taste, subsection overly dramatic species. The report should have been straightforward. According to the preliminary surveys conducted by Automatic Probe 445B Boring, Earth was inhabited by a species that spent most of their time arguing about the proper way to make hot beverages, engaging in peculiar mating rituals that involved exchanging small metallic circles, and creating entertainment by watching other members of their species kick spherical objects around large fields while screaming at each other in languages that seemed to consist primarily of creative profanity. Standard primitive civilization stuff, really. Nothing worth getting excited about. The survey indicated that humans had recently discovered fire, agriculture, and the wheel, though they seemed to use all three primarily as excuses to fight each other about who had discovered them first. They had also developed something called social media, which appeared to be a method of sharing pictures of food and expressing outrage about things they didn't understand. "Bloody hell and administrative damnation!" Zendrok shouted as his morning coffee, a substance that closely resembled liquid boredom with hints of existential dread and undertones of bureaucratic suffering, spilled across his keyboard in a pattern that would later be analyzed by xenopsychologists as prophetically catastrophic. The coffee spill formed what appeared to be either a map of the local galaxy or a picture of someone's digestive system having a bad day. It dripped onto exactly 17 keys, creating a cascade of electronic responses that would have been impressive if anyone had been trying to make it happen, and terrifying since absolutely no one was. Why does everything in this cursed universe have to be so unnecessarily complicated? He continued, waving his tentacles in a manner that was supposed to convey frustration, but mostly just looked like he was trying to conduct an invisible orchestra while having a seizure. The coffee, following what scientists would later term the inexorability omega supreme with extra confusion. A sequence that the manual's authors had specifically stated should only be activated in cases of extreme universal emergency, when the fabric of space-time itself is having a nervous breakdown, or when someone spills coffee on their keyboard at exactly the wrong moment. The manual, which had been written by a committee of beings who had clearly never anticipated the possibility of coffee-based diplomatic incidents, had been collecting dust in a filing cabinet for approximately 4 million years. It was a massive document, roughly the size of a small planet, that covered every possible scenario except the ones that actually happened. The computer, being a perfectly logical machine with no understanding of irony, cosmic humor,
or the fundamental absurdity of existence, interpreted the coffee spill as both an extreme universal emergency and a space-time nervous breakdown. It immediately initiated first contact procedures with the planet below, using protocols that had been designed by beings who thought that the best way to communicate with primitive species was to send them incredibly complex forms to fill out. Down on Earth, in a laboratory that looked like it had been decorated by someone who thought that the best way to organize scientific equipment was to scatter it randomly around the room and hope for the best, Professor Wilhelmina Bofsworth Gigglesmith was having her own crisis. Professor Bofsworth Gigglesmith was a woman whose life had been a series of increasingly improbable academic achievements. She had earned a PhD in Advanced Confusion Studies with a minor in Applied Bewilderment from the University of Theoretical Impossibilities. Her doctoral thesis, titled The Sociological Impact of Rubber Ducks on Advanced Civilizations and Their Potential Role in Interstellar Diplomacy, had been rejected by 17 different academic journals before being accidentally accepted by the Journal of Things We Don't Understand but Find Amusing. Her laboratory was a testament to the principle that chaos, properly organized, could be more efficient than order. Rubber ducks of every conceivable size, color, and historical period covered every available surface. There were Roman centurion ducks, Viking warrior ducks, medieval night ducks, and a particularly impressive collection of ducks dressed as famous scientists throughout history. Einstein duck wore a tiny lab coat and had wild white hair made from cotton balls. Darwin duck had a magnificent beard and was surrounded by tiny evolution charts. Newton duck sat under a miniature apple tree and looked perpetually surprised. She had just discovered that her grant application for studying the sociological impact of rubber ducks on advanced civilizations and their potential role in interstellar diplomacy had been approved by mistake. The funding committee, which consisted of 12 government officials who met once a month to approve research projects while simultaneously eating lunch, watching television, and pretending to pay attention to budget meetings, had apparently confused her proposal with someone else's research on strategic defense initiatives against hostile extraterrestrial entities using advanced weaponized waterfowl technology. This sort of bureaucratic mix-up was exactly the kind of thing that happened when government committees tried to process paperwork while simultaneously dealing with the fact that most of them had no idea what they were actually supposed to be approving. The result was that Professor Bofsworth Gigglesmith, a woman whose primary qualification for saving the world was an extensive knowledge of bath toys and their psychological effects on human behavior, had just been appointed as Earth's new Director of Planetary Defense. "What do you mean I'm now the head of Earth's Space Defense Program?" she screamed into her phone, while simultaneously trying to untangle Christmas lights that had somehow wrapped themselves around her laboratory equipment in the middle of July. The Christmas lights, incidentally, had been part of an ongoing experiment to determine whether seasonal decorations could affect the psychological well-being of rubber ducks. The results had been inconclusive, largely because rubber ducks are notoriously bad at filling out psychological evaluation forms, and because the experiment kept getting interrupted by various emergencies that seemed to follow Professor Bofsworth Gigglesmith wherever she went. "According to the paperwork," said the voice on the other end of the phone, which belonged to Deputy Assistant Undersecretary for Accidental Military Appointments, Harold Twittlebottom, a man whose job title was longer than most people's entire resumes, "You are now responsible for defending Earth against any and all extraterrestrial threats using your expertise in advanced duck-based warfare systems and applied rubber duck psychology." Harold Twittlebottom was a career government employee who had spent 37 years working in various departments that dealt with things that probably didn't exist but might be important if they did. He had been personally responsible for establishing the Department of Imaginary Threats, the Office of Potential Impossibilities, and the Bureau of Things that might happen if other things happened first. "But I don't know anything about duck-based warfare systems," Professor Bofsworth Gigglesmith protested, accidentally knocking over a collection of rubber ducks dressed as the founding fathers of America. "I study the social implications of rubber ducks. There's a significant difference between understanding their psychological impact and using them to fight alien invasions." "The committee seemed to think they were the same thing," Harold replied with the sort of bureaucratic calm that suggested he had long ago given up trying to understand how government decisions were made. His voice carried the weary resignation of someone who had spent decades explaining